the key to success in today's trucking industry, becoming a data-driven dispatcher. Dispatching today is about more than just finding loads and booking them. It's about understanding the data, analyzing trends, making informed decisions, and ultimately maximizing profits for your carriers. That's what important. With the right data, you will know where the best paying loads or high paying loads are and how to negotiate effectively with brokers and how to stay ahead of the market shifts before they even happen. That's what sets successful dispatchers apart. And that's what this course is all about. Throughout this training, you're not just learning how to use DAT load board, you'll learn to think strategically using data-driven tactics to outsmart the competition. By the end of this program, you will know how to make better, smarter decisions that drive real results for your business and ultimately for your carriers. And here's something really important that I want to share with you. Every video in this training ties into the one before it. This is what I call the chain method training. The information builds on itself, so it's very critical that you follow along with each module, watch the videos, meaning watching them in order, take notes, and apply what you learned, because each step you take is going to reinforce the next. It's not just about watching the videos, right? It's about engaging and implementing, and this is how you learn. Some modules will have important links for you to check out. Others will have bonus videos, resources, and study materials. Be sure to dive into all of it. You don't want to miss out any of the additional information we're putting together in providing it to you. I want to just say this. This is more than just a training course. Why? Because this is a certification program. We're in the process of working with TruckStop and DAT Solutions to get this certification recognized, which is huge, I know. And although we haven't yet received the official approval from them, we are confident that once we do, your certification will be a significant asset in the industry. To earn the certification, obviously there's a process. We'll be adding quizzes for each module to test your knowledge and help you reinforce what you have learned. And at the end of this course, you will have the opportunity to take the final test. And to pass it, you will need to score at least 70%. And this will earn you a certificate that shows you are certified data-driven dispatcher, recognized by the biggest companies in the trucking industry. I think that's what's exciting in coming your way. You're not just learning, you're becoming a standout in this field. One of the exciting things about this training is that we'll be continually adding bonus training to the course. You'll see some videos in the bonus training section marked as coming soon. These are the videos that are in the works. That means we're editing it or we are recording it. And I'm really committed to keeping this program dynamic and evolving. Why? Because the trucking industry is constantly changing. I'm going to make sure that you are always ahead of the curve. So get ready. This training is designed to transform how you approach dispatching. I promise you, I poured everything into this course to make the best it can be. And I truly believe this will make huge difference in your career. You're about to become a data-driven dispatcher. And with this skill set, the possibilities are endless. And again, thank you for trusting me and my team with this part of your journey. I'm so excited for you to dive into this world of data-driven dispatching. And I can't wait to see how far you go. If you're ready, we are ready. Let's get started. In the world of trucking, time is money. And we all know that every single mile counts. But what if finding a load was easy as turning on a screen? What if a simple idea could revolutionize the entire trucking industry by connecting truckers and shippers faster than ever before? This is such an amazing story that I really wanted to share with you. Welcome to the story of DAT, obviously. The load board that transformed trucking from a manual, painstaking process into a high-tech, seamless operation. There is a guy called Alman Jubitz. We'll be talking about him. It's basically, his story goes like this, like from humble beginnings at the single truck stop in Portland, Oregon, like becoming the largest load board in the industry. DAT has been at the forefront of innovation for over 4 decades. This is the journey of how DAT evolved from bulletin boards. You will see that. I will be showing you pictures and obviously telling more in-depth story about this. Think about how DAT obviously transformed, gone from bulletin boards to a digital dominance, and how it continues to lead the way in the future of freight. A lot of futures, but by the way, by the time I'm recording this, about 2 days ago, DAT released 4 amazing features that will completely change the trucking industry. So I'll be sharing those features in this training. I want to start the training with lesson 1, history and evolution, how a simple idea revolutionized the trucking industry. DAT's story begins in 1978 at the Jubit's truck stop in Portland, Oregon. I don't know if you guys heard of this before, but I want you to take back in 1970. Imagine being a trucker in those days. Just take a couple of seconds and just think about driving long hours across the country. And when you finally stop to rest, you rely on a bulletin board covered in handwritten notes. And those are the notes, actually your next load. To find your next load, you just basically search these handwritten notes where you will see the origin and destination and a phone number. So you can call and book that load. Obviously, it was a tedious process. It was time consuming and left many truckers waiting hours, if not days, for their next load. But Alban Jubitz had a groundbreaking idea that would change everything. And he saw an opportunity to simplify the process, connecting truckers with loads more efficiently and quickly. Something amazing happened in 1978. Alban Jubitz introduced a dial a truck. You can search more on this, but I did everything for you. So here we go. This is a simple yet revolutionary service that replaced those handwritten notes with digital monitors. Yes, think about computers. Suddenly, instead of scoring a massive bulletin board, now truckers could see available loads on a screen. How about that? So now they no longer needed to rely on a lock or timing. The information was right in front of them. It was a game changer for most of the truckers. Picture this, or imagine this. Truckers gathered around, eyes glued to the monitor, watching in real time as loads appeared and were claimed within minutes. So now you can see that excitement was palpable, obviously. This was the beginning of a digital transformation for DAT that would reshape, in my opinion, the entire trucking industry. Think rapid expansion. The success of a dial-a truck was obviously undeniable. Within just 7 years, the concept spread like wildfire. By 1985, over 200 truck stops across 42 states now installed dial-a truck monitors. Thousands of truckers, obviously, and shippers now relied on this innovative service to connect and do business together. It was more than a technological advance. It was a revolution in a way truckers operated. Think about, like, in the first time they had control, obviously speed, choice, transforming one's cumbersome task of finding these loads into something efficient and reliable. But the journey didn't stop there. As the DAT services grew, so its capabilities. In 1989, Dial a Truck, this is very important to note, rebranded as a DAT services that we know today, reflecting obviously its expanded scope and ambitions. By then, over 500 truck stops from coast to coast were equipped with these DAT monitors. The service obviously become essential to the trucking industry, with truckers, drivers relying on it, not just for loads, but for planning the entire trip. It was no longer just a convenience. Now it's a cornerstone of the industry, like driving efficiency and profitability. for everyone involved. 1990s ushered in a new wave of technology, and DAT was at the forefront of these advancements. In 1995, this is 5 years later, DAT introduced the transportation terminal. This is a device that allows truckers to access real-time load data transmitted via satellite. Think about, imagine being able to receive the latest load information directly to your desktop terminal. No matter where you were, it was the first time like in North America, revolutionizing the freight matching process and setting the stage for even more technological advancements in the history. And we'll be talking about more in the matching process, meaning freight matching process, because this is very important. As the world moved into the digital era, so did DAT. The late 90s and early 2000s marked a significant shift from dial-up modems to internet-based load boards. With DAT Connect, truckers could now access load boards from their personal computers, dialing in via modem from pretty much from anywhere. And in 2001, DAT was purchased by, I don't know if you guys know this company, TransCore. This is the company that brought even more innovation to the table. This acquisition obviously integrated new technologies and services and further expansion of a DAT. But DAT didn't just stop at connecting truckers with loads, at aiming to provide insights and more data-driven decisions that could help drivers, truckers, brokers, and carriers, and obviously and shippers make smarter business decisions relying on the data. Fast forward to the 2010, and DAT continued obviously innovate, launching products like Rate Review. I don't know if you guys have used this before. This is an awesome tool. This happening in 2010. So this tool basically gave DAT users detailed insights into market rates for thousands of lanes, helping them better negotiate, get the better deals, and plan more efficiently. So by 2018, DAT celebrated 40th anniversary, making 4 decades. Think about 4 decades of innovation and leadership in the trucking industry. The same year, they introduced on time a load. So that basically helped ensure transparency and reliability throughout the entire shipping process. Now that we have explored the amazing history and evolution of a DAT, it's time to dive into the details, which is, I love to do it. It's an amazing tool. Up next is lesson 2, DAT interface. We'll walk you through the platform, showing you how to make the most of its powerful features to maximize your efficiency and success on the road. I'll see you there. Welcome to lesson 2, which is DAT interface. Before I go into details showing you the interface and talking about the different subscription levels, please, if you haven't watched the video or the lesson number 1, which is history and evolution, please go back and watch. This is very important. Now, today we are diving deep into the subscription levels offered by DAT load boards. Understanding these options that are available to you it's crucial, because the right plan can significantly impact the efficiency of your operations, whether you are just starting or maybe you're a seasoned dispatcher, maybe you are a carrier, maybe you're a broker. So let's begin with the subscription levels. So this is the domain, meaning you go to www.dat.com/loadboards. So if you scroll down, we mainly will covering today for the carriers and dispatchers. I picked carriers for the purpose of this training. Let's begin with DAT1 standard. At the time of recording this video, this subscription level priced at $45 per month, this entry level plan is tailored for beginners, for small carriers who need the basics, meaning unlimited searching, posting trucks, and the basic broker credit data. And we'll be talking about more into details. So don't panic. Like, I don't know what broker credit data means, what trucking or truck posting means, unlimited searches. I'll be going and breaking down every single feature in this training. So we'll be go deeper on this training. So just bear with me. With this plan, you can easily post your truck and find loads, while the mobile app ensures you can manage these tasks from anywhere. That means mobile app is available to you for download. This plan is perfect for those who are just starting in dispatching. Maybe you're a carrier, giving you the essential tools without overwhelming you with too much data. And we'll be talking about much more in details about the data. For example, if you're a small carrier with a single truck, the ability to post your availability and quickly search for loads can keep your operation running smoothly. And as I said, I will be showing you examples. The mobile app is particularly useful when you are on the road and you need to stay connected to the marketplace. So that being said, this is DAT1 Select. So we're going into moving the second. Next, we have DAT Enhanced, as you can see over here. DAT Enhanced, right now priced at $85 per month. This plan adds more data-driven tools. As you can see, the more you pay, the more tools you have, like 30-day average lane rates and the multiple search capabilities. Again, I'll be talking about more, and I'll be showing you exactly how to use multiple search capabilities. So just stay with me. It's designed for those looking to expand their operations with more of a informed decision making using the data. So the ability to search for multiple loads across multiple criteria and the inclusion of a Canadian loads broaden your opportunities. Yes, it also has the Canadian loads. So this will make it's a great choice for those who wanted to scale up. For instance, if you're managing multiple trucks, you will benefit from enhanced search features, which allow you to filter loads by specific criteria. That will ensure you are getting the best deals. The 30-day average lane rates provide you valuable benchmark. That's what it is. It's the 30-day average lane rates, helping you to price your services competitively while maintaining the profitability. And we'll talk more on this one. Up next, we have DAT1 Pro. For those aiming to maximize profitability, DAT1 Pro at $135 per month offers even more. And again, keep this in mind. At the time I'm recording this video, these are the prices right now available to you, but it might change. And I think it will change, and there are reasons for this. And I'll be talking more as we go deeper into the training. So the 15-day average lane rates give you up-to-date market insight, very important, while the tri-haul routing tool helps you find profitable backhaul opportunities, turning what would be empty miles into additional revenue. So we'll be talking about more empty miles. We also develop internally Tri-Hub. That's another tool. We'll be comparing Tri-Hub versus tri-haul. Consider this scenario where you are dispatching a truck that needs to return home empty. With the tri-haul tool, you can identify an additional load that fits into the route, converting that empty leg into a paying trip. This tool alone obviously can significantly boost your bottom line by ensuring that your trucks are always hauling profitable loads. And again, I used something like empty leg, or if you're not sure about this, if you're not sure about tri-haul, bear with me. We have more training coming your way, and we're going into details. So up next, let's talk about DAT1 Select. I think this is the by far the most advanced load boards out there in the market today. Now, DAT1 Select priced at $180 per month. This plan includes advanced tools like market conditions tool, which allows you to evaluate demand in specific regions. I'll be demonstrating in upcoming videos, and the ability to manage preferred or blocked companies, and that feature also available, ensuring your work only with the most reliable partners, meaning shippers and brokers. So imagine you are in highly competitive market. If you're in a flatbed market, I will give you an example. Let's say it's a Houston, Texas. So the market conditions tool lets you see where demand is peaking, allows you to position your trucks where you are needed the most. So this not only increases your chances of securing a load, but also ensures that you are capitalizing on high demand areas, and that will lead to better rates and high revenue. And I think strong negotiation capabilities with brokers, very important. But let's talk about DAT1 Office. For this is for the larger carriers, obviously. In dispatchers managing multiple fleets, DAT1 Office at $295 per month is the most comprehensive option that DAT has. It includes contract lane rate information, which is essential for long-term planning, and the lane makers tool, which is a very cool tool that they developed, which helps you identify and secure the best lanes for your operations. So we'll be talking about lane makers just a little bit, but then I'll be talking about and comparing contract rate versus spot market rates. So we'll be talking about more in upcoming videos. For large operation, being a trucking company or a dispatching company, having access to contract lane rates in the lane makers tool is invaluable. It's a very awesome tool. So these features allow you to plan your routes with precision, looking into profitable lanes over time and ensuring that your fleet is operating at the maximum efficiency. For this training, we have chosen DAT1 Select because it offers balance of essential tools and advanced features that are critical for successful dispatching and trucking operations. With access to the market conditions tool alone, and again, I made a comprehensive in detail training about market condition tools. By the way, I have asked somebody from the DAT who are actually working with DAT for over 25 years. So I had a training with them, and I'll also be including that training in upcoming modules. So you can make informed decisions by using these tools and also by evaluating regional demand, which is very important. And that way you will ensure that you're always in the right place at the right time. So additionally, the ability to manage preferred and blocked companies, that is a feature by DAT, and it streamlines your workflow, helping you focus on most profitable relationships, shippers and carriers. So let's say you are dispatching in a highly competitive market. The market conditions tool allows you to pinpoint where demand is highest, while the preferred companies feature ensures you are working with reliable partners such as brokers and shippers. These tools are vital for optimizing your operations and maximizing the profitability. By choosing DAT1 Select, you are equipping yourself with the right tools, obviously, to stay competitive and make data-driven decisions, which is very important in today's market. Now that we explained why DAT1 Select is the focus of this training, let's dive into the interface. But before we go there, know that we'll explore how to use the DAT's market conditions tool to find the best loads and demonstrate how to manage your preferred and blocked companies. These features obviously will help you stay competitive and efficient in your day-to-day operations, which is very important in today's market. As we navigate through the select, meaning DAT1 select interface, pay close attention how these tools can enhance your daily workflow. We'll guide you step by step through each feature in upcoming videos, ensuring you are fully equipped to leverage the full potential of DAT1 Select or any of these subscription levels. And from evaluating market conditions to managing your company relationships, these tools are designed to give you the competitive edge that you're looking for. I want you to understand this. Understanding and choosing the right subscription level is crucial for your business success. With the AT1 Select, you gain access to powerful tools that can help you stay competitive and efficient. And by the way, you can choose any of these, like standard level, enhanced, pro, but know that as you pay more, you have access to more features. That's what it is. So we'll be going into details using DAT1 Select, and we're talking about the interface. So if you are ready, let's move on to our hands-on demonstration of a DAT1 Select interface. Once you log in, this is what you will see, your dashboard. This is your user interface. And we have the next module, which is module number 2. The entire module is helping you how you can access the load board. I will be talking about the requirements, what you need to have in order to access the load board, who can access the load board, all that good stuff coming your way. This is a basic training just showing you. This is the user interface. On the left, you have your dashboard, search trucks, private loads, searching loads, my loads, private network, my trucks, live support. We'll be talking about these tools that I mentioned, market conditions, trend lines. This is very important. I will be also talking about the DAT directory, how you can find as a dispatcher your carriers, as a carrier, how to find shippers, and obviously brokers that you want to work with. I'll also talking about how you'll be customizing your account. This is very important. Once we come back, you will see on the top we have post truck, search loads, search trucks, and on the right side we have a national load count. So for this specific lesson, keep this as is, meaning we'll keep it simple and we'll expand as we go. On the next lesson, we'll be talking about DAT1 Select versus DAT Power. I'll be comparing those two load boards. It's very important to know the differences between those load boards. And then last lesson for this module, which is module number 1, is the spot rates versus contract rates. I'll see you there. Welcome to the third lesson in our DAT load board training. In this video, we're going to explore 2 tools from DAT, DAT1 Select and DAT Power load board. As many of you may know, DAT Power has been a trusted platform for many years, but it has now evolved into what we know as DAT1 Select today. This evolution brings new features, obviously, improved usability, and more advanced tools to help you stay competitive in the freight industry, which is really important. So by the end of this lesson, you will have a clear understanding of how these platforms compare and which one might be the best fit for your operations. We'll focus on several key areas: user interface and usability, tools and features, functionality and workflow, usability and flexibility, customization and feedback, learning and support, and obviously performance and efficiency, which is very important. So let's dive in and see what each has to offer. Let's start with the user interface and usability. This one is DAT Power Load Board. As you can see, this tool has been around for quite some time and it offers a comprehensive set of tools. However, the interface can be somewhat dated and complex, especially for those who are new in dispatching. For example, navigating through the various options to find the right tool or post a truck can take a few extra steps, which can slow you down if you are not familiar with the layout. For example, if we are going to search for trucks, and this is, by the way, how brokers are searching for trucks, we, let's say as a carrier, or we as a dispatcher who represent carriers, will be posting trucks so that brokers can search for those trucks. So let's start with search loads. If you click on search load, I will demonstrate, and obviously we need to verify that we are human. Let's go and let me show you around. So as I said, I did a search. I will show you how it looks. If you look at the first expression is, what is it? Like, how am I going to read? And I do see the dollar amounts. I do see the total results, but it's very complex, right? Again, don't worry. We'll be going into details, searching loads, how to search, how to basically post trucks. We'll be going into detail, so don't worry. So if you can come back, post trucks. Let me show you around real quick. And again, you have to put a reference ID, date are available. You're going to put your origin. My truck's in Atlanta, Georgia, and my trucks are going to, let's say, Houston, Texas. Trucks, the trailer type I have, let's say flatbed. I'm looking to partial or full load. The length of my truck is, let's say, 53. And the pounds, the maximum pounds I can haul is 45,000. Then I will put in the comments something like, I have chains, I have straps, I have ramps, which is very important. And again, if you don't know what I'm talking about, just bear with me. I'll be showing you everything in details. So once you have done this, then we're going to post this truck. Now let's focus on DAT1 Select. Let me go there. Now this is DAT1 Select, and this is the user interface. Once you log in, this is what you're going to see. As you can see, the interface is much more modern and streamlined. Everything is designed to be more intuitive. For instance, the search load on your left side, okay, and we also have search load on the top left. This function is now front and center, right? It's run in front of you, and with the simplified menus on the left, that makes it easier to access the tools you need quickly, meaning tools are up here, and you will need all the links on your left. Most of the time, you'll be using search loads, obviously, and the tools, which we'll be talking about in details. Now, this all means less time spent clicking through the menus and more time actually securing the loads. Now, let's go over and click on search loads. As you can see, it's well organized. At the top, you have the searches. For example, Houston to anywhere that I did the search, you can do multiple searches. If you click on plus sign, you will have new search option. This is origin, as you can see, more simplified. If you can go back to, let's say, search loads, this is DAT power load. So this is how I put it to show you. These are the trucks type. This is the origin, this is destination, availability, deadhead origin, deadhead destination, and obviously what type of a load we're looking for, full or partial, length, weight, and search back. Don't worry, we'll be going into details, talking all of these into details. So today I'm just comparing these two load boards. Now, if we come back to this DAT1 Select, very straightforward. It's the origin, destination, and right next to the origin, we have deadhead origin. And next to destination, we have deadhead destination. Equipment type, what type of equipment, and also load type. I love the design, by the way. So then weight and date range, and you just click search for the load. Next, let's talk about the tools and features available on both platforms. DAT Power is known for its advanced filtering and options, allowing you to search for loads with very precise criteria. And you can filter by lanes, equipment types, or rate ranges. This is basically giving you a lot of control over the loads. This level of details is great for those who need to fine and tune their searches, but it can be a bit of overwhelming if you're new to the platform. For instance, if we are looking for using the tools, you will click on this icon and you have the tools that are available to you: lane makers, market conditions, search rate, trend lines, DAT directory, all of these. And if you wanted to go, for example, market conditions, you click on the market conditions, then you will be redirected to the market conditions. So this is the market conditions tool. Again, we'll be talking about in details on a separate video. I'll be going over the tools that are available on the DAT1 Select. Another feature that are available in DAT Power is basically hiding the similar search results. You wanted to click up here, then come back and then click hide similar search results and don't show results with the location in Canada. I'll be showing you obviously how DAT1 is different with these tools. Let's go there. In DAT1 Select, these features have been enhanced. So if you can see, if you click on tools, so market conditions right on your left side. So rate review, some of the tools are not available. For instance, rate review, it's a paid option. You need to upgrade. And we have access to trend lines. We have access to lane makers. I'll be going over in details. And also I'll be talking about the DAT directory, which is very important. So now if you go back to search results, the filtering options are still there, but they're more user-friendly, as you can see, and easier to adjust. For example, the rate forecasting tool has been upgraded to provide even more accurate insights. Let's say you're searching for a load from, let's go Chicago, for example. Okay. And we are going to Dallas. Okay. Dallas, Texas. DAT1 Select not only shows you, let's click flatbed and let's put 53. That's what I'm looking for. Dates are from 15, let's say, to next week. Let's search. So this tool not only shows you the available loads, but also gives you a more accurate prediction of a rate based on the current market conditions. So what I mean by that is if you can take a look at the lane rate, which is this lane from Chicago, Illinois, going to Dallas, Texas, is 2023, which is $2.18. We also will be talking about the tri-haul in the upcoming videos. As I said, this prediction of rates based on the current market conditions, which helping you make a better decisions on which loads to take. Back to DAT Power, let's talk about functionality in workflow, which are crucial when you are managing multiple loads in trucks. With the DAT Power, the workflow is robust, but it can require more manual input. For instance, after posting a truck, you might need to manually start search for matching loads, which adds a few extra steps to your process. So what I mean by that, if you can come back to post a truck, let me give you a quick example. So this is the number. Let's say we are looking for, let's put origin Atlanta. Okay. And go to Houston, Texas. This is, let's say, flatbed. We're looking for full load. And I have, let's say, so 53. Weight I'm looking for is 45,000. And for the comment section, I have ramps. So once we posted a truck, so once you click search loads, we need to put flatbed, origin is Atlanta, Houston, Texas is our destination. Available date is this, deadhead origin, deadhead destination, and we're looking for a full load, and let's click search. So currently we have 186 total results. Now DAT1 Select streamlines this process significantly. So let me show you. If we go to post a truck and we put Atlanta, Georgia, and we put Houston, Texas, equipment type, we're looking for flatbed, we're looking for full load. The length is 53, the weight is 45,000, and reference ID, where you can put, I'm looking for $3.50 per mile, ramps available, and we'll just post a truck. Okay. So what that means is that as soon as you post a truck, the platform, meaning DAT1 Select, starts searching for matching loads. This automation means fewer clicks and faster results. Imagine you just post a truck in Atlanta, right? And instead of going through multiple steps to find load, DAT1 Select basically immediately begins showing you the best available options. And when I say best available option, that means they will give you, or this platform will pull the best available load out there for the trucks that you posted. Let's discuss accessibility and flexibility, particularly for those of you who are often on the go. DAT Power is functional, but it's not as optimized for mobile use. If you are out of the office and need to access the platform from your phone, the experience might not be as smooth, which can be a challenge when you need to make a quick decision. So let me show you what I mean by mobile design. This is what it is. That's the mobile. So as you can see, this is not mobile responsive. You need to have at least computer, I would say, so you can access the DAT Power. DAT1 Select, on the other hand, has been designed with the mobile users in mind. So what I mean by that, if you take, this is the DAT1 Select, if you shrink it, this is mobile view right now. If you can click recent searches, these are the searches that we did. So you can click on search. These are the loads that are available to you. So this is the mobile responsive. It's not the mobile app, but it's mobile responsiveness. That means how responsive, let's say, your load board when you're using your phone and you are accessing the load board through your web browser, for example, Google or Chrome, whatever you are at your desk or on the road, on the go, the platform's responsive design ensures that you can manage your dispatching operations from anywhere. So this flexibility is crucial in today's fast-paced environment. As we know, for example, you could be in the middle of a delivery and still easily access for the carriers, for owner-operators. You can easily access and manage your postings or search for new loads with just a few taps on your phone. So next, we have customization and feedback. Let's talk customization and feedback. Customization is another area where DAT1 Select shines, and I'll be showing you how. While DAT Power has always valued user feedback, it didn't always have the tools to quickly implement changes based on the user feedback. For example, you might have suggested if you want a new feature, but the process to see it implemented could take some time. So in contrast, DAT1 Select actively incorporates user feedback into its design and features. If you scroll down user feedback, if you click on that, and you can basically send the feedback, right? Let's say you notice a feature that could be improved. You can provide that feedback directly within the platform, as you can see, and it's more likely to be integrated quickly. This ensures that the platform evolves alongside your needs, making it more responsive and customized to how you actually work. So this is where you can tell them that how satisfied you are, for example, with the private loads. And this is just an example. You can say not satisfied and how they can improve and all that good stuff. Next, we have learning and support. This is another key area. Learning is to use these platforms effectively is the key. And this is one of the reasons why we put this entire training together, especially if you are new to dispatching. DAT Power, with its powerful tools, requires a bit of a more time to learn. There is a learning curve. The interface, while functional, as we said already, can take some time getting used to it, which is why DAT offers extensive training resources to help you get the support and speed you need. On the DAT1 Select, however, reduces the learning curve with its more intuitive design. As you can see, right from the start, the platform is easier to understand with built-in help features and quick access to the training videos. For instance, if you are unsure how to use a particular tool, you can easily access a short tutorial videos directly within the platform, making it much more simpler to get the most out of the system without needing extensive training. What I mean by that is if you can go to the tools, you click on your left side, tools, go to a help center. Right there, you have the library of training in details. For example, if you have question about how to save my filters. So if you go here, my loads, see filter saved loads. So you can learn from these awesome videos that DAT has put together. Finally, let's talk about the performance and efficiency. DAT Power is reliable and has served many dispatchers well over the years, including myself. I love DAT Power. However, the process of searching loads, posting trucks, managing your dispatching or carrier side of the operation can sometimes feel a bit of a slow, obviously, and especially during the peak times. This is DAT One Select is designed to address these issues by offering increased efficiency. For example, the load search is faster. We talked about it. It's really fast. And data processing is more streamlined, allowing you to manage multiple operations with greater ease. I would say if you are handling several trucks in different locations, the ability to quickly post, search, and manage those loads without a lag can make a significant difference in your day-to-day operations. So with that in mind, both DAT Power and DAT One Select, they're powerful tools that can help you succeed in the freight industry. DAT Power remains a reliable and comprehensive platform, but if you're looking for something that offers a more modern, intuitive, and flexible experience, DAT One Select is the way to go. So up next, we'll be talking about spot market rates versus contracted rates. I'll see you there. Hello and welcome back. Lesson number 4, spot market rates versus contract rates. In this video, we're going to dive into the topic that's essential for pretty much anyone in the freight industry. Spot market versus contract rates, very important to understand the difference. And because of that, we'll be going into the understanding the difference between these two types of rates. And know that this is not just useful for you, it's crucial for making informed decisions that can impact your profitability, relationships with clients, and overall business strategy. So whatever you are, let's say maybe you are an independent freight dispatcher, maybe you're a carrier managing small fleet, or a logistics coordinator, maybe you're a freight broker, knowing when to leverage spot rates and when to look into the contract rates can make a significant difference to your bottom line. So throughout this session, I'll be using insights and data from Coyote Logistics to help you see these concepts in actions. Also, I'll be using DAT to show you the data. So by the end of this video, you will not only understand the mechanics behind the spot rates and contract rates, but also how to strategically choose between them. So if you're ready, let's get started. What we're going to cover today is we'll be going over understanding the spot market rates. Second, we will talk about the contract rates. Third, we'll be comparing spot market rates and contract rates. And lastly, we'll be talking about strategic move and best practices. I'll be showing you ins and outs of this. It's very important to watch the keywords that I'll be using. If you have pen and paper ready, and as soon as I mention the keyword, just have that keyword, which is very important. I will share the tactic and why you should write down those keywords. Now, what are spot market rates? Let's kick things off with spot market rates. Think of these rates as the price you pay in the heat of the moment when you need something done fast. Spot market rates are the prices charged for freight services on the spot market, typically used for urgent or one-off shipments. These rates obviously fluctuate daily, sometimes even hourly, based on the real-time market conditions. So this is the load board. What you are seeing right now is the spot market rates. So for example, during a sudden surge in demand, like after a natural disaster disrupts supply chains, then spot market rates in that region or any particular region can spike because there's more freight than there are available trucks. For example, Hurricane Debbie happened in August. So it's formed August the 3rd and disappeared August the 14th. So that's the category 1 hurricane. So it's happened on the East Coast. Let's take Georgia as an example, and let's take a look at the market condition and see what happened in that area. So let's select flatbed. I'm using market conditions. For those of you who don't know, at the beginning of this training, I mentioned that I will be using DAT 1 select. Let's search for Atlanta and let's see what happened during that time. So if we go back 8 days prior, and then let's click on map and let's click on graph if you wanted to look at the graph, but I prefer looking at load to truck ratio graph. So see what happened? This is the spike because of the hurricane. As you can see, it started August 10, right? So it picked up in August 11, right next day, and it declined about August 17. Now, this is an example of the spike of the spot market rate. So if there is a demand, obviously rates on that area will spike, meaning the brokers will be paying high. The reason why is because there are a lot of loads out there, but not much trucks available in that region. Another example could be, consider what happened during the early months of the COVID-19 pandemic as supply chains were disrupted and certain goods became high in demand, right? Spot market rates saw significant fluctuations. So carriers who were available to haul these urgent loads were able to command higher rates. One of the key characteristics of spot market rates is their volatility. According to Coyote Logistics, during times of high demand, spot rates can skyrocket, but they can also decrease just as quickly when capacity becomes more available. This makes spot market rates both an opportunity and at the same time is a risk. So why would you choose to operate in the spot market? The primary advantage is flexibility. When market conditions are favorable, spot rates can be significantly higher than contract rates. So nobody's talking about this, right? So everybody talks, go and have the contract rates, but they're not talking about that, hey, sometimes market conditions can be very favorable, meaning spot rates can be significantly higher than contract rates. So this will allow you as a carrier, as a dispatcher, to maximize the revenue. But remember, this comes with the risk. We already talked about this, right? So the risk of those rates dropping just as quickly, remember, which can make it tough, obviously, to predict your income or the revenue from one month to the next. Now, let's shift gears and talk about contract rates. If spot market rates are like paying the day off price, meaning load to load basis, contract rates are more like locking in a long-term deal. Contract rates are pre-negotiated prices that shippers agree to pay carriers over the set of period. This typically is 6 months to a year. These rates are based on expected shipment volumes, also lanes, as well as service levels. And they provide much more stability compared to spot rates. So let me give you an example. Consider a contract between a carrier and a large retailer, for example, Walmart or Sam's Club. The retailer agrees to ship goods from its distribution centers to stores across the country at a fixed rate. And regardless of fluctuations in the market, as we talked about, this predictability is especially valuable for carriers who need consistent cash or cash flow to manage expenses like fuel, maintenance, and payroll. Contract rates are generally more stable and predictable, even when the market experiences like sudden spikes in demand. Your earnings remain consistent, allowing you to plan a budget more effectively. That's what it is. So according to Coyote Logistics, contract rates tend to follow broader market trends, but with a lag, meaning they adjust more slowly to market shifts compared to spot rates. This lag can be advantageous during volatile periods, but may cause you to miss out on a higher earnings when the spot market is booming. Another significant advantage of a contract rates is the potential for building long-term relationships with shippers. By providing consistent service at a stable rate, you position yourself as a reliable partner, meaning if you're a carrier or if you're a dispatcher representing your carrier, so which can lead to more contracts and steady business growth. Now that we covered the basics, let's do a side-by-side comparison of a spot market rates and contract rates. Understanding how these two types of rates stack up against each other, I think it will help you decide which strategy to use in different situations. Number one is flexibility versus stability. Spot market rates offer the flexibility to take advantage of the higher demand and potentially earn more money, but with a significant volatility, meaning constantly changing. So then contract rates will give you the stability that you're looking for and the predictability everyone talks about. It's predictable, it's stable. So then making it like easier to budget and plan your finances, though you might miss out on the higher earnings during the peak times, which happens in the spot market rates. Now, the second one is income predictability. So spot market rates basically gives you your income can swing, obviously, dramatically based on the market conditions. And I gave you an example as a hurricane, right? It's like natural disasters. So this could mean big earnings one month and a significant drop the next. So then contract rates in comparison offer consistency, right? Predictability, helping you manage your cash flow more effectively. So third one, which is market conditions. Market conditions on the spot market rate side, it's highly sensitive to real-time market dynamics, meaning changing. For example, during the pandemic, spot rates fluctuated wildly as demand for certain goods surged, as we talked about. So contract rates tend to lag behind spot rates, right? It's not fast to pick up on these surge rates. So then often adjusting after spot market trends have become clear. Contract rates tend to lag behind the spot rates, often adjusting after spot market trends have become clear. This can be a double-edged sword depending on the timing. Obviously, fourth one, we have operational focus. Spot market rates requires you to constantly monitor the market, negotiate rates, obviously, every single day, and adjust new opportunities. So it's more hands-on, but can be rewarding if you have the time and resources. So on the other hand, the contract rates allows you to focus more on operational efficiency and service quality, knowing that your rates are locked in. And again, it's a small carrier might use spot market rates during a peak demand, like the holiday season when the rates are high and market is tight. Conversely, a large carrier with more resources might rely on Contract rates for stability, securing consistent income even when the spot market softens, or which helps securing consistent income even when the spot market softens. These comparisons highlight that the choices between the spot and contract rates isn't just about picking one over the other, right? Many carriers, especially in this market condition or in today's market, they will say something like rates are crap. Basically, it's a trash, but we would love to work with direct shippers, meaning consistent freight. I think it's not about that. I think it's about understanding your business needs, your risk tolerance, and your operational capabilities. And Coyote Logistics does this perfectly by comparing these two, contract rates versus spot rates. Contract rates are more long-term pricing, spot rates more short-term pricing. And again, on this side is all about stability or being like have consistent freight all the time. But in the spot market rate or rates, it's dynamic, meaning always changing and evolving. So on the contract rates, it basically covers the entire shipping lane. On the spot rate side, it covers a single shipment. As we said, it's a load to load basis. So it's contract rates more of it's a bid strategy. On the spot rates, this is more of a set with a one-time quote. Usually the contract rates favorable for shippers, spot rates usually favorable for carriers. And on the contract rates, given as a base rate plus fuel surcharge, and we'll be talking about this as well. And on the spot rates, given as all in, that means including everything, like the baseline and the fuel surcharge. So that's basically it when it comes to comparison. Let's talk about strategic considerations and the best practices. So how do you decide whether you focus on a spot rate, contract rates, or combination of both? So I want to talk about some of the strategic considerations and best practices. So number one, obviously assess your risk tolerance. So if you're a dispatcher, help your carriers understand this. And if you're a carrier watching this or learning from this, it's very important that if you thrive on the potential for high rewards and can manage the risk, the spot market might be your playground. But if you prefer stability and lower risk, contract rates are likely a better fit. Second, evaluate your operational capacity, meaning smaller operations might benefit more from the flexibility of a spot rate, especially if you can quickly adapt to changing market conditions. Large operations might find consistency of contract rates better suited to managing a large fleet. And third one is the market analysis. I think as a dispatcher, as a shipper, as a broker, everybody should regularly analyze the market and understand when to leverage each strategy. For instance, during the deflationary phase, like what we saw in 2022, it might be safer to lock in contract rates to avoid the downturn in spot prices. Now, let's talk about the number 4, diversify your strategy, meaning many successful carriers that I know personally use a mix of both strategies. That means they're not only rely on spot rates or the load boards, they also have the contracts that they have direct shippers. For example, you might secure contracts to cover your baseline expenses while using spot rates to maximize profits during high demand periods. I'll give you an example. A large carrier might allocate a portion of their fleet to contract work, ensuring steady income while keeping some trucks available for the spot market, allowing them to capitalize on high rates during the peak times. Also, build strong relationships. Whether you are working with spot rates or contracts, relationships matter more than anything. Consistent service and reliability can lead to better rates and more opportunities down the line. So, number 6, which is last one, regularly review and adjust, or call it optimize or optimization. Your strategy should be flexible. Don't think that, hey, I need a contract rates and I completely eliminate load boards or spot market rates, or vice versa. So regularly review your performance and the market conditions, and don't hesitate to adjust your approach as needed. So by considering these 6 factors and being flexible in your approach, you can not only maximize your revenue, but also build more resilient business. To end, understanding the differences between spot market rates and contract rates is crucial for anyone in the trucking industry, as we talked about at the beginning of this training. Each has its own set of advantages and disadvantages, and we'll learn here on this training. And the right choice for you will depend on your specific business needs and market conditions. Market conditions dictates everything. Whether you choose to focus on the flexibility of the spot market, the stability of contract rates, or the combination of both, the key is to stay informed and adaptable. By doing so, you can navigate the complexities of the freight market and position your business for a long-term success. So up next, we'll be talking about DAT account creation. I'll be showing you and guiding you step by step how you can get access to the load board. I'll see you then. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. Today, we're diving into a crucial part of your journey as a freight dispatcher or carrier, creating your DAT account. Whether you are new to the industry or you just need a refresher, this video will guide you a step-by-step through the entire process, from understanding the requirements to setting up your account on DAT platform. First, let's start with a quick overview of what DAT is and why it's so essential for dispatchers and carriers. DAT is one of the leading load boards out there, connecting thousands of carriers and brokers daily. It's a tool that can make or break your business, so setting up your account correctly is crucial. From finding the best loads or high-paying loads to negotiating rates, DAT gives you the tools you need to keep your trucks moving and your business profitable. Before we jump into the actual setup, let's go over what you will need. This is important because having everything ready will make the process much smoother and faster. I want you to write it down because this is very important information, and I don't want you to come back and multiple times and say, hey, for some reason, they don't give us a dispatcher account. There's no single load board out there that is specifically developed for dispatchers. So dispatchers, specifically independent freight dispatchers, they always search ways around how they can bypass a carrier and get the load board access for their dispatching business. DAT was dispatcher friendly, not anymore. So what I mean by that is, if you want to access the load board, you must have a carrier, which is very important. And your carrier must call DAT. You're not calling as a dispatcher from your company or on behalf of your company. You find a carrier first, then you ask your carrier so they can give them a call, or the sales department, and talk to salespeople so that they can give you an access to the load board. So basically, if you don't have a carrier, you don't have access to load board. Maybe it's a different story to different load board subscriptions, but specifically, there are 2 main platforms out there, TruckStop and DAT1. Since we're talking about DAT specifically, DAT no longer offers subscriptions specifically for dispatchers, not anymore. So one of the biggest requirements, you must have a carrier. Now, what else you need? You will need your business information, meaning your legal business, such as your legal business name, address, and EIN. If you're a carrier, you'll also need your MC and DOT numbers. Don't forget your banking information for payment setup. And of course, a reliable email address and phone number. For email, I highly recommend having a business email, meaning you don't have just generic personal Gmail account, but you need the professional approach always helps. If you have that option, have a company email address. It's also very important to note that you must be a US resident to create a DAT account. So I double confirmed with the DAT, and they told me that yes, must be a US resident. So that means, unfortunately, this service is not applicable for international businesses at this time. So there was a way around. If you're outside the US, you could have accessed the DAT load board, but not anymore. So they are a layer of protection to protect the platform from overseas. So this platform, specifically DAT, available only for US residents and US businesses. And don't be discouraged or disappointed, because we'll be talking about in details throughout the course. There are options that if you're an international student or international business, you can still have load boards. And again, not specifically DAT, but there are other load boards out there that you can have access if you are international business. All right, now let's create your account. Start by heading to the DAT website, which is www.dat.com. At the top up here, you can see. Then I want you to go to products, go to load board, click on a load board, scroll down, and you will have options for carriers, brokers, combo, or shippers. You will see several options for different plans. For this training, I'll be demonstrating with the DAT 1 Select, as I mentioned earlier, which is ideal for those who need advanced features. That's the reason why. But you can pick standard version or enhanced or pro. Once you have decided, click on Buy Now under your chosen plan. In my case, it would be DAT 1 Select. You will be prompted to enter your business and contact information. Take your time here. Accuracy is the key. So once you have filled out the sign-up form, you will need to verify your business. If you're a carrier, this means submitting your MC and DOT numbers. This step is essential to ensure that only legitimate businesses are using the DAT platform, which is very important. So this verification process may take a few business days. Be patient, very important. In the meantime, you can finalize yourself with other aspects of the platform, like their educational resources, as we talked about in the previous videos. Once your account is verified, log in and set up your preferences. This includes selecting the types of loads you're interested in, your preferred lanes, and setting up your notifications so you will never miss an opportunity. So hover over notifications, click on notifications, then click on gear icon. So this is all about notifications, bidding and booking notifications. You can toggle on off. So it could be in-app notification, or do you want to receive an email? We just go over them and select which one is appropriate for your business. So that means here's how you can customize your load alerts. I recommend setting notifications for your high priority lanes so that you can respond quickly to the new loads. Now that your account is set up, let's take a quick tour of the DAT dashboard. Here's where you will find your board, rate tools, and market conditions report. Each of these tools can help you make informed decisions about which loads to take and which to pass on. So we also have on upcoming videos detailed training on specifically for searching loads and finding best paying loads and advanced techniques. It's coming. And also in this section, you can search for loads by entering your criteria, as we talked about in the previous videos, and DAT will pull up the best matches for you. And you can also filter results by rate, distance, and other key factors. If you have any questions or run into any problems, feel free to drop a comment inside the community or reach out to me directly. So on the next video, we'll be talking about the user settings, which is very important. I'll see you there. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we'll be talking about the user setting. In the previous video, I said that before you start booking loads using the DAT load board, let's make sure everything is in order. First thing, you go to your profile, click on your name, go to account information. Once you're here, user details are very important. And also, if you wanted to request any other changes, you can contact DAT support using this number over here. So pay attention to your first name, last name, login email, and then contact email. It can be different, but make sure that they are both same. In my case, are the same. And add alternative phone number, add your contact phone number. And if you want to change your password, you can click here and then you can change the password. Mobile number, very important. Add your mobile number by just clicking on add your mobile number, and you can add your cell phone number, whatever that is. So once you have done that, then I want you to hover over company profile. Once you click on the company profile, as I said, it's very important. It's actually crucial for building a trust with brokers. And if you're a carrier, you'll be building the trust with brokers and shippers. So you have your operating authority. What type are you? A carrier? Your street address, the state, the country, and the city, the company name, and zip code. And this is actually your office. Once you click on your office, so you'll be redirected. So this is very important. As you can see at the top, it says your user role doesn't allow you editing of your company information. Contact your local administrator for assistance. What that means is that since using this load board specifically for training purposes, although it says carrier, in your situation, it could be different. If you're a carrier, you will have the ability to change, edit everything up here, what is the company background, equipment, the services you provide, any certificates, cross-border certifications and services you provide, all that, and including operating areas, preferred lanes. I don't have that. The reason why is, as I said, I'm just using DAT load board specifically for training purposes. So if you're a dispatcher, you have access to this and you want to edit, then you have to go through your carrier. So if you're a carrier, you have no problem editing and adding and working on your company profile on this page. So then again, if you have questions about editing your company profile, give them a call, meaning DAT customer support, and ask them for assistance. You can call a carrier and ask for the assistant. In this case, where it says contact your local administrator for assistance, that means if you're a dispatcher wanted to edit something on carrier's behalf, you must have a permission from your carrier. And you also have tools section. And again, before I go there, I want you to pay attention to this. You can also get help by clicking Help Center. And I showed in the previous videos. I'm not going to go in showing you in the details. What it happens is when you click on getting the help, so you can see that there's account and billing, account management, invoice, higher than subscription fee. I have questions, let's say, about update my company profile. You can click here and then you can read and follow the instructions. As you can see, it's very detailed. And I'm telling you, DAT has put a lot of help support training videos and articles that if you have any questions, you can obviously go here and search for any help you want. So that's the help center. So if you need live support, you can click on live support and then you can chat with the customer support directly from here, selecting what type of questions you have. Let's say billing and payments, your name, your email address, your MC or DOT. As you can see, it's not required if you're a dispatcher, but if you're a carrier, you can put your MC or DOT, then submit, and you can start chatting with the DAT. So I also wanted to talk about tools. If you click on tools, you will see that some of the tools are available to you. DAT1 is a load board. DAT Directory will be having a detailed training on this. DAT Power, we already did a comparison between DAT1 and DAT Power. DAT IQ, Carrier Watch, Rate Review, and you can obviously click on them and then you can learn about the tools. Nonetheless, these are the tools that are available to you. So we talked about the user settings and editing the company information. On upcoming next video will be understanding a load match, which is very important. As you can see, we're just going more into details. We're dissecting the entire process. Once we have the clear understanding about the load board and we start pulling the best paying loads out there. I'll see you in the next video. Hi everyone, welcome back. In this video, we're diving into a fundamental concept in freight dispatching, which is load matching. Whether you are a new dispatcher or an experienced one looking to sharpen your skills, understanding how to effectively match loads It's crucial to your success in your business. So what exactly is a load matching? In simple terms, load matching is the process of pairing available freight loads with the right carriers based on factors like location, equipment type, and delivery deadlines. This obviously ensures both the shipper and the carrier get the best possible outcome. Think of it as a matchmaking process where your goal is to find the perfect match between the load and carrier. This requires not only understanding the needs of your carriers, but also knowing how to navigate load wars effectively. This is what we're learning here. Let's talk about the factors in load matching. When it comes to load matching, there are several key factors to consider. Let's break them down. First, equipment type. Different loads require different types of equipment: drive ends, reefers, flatbeds, etc. Knowing what equipment your carriers have and what load requires is the first step in successful load matching. This is a reefer trailer or the equipment. This is a drive-in. This is a drive-in trailer, and this is a flatbed. Let me give you an example what type of loads reefer trailers are moving or hauling. Think about ice cream. Think about yogurts. Anything that requires temperature control trailer, reefers comes into play. Drive-in loads, think about clothes, think about electronics, think about furniture, think about household goods, machinery, small machineries, paper goods, or non-perishable food and beverages. So maybe you confuse between this trailer and this trailer, which is this one is a reefer trailer and this one is a drive-in. So the next logical question is obviously, what is the difference between a drive-in and reefer? A reefer in the freight transportation world is a slang for a refrigerated tractor trailer. A reefer is very similar to drive-in, except it's a temperature controlled trailer designed to carry, think about perishables like food and flowers. Refrigerated trailers have the same dimensions as a drive-in has, but are insulated and have controls to maintain a constant temperature throughout the haul, obviously. Although reefers are designed to carry temperature-sensitive freight, shippers pick up in non-perishable goods to limit empty hauls when returning to the base. Since reefer trailers are heavier than drive-in trailers, their load capacity is slightly reduced. And when it comes to a flatbed, think about heavy-duty equipment like excavators, think about forklift, think about machinery. Next, location and deadhead miles we'll be talking about more in details. For now, deadhead miles refer to the distance a truck travels empty. Minimizing deadhead miles obviously and always is crucial because it reduces the fuel costs and increases profitability for your carriers. So load weight and dimensions are also key. Overloading a truck can lead to the penalties, while underutilizing space can reduce profitability. Always ensure that the load matches the truck's capacity. Very important. And finally, consider delivery deadlines and transit time, which is very important. The load needs to be delivered on time, as always. That's the win-win situation. So make sure the carrier can meet the schedule without risking delays or violations. Now that we understand the key factors, let's look at the tools you can use to match loads effectively. The DAT load bot is one of the most powerful tools available to dispatchers. So let me show you around. Here on the DAT dashboard, you can search for loads by entering criteria like origin, destination, equipment, load type, length, weight, and data range. You can also filter results to find the best matches based on your carrier's needs. Let me give you an example. Maybe your carrier has 48 feet long trailer. Maybe it's not the industry standard, which is 53. So this is very specific to your carrier. On the weight side, some of your carriers might haul up to 48,000 pounds. But some carriers might say, hey, I can't haul more than 40,000 pounds. So keep that in mind. You can do these adjustments here by filtering. And because of that, you will get the best matching loads for your carriers. Also, your carrier might be available not today, maybe he's available tomorrow. So you're not looking for loads for tomorrow. Maybe your carrier will be available next week on Monday. So you'll select next week Monday and maybe throughout the Wednesday. So let me give you a quick example. Let's say I'm looking for a load that needs a reefer. You can set that as my equipment type. Going over here, select and select reefers. Choose the pickup location. So you can put, let's say, Atlanta, and it goes to Houston. You can also filter by deadhead origin. You can basically put up to, let's say, 500 miles. Think about it, radius. I would do 250-mile radius, meaning that's what I call, but it's a deadhead origin. And we'll be talking about more in details about deadhead origin and deadhead destination. So what it does is basically it helps note down the options to the best possible matches. On the load type, you can select full or partial, but I would prefer doing both full or partial load. On the length, I would put 53 trailer. On the weight, I can say not more than 45,000. So these inputs will help us basically pull loads up to 45,000. So once you're done, you click search, the loads will pop up. And these are the matches that LoadBot gives us. So let's go through a step-by-step process for matching a load. I'll walk you through defining a load, checking the details, and actually booking it. Start by entering your search criteria. For example, I'm looking for a load from Dallas, Texas to Atlanta, Georgia with a flatbed. Why is that? I'll give you an example. I have a flatbed. This is just a hypothetical scenario that I'm creating to illustrate the point. He is in Dallas, Texas right now, and he has a 53 trailer. It's a flatbed. He's empty, and he's coming home, which is Atlanta, Georgia. So I will do the input, the details, and the load board will show me the available options. Let's do that. So Dallas, Texas, and we're going to Atlanta, Georgia, and we'll do flatbed. I'm looking for full load or partial load. This is a 53 flatbed, and also we'll do 45,000. So let's say for the pickup date, I can pick up today or on Monday. So basically this is the date range. I'll click search, then I'll be looking for the loads that are actually helps my carrier. Once I find a suitable load, it's time to communicate with the broker. You can either call or email the broker. So let's say we have this load and we want to book this load. You can either call using this number or email them to negotiate the rate and confirm the booking. It's important to clarify all the details to avoid any misunderstandings later. So if you wanted to call, you use, as I said, this number right here. And remember, this is a tracking required. Tracking is basically your broker will have some type of a tracking device, but usually they're sending a text message to your driver. And this is how they track, meaning once your driver accepts the message, it installs tracking code and they start tracking the freight. You can go ahead and look at the details. You can click on the view route. We can come back to this one. And this is the origin. And this is when it picks up. This is the destination. And the equipment, it's a full load. Truck type is a flatbed. Length, they're requiring 48. And weight is almost 10,000. In commodity, it says FAK. In the shipping industry, FAK stands for freight of all kinds. So just remember this. It basically defines a shipping rate applied to all goods, regardless of their category or freight class. So under this type of flat rate shipping pricing, shipments with multiple commodities are charged as a single rate. So this is the broker contact information. On the comments, brokers usually put any type of a number or basically a reference number. So when you call them, they will ask for this number because they will say, hey, in the comment section, you will see there is a number. Can you repeat that number to us so that we can pull that specific load that you're looking for? So earlier on, we clicked on the view route. So you can also view route and how to get there. It basically picks up in this location and goes to the Texas and gives you all the miles, the trip time, how long it will take to get to the destination. So on this side, you will see the rate and company. On the rate side, you will see total rate, which is 1,100. Trip is 680 miles from point A to point B. The rate divided by mile is $1.62. Market rates powered by DAT IQ. We'll be also talking about the DAT market conditions to learn more about these. We also talked about the spot rate and contract rate. And by the way, I actually prepares you guys in advance to learn about spot rate and the contract rate in the previous videos. So if you haven't watched, please go back and watch the spot rate versus contract rate. So on the spot rate side, you will see that average, it pays about $1.88 per mile. So basically, it's a 15-day average. You will see that range is 1,163 is 1,394. And basically, the rate per mile can range between $1.71 up to $2.05. So what it does is basically gives you very important information. You can see that, hey, when you call your broker, you can say that, hey, last 15-day average on this lane or similar lanes, brokers paid in between $1.80, let's say, and $2. On the contract side, you can see that it's $1,550, basically $2.28 per mile, and range could be 1,380 up to 1,870. The range for the rate per mile could be $2 up to $2.75. On the company side is very straightforward. This is a company name, this is contact number, this is MC number, and this is where the company is located. This is their review. You can see 161 people rated, and they don't have a good review, but hey, their credit score is 97, and this is how many days it takes to pay the carrier. It's about 22 days. A load activity, they don't have not much load activity on the load board side. So this is another cool feature. You can mark as saved, booked, or called. At the bottom, you will see that load resources, meaning this load can be factored with OTR solutions. And insurance available, DAT assurance available for this specific load, or the per load insurance option also available for this one. You don't have to pay attention to this, but knowing this information will help you and will guide you how to book a load off of a load boards. So what you can also do, you can view in a directory. We'll be also doing in-depth training on a view directory, but what you can do is basically drop down menu. You will see that they have 161 reviews. You can also click prefer broker or preferred broker to work with, or a block. So you can block them and you won't be able to see any loads that they're posting or will be posting in the future. I'll give you an example. If you click this, see what happens. It basically pulls a heart icon. You will see anytime they will post a load, you will see that this is one of the preferred brokerage companies that you want to work with. And again, if you want to manage them, you can hover over a company. And also when you're doing the searches, you can do show all non-blocked companies or show only preferred companies. And this brokerage company will be one of the companies that you prefer to work with, and also have the option show only blocked companies. So if you want to manage preferred or block lists, you can click on this link. It will take you to this page where you can basically see all the brokers that you prefer to work with and also block companies. So you can manage here by clicking here, and you can remove from preferred. Also, you can go back and hover over the drop-down menu, click on that, and you can double click and it's gone. So if you wanted to book this load, it's very straightforward. As I said, you can call them using this number over here or click on this button. And it says open new tab to book on company's site. Yes, most of the brokers, they have. If you see the load and you see right next to this load, if you see book, that means they have this load on their load boards where you can easily book a load. I will show you how. So once you click on book load, see this book, and it will take you to the emerge. This is brokerage company. And you will see this is their load board. So it says that you need or you must log in order to book this load. but at least you can see the information about the load. And that's, what it is, how much they're paying, but you must be logged in. That means your carrier, or if you're a carrier, you must be set up with them first. If you don't have the login credentials, you can obviously email them and call them and say, hey, I want to book this load, but I don't have the login credentials, so they can give you the login credentials. What you can do, you can book it now for this load or submit a bid. Once you click on a submit a bid, this is what you're saying to them, saying, hey, I wanted to get, let's say, $1,500 for this load. You can also do set bid expiration. My bid expires, let's say, 16:00, which means 4 p.m., and it's an Eastern time. Availability is today. Delivery, you can say that, hey, I can deliver, let's say, on Saturday. You can put on notes, you can say something like, I have ramps on my trailer or whatever. You can do truck in hand, or you can do team drivers. So once you're done, you've gone over all the information, you're ready to book this load, submit a bid. What will happen next is your broker will receive your bid, and if it accepts, you will receive a notification. If it declines, then you also receive a notification saying, hey, no, we don't accept your bid. So that's how the booking process happens if you want to book on the broker site. So this is one way of booking a load. Another way of booking a load is actually calling this number, meaning brokerage company. You call the number and you say, hey, I'm interested in taking this load from Waco, Texas to Birmingham, Alabama. Give me more information about this load. Although all the information is right in front of you, but hey, they might give you more information. Example, maybe there's some extra stuff they're not listed, anything like that, or maybe they've not specified the commodity, or maybe it's more weight, or maybe it requires 53 trailer rather than it's 48. Or if you have a 48, then obviously it's not going to work for you. So that's the main reason you're calling this broker. So if you set up with the broker, what they will do is they will send you the rate confirmation. You will sign the rate confirmation and send back to them. Load is yours. The only thing is that you make sure that they have all the necessary information, including any special instructions. It's your job, basically, as a dispatcher, to ensure the carrier is fully prepared to execute the load successfully. To wrap up, let's go over some of the best practices for successful load matching. First, build a strong relationship with brokers. Very important. A good relationship can lead to better rates and more consistent work. Next, stay organized by keeping track of a load data, carrier preferences, and past performance. I highly recommend using a TMS or any type of a dispatcher software. One of the biggest, and I think the best one out there that I use in the past, which is ITS Dispatch, and I also will include the link below this video. This will help you make better decisions and obviously improve efficiency. Next, be proactive in searching for loads and responsive to brokers and carriers, meaning when they email about any information about the load, hey, did your driver pick this load, or are we moving, or what's happening? Any type of updates that you're looking for, just be responsive and give him an information for your carrier as well as for the broker. The quicker you can match a load, the better your chances of securing it. Very important. The rule is be quick. Time is money. Lastly, use technology to your advantage. Tools like DAT load boards, GPS tracking, and automated alerts. We'll be also talking about automated alerts. These can make the load matching process smoother and more accurate. The reason why is because sometimes things don't go as planned, so let's address some of the common issues you might face. If a load is canceled last minute, always have a backup plan. Always. Keep a list of alternative loads or carriers you can turn to in a pinch. Next, miscommunication with brokers. Miscommunication can lead to costly mistakes. Always happens. Be careful. Always confirm details in writing and keep an open line of a communication with both brokers and carriers. If you're struggling to find loads for specific lanes, for example, from Atlanta, Georgia to Houston, Texas, try broadening your search criteria or exploring different load boards, maybe truck stop or any other load boards out there. Why? Because building a network of reliable contacts, it can help significantly. And that's it. You now have the solid understanding of a load matching and how to use tools like DAT load board to make it work for you. So on the next video, we'll be talking about using filters and searches in details. Hello and welcome. Today, we're going to focus on a powerful set of tools that can greatly enhance your efficiency and effectiveness as a dispatcher. We'll be talking about filters and search techniques. So in this video, we'll explore how to use zones, state-to-state searches, state-to-city searches, and other advanced search methods to find the best loads quickly and effectively. I want you to understand that by mastering these techniques, you will be able to streamline your dispatching workflow, which is very important. You'll be also able to help reduce deadhead miles, which is very important, and ensure that you're always finding the best opportunities for your carriers. So let's dive in and explore how to make the most of these powerful tools. Let's talk about understanding filters. When I say filters, what I mean is origin, deadhead, origin, destination, deadhead, destination, equipment type, load type, length, weight, data range. We also will be using filtering options, load requirements, search back, company, private loads, book or bid loads. So we'll be talking about these because it's very important. Filters are one of the most important tools in dispatcher's arsenal. They allow to narrow down your search results so you're not wasting time. As you know already, the time is money. We need to be very quick. If you're a dispatcher, dispatching loads, finding loads, very important that we're not wasting time shifting through the loads that don't meet your criteria. So basically, filters, we have basic filters, we have advanced filters. We'll be talking about basic filters at the top, and we'll be also, right after we pull some loads, we'll be talking about advanced filters, rate per mile and distance. Let's start understanding filters. Filters are one of the most important tools in dispatcher's arsenal, meaning when you log in, you will have these features or options, call them whatever you want. These what I call the tools, very important. Tools inside the tools, let's say that way. They allow you to narrow down your search results so you don't waste time shifting through loads, don't meet your criteria, right? We have hundreds of loads that we don't need them. How we're going to filter them? So I'll be showing you right now. So they're basic filters. Basic filters include origin, deadhead origin, destination, deadhead destination, equipment type, load type, length, weight, and data range. Then right after we have some loads to see, then we'll start talking about advanced filters. Advanced filters include, for example, rate per mile. Also, we can filter by distance. I'll give you an example. Let's say you have a flatbed available in Houston, Texas, and you wanted to find loads that pay you at least 2.5 cents per mile, and you are within 100 miles of your truck's current location. By setting these filters, you can quickly narrow down your options and focus on the most powerful opportunities that are available to you. I'll give you an example. So as I said, let's say we're looking for a flatbed. It's in Houston, Texas, that are within 100-mile radius. And I'm going to, let's say, anywhere. And again, here's a quick tip. If you wanted to go anywhere around the country, you don't put anything on the destination. So basically not putting any entry here is actually an entry. Why? Because anywhere is actually an entry. Some people to say, hey, don't put anything there. It's actually leaving it empty is an entry. You basically giving a command to the load board saying that, hey, I'm in Houston, I'm going to anywhere. So destination is anywhere. And as I said, it's a flatbed. I'm looking for a full or partial load. The length I'm not including, but you can say something like, I have 53 trailer. Weight, most of your carriers, they might say something like, hey, I don't take more than 45,000 pounds. And here's a quick tip for the data range. What I do is basically I select today and I'm looking into basically the entire week. So let's say the Friday and let's click search. Now we done the basic filtering. This is the origin, deadhead within 100-mile radius within the Houston area. Destination is basically anywhere. And a flatbed, I'm looking for flatbed loads. Load type is full or partial. This is the length, weight, and this is the data range. Now, I want you to point out something very important. You don't see tri-haul no routes. Why? Because we didn't put the destination. So if you wanted to see tri-haul routes, then you need to put at least one destination. And it only works if it's city to city. I'll give you an example. If you, let's say, do from Houston to California, and you can do a search, you can see that it's not available. So if you can come back and let's do Atlanta, Georgia, let's put Atlanta, Georgia, and do search. Now you can see that tri-haul options are available. You click and you see that, okay, if you want to make extra $918, then you pick one of these destinations. So very important to note that. Now that we have some results, let's do advanced filtering. So we've done the basic filtering. Now it's an advanced filtering. Now you have these options at the top. Remember, we talked about load requirements, search back. We talked about company, private loads, and book or bed option. But before I go there, now you see that from Houston, Texas to Atlanta, Georgia, you have two results. But at the bottom, it basically, the load board says, okay, there's only two loads available, but then similar results we have for you. It's about 12. Okay. Now, you can also do search by age, meaning I want to see the newest loads. Let's go back to this first options. The reason why we go there, because I have a lot of results, and basically this is about 5,000 loads that I have here, and then we'll start using these to basically filter, and we'll start sorting by rate the highest. If you click on drop down menu, you will see that, hey, I want to see the newest loads. If you click on this, and you will see that, okay, 0 minutes, 1 minute, 2 minutes. Basically, these are the newest results. Why you want to see? What's the reason for you to click on this and see new results? Because if you have 0 minute, if there's a load posted right now, you must call that load. Otherwise, it's gone already. So I'll give you an example. If this load sitting for about 3 minutes, most likely it's not a good load, and it's been sitting for hours, maybe days, and it's not a good choice. And you can also, if you click on drop down menu, you can see that I want to see what's the highest rate per mile. I see that there is almost $10 per mile, but hey, this is a step deck load, and listen, it's posted by this company, but it's 107,000 pounds. So on the comments section, you can see that these people are looking for stretch step deck. This is very specialized trailer. So we're focusing on a flatbed, right? So we're looking for the flatbed loads. We scroll down and you can see that here is a flatbed load, but it pays about $2. Now go back and we can do this. Okay, I want to search for shortest. I want to search for longest. So you can also do pick up soonest, latest. You can do company A to Z, company Z to A. We can do weight lightest. We can do heaviest. Credit score, the highest, meaning here, the credit score. If you click on, I'll give you an example. I want to see the credit score the highest. It will basically pull, let's say, brokers that have the highest credit score. And you can see brokers that have the highest credit scores. So let's talk about the advanced filtering at the top. So we can do load requirements. Basically, you have 3 options. Tracking required. Remember, we talked about in the previous videos that some of the brokers, they require tracking. They want to track the shipment or the load. So you can do tracking required because they pay a little bit more, and the tracking not required, or you're looking for both. For most of the time, most people select both. But if you're like, hey, I don't need a load that trackable, you can basically tracking not required, and you can click done, and it will refresh. And as you can see from 4,900 now is down to 4,700. So it's about 200 loads were trackable. So we did that and it removed. As you can see, if we can come back and select both, click done, we can see it's 4,915 loads. So let's go to the second advanced filtering option, which is search back 24 hours. What that means is that you basically telling the load board, hey, I want you to go back 24 hours. I want to see all the loads that are being posted. As you can see at the left side, 14 hours, 16 hours. Some of the loads are 17 hours. What you can do is basically say, hey, I want to see the last 60 minutes, which is 1 hour. And you click done, you will see about 1,500 loads are being posted in the last 1 hour. So up next, let's talk about company. When you click on company, remember on the previous videos, we talked about blocked companies and preferred companies. Here now you have an option, show only or exclude. Let's talk about them. Show only has 3 options. 1, show all non-blocked companies. Second, show only preferred companies. Show only blocked companies. Remember, we also talked about manage preferred and blocked list. I'm not going to go do it again, but please, if you didn't watch that video, go back and watch that training. We also select exclude the company name. I'll give you an example, exclude TQL. For example, ABC Logistics, and you can exclude and the load board won't show those people. So if you don't want to work with the TQL, you can definitely type TQL and then exclude, and it will exclude from your search results. Private loads, we'll be talking about private loads in upcoming videos. Basically, what it says is that, hey, if you select, it will show you only preferred loads. That's basically it. And the next one is book or bid load. And as you can see, bookable loads. Or what you can do is only show bookable loads. If you click on only show bookable loads, click done, then you will see that, hey, there's only bookable loads. What that means is that, remember in the previous videos, that these are the people have their own load boards. For example, Nolan Transportation Group. If you click on book, as you can see, this is the link that basically it takes you to their load board, which called Be On Carrier. Maybe you didn't know about this, but now you know that Nolan Transportation Group has their own load board. This is the information about the load. This is the load number. This is the total miles. Product category, you can see that is a printed material in packaging. This is basically shows you number of stops, and everything is straightforward. Total weight is 41,860. Origin is this. Equipment is a drive-in. Destination, it goes to basically Arizona. Total rate is this. And this section is very important. That basically gives you the information about when it's going to be delivered, appointment time, and special instructions. Guys, special instructions very important. And it says, must have a clean trailer, no holes, cracks, or leaks, and delivered on a Friday in an appointment. Very important. Look at this. TBD stands for to be determined. Since freight is determined by the weight and distance and is calculated at the time of the shipping. That's basically it. Once you've reviewed all the information, then you can click on book now. But remember, you must be a signed carrier with the broker to actually book their loads. Now you can see that there are a lot of brokers, they have their own load boards. For example, if I can come back and select global trends, click on book, and it will basically take me to their load board. There you go. So you're thinking, wow, I thought there was only a DAT load board or truck stop or 123 load board. Well, hey, there are a lot of brokers now, they develop their own load board, which is very important. Not many people teach this. So here we go. Straight box truck load. Okay. And again, this is basically a quick overview. You need to sign in to look for these loads. And by the way, you see these new results. If you click on view, and you will see that this vertical green line shows you that, see, these loads are being posted at real time. So what that means is that brokers point right now is basically you're seeing them on the real time. They posting a load and you see right in front of you, and you can click and book this load. And again, we're looking for bookable loads right now. Coyote Logistics also posts this load. If you click, remember, and again, it's the same thing. You must have an account with Coyote Logistics so that you can have access to their load board. And so it's a very easy process. You can click on create a new account. And as I said, it will basically will be asking questions like, where are you located? Are you a part of the Coyote network? I will give you an example. Let's say I'm from North America. I'm not. Maybe you moved some loads or booked some loads from Coyote Logistics. You can say that, yes, I booked some loads. And again, it will be asking you the information about your company. If you're a carrier, you put MC number, DOT number, what type of equipment you have. I have a flatbed, so I have an MC number. You put MC number. If you're a dispatcher filling out this form on behalf of your carrier, you can definitely do that. And this is the process how you can get your login information so that you can start booking loads from Coyote Logistics. Hope that helps. Basically, this is how you do basic filtering at the top. And these are the advanced filtering options that you have. Now, let's talk about one of the powerful tools that DAT has for their users, which is DAT Zip Zones. Zones are a powerful tool for organizing and filtering your searches by geographical regions. This is particularly useful when you wanted to target specific areas for your loads. Below this video, you'll find the PDF. Please go ahead and open up, and we'll be talking about zip zones. So let's talk about these. So what is zip zone? Zip zones designated broad regions of the country, whereas a standard 5-digit zip code refers to a very specific location. The first number of the zip code indicates a region that encompasses multiple states. There are 10 zip zones in the United States. Zone 0 includes the 7 northeastern states that have zip codes that begin with a 0. Zone 9, on the other hand, includes the 3 West Coast states whose zip codes begin with 9. There are 3 zip zones in Canada and 1 in Mexico. Very important to know, how are zip zones used? Zip zones come in handy when using DAT's load boards. For example, when a carrier posts a truck, he needs to specify where he's willing to go. If a carrier is willing to drive to any state on the East Coast, basically this side of the United States, then can simply select Z0, Z1, Z2, and Z3, rather than typing in a dozen separate states. Now, in this training, I'll be focusing on using zone maps. Then we'll be talking about zone-to-zone searches. And lastly, we'll talk about zone-to-state searches. Let's talk about using zone maps. Zone maps basically divide the country into specific regions, as we talked about earlier, allowing you to search for loads within those regions. These can be especially helpful when you're looking to minimize deadhead miles by focusing on a particular area. I'll give you a pro tip. Familiarize yourself with the zone map and understand how states are grouped together into zones. This will help you quickly identify high demand regions where your trucks can operate more profitably, or your carriers. Very important. As I said, we'll be talking about zone-to-zone searches. This technique involves searching for loads that move between specific zones. For example, you might search for loads moving from the southeast, which is zone 4, to the Midwest, which is zone 3. So another good example will be if you notice that there are a lot of outbound freight from the southeast heading to the Midwest, you can position your truck in zone 4 and set up zone-to-zone searches to find the best paying loads. And again, if you're not familiar with the outbound, inbound, we quickly touched talking about outbound loads. And we also, in the upcoming videos, I'll be doing more training on outbound, inbound training using market conditions tool. So at the top, as you can see, we have zone-to-zone searches. We have state-to-state searches, we have state-to-city searches, and we have city-to-city searches. So on the origin, we have Z0 all the way down to Z7. We're going to Z8 Z9. What I mean by that is, as you can see, from Z0, Z1, Z2, Z3, Z4, Z5, Z6, Z7. Basically, I'm including all of these states instead of typing, for example, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, Tennessee, Arkansas, Kentucky, Washington, Virginia, Iowa. You don't do that. You're not typing. You're basically putting numbers. The load board will take your input and the system will know that it should include all of the states. So basically, you're moving from this side of the country going to this side of the country, which is Z8 and Z9, and includes all of these states. What an awesome way of searching loads. This basically simplifies your workflow. So pro tip here, don't include commas. You just list your zones and DAT will automatically put commas for you, making your life easier. Now on the equipment tab, you can put drive-in, reefer, whatever the equipment you're looking for. Load type we're looking for, as I said, always full or partial load. Length you can put, for example, I'm looking for 48 and not more than 45,000. And this is the data range, and you click search. And these are the options we have. And remember, we did 1 hour, but I highly recommend going back 24 hours. And on the bookable loads, you just uncheck this and we'll come back and we'll click done. There you go. Search loads. And this is basically how you can use zones to pull loads. Sometimes you may want to search for loads that originate in a specific zone, but deliver to a specific state, right? This useful when you know you have a strong delivery network in that state. For example, for the flatbed, we have Houston or Dallas or Austin. Basically, Texas is good for flatbed. I'll give you an example. You could search for loads from Z5, which is West Coast, to Texas, ensuring that you're focusing on a high demand delivery area that you're well positioned to serve. So let's demonstrate that. Let's put Z5. As you can see, includes all of these, and we're going to Texas. Remember, we're doing zones to state searches. And equipment type, we have flatbed, and again, full or partial. You can leave this empty if you wanted to, but in my case, I'll do 53 and 45,000 or not more than 45,000. Data range, we include today. And let's say 6th. Search. So these are the results for region Z5 going to Texas. And Z5 includes all of the states. And at the left side, you can see that there are 6 states. And they are here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Z5 includes all of these states. And we're going where? We're going to Texas. So maybe you're confused and maybe you're thinking like, why don't I do Z7? But remember, we did a specific search from these states. We are going to Texas only. But if you do Z7, then it will include Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas, and also Oklahoma. So it's very important to note that. Now that we have covered zone to zone searches and zone to a specific state searches, let's talk about state to state searches and state to city searches. State to state and state to city searches allow you to narrow down your search results even further, giving you precise control over your load planning, which is very important for carriers and freight dispatchers. Now, you just realize that you're becoming a pro dispatcher. Please take notes. Don't overthink it. Just let sink in. If it's something not clear, please re-watch the video. I know that it's with every video, with every upcoming video, so it will getting more harder and harder. It's actually a good thing that you are learning. You are getting a pro, and know that becoming a pro dispatcher, it's not easy. You need the information, and I'm giving it to you. So let's do state to state searches. Let's go here. And again, you can also click on this plus sign. You can do, let's say, from Georgia, you're going to, let's say, Texas. This technique is useful when you're targeting a specific lanes between 2 states. For example, if you know that there is a lot of freight moving from, let's say, from Georgia to Texas, you can set up state-to-state search to find these opportunities. And why is so important? I'll give you a pro tip. Use state-to-state searches when you want to focus on high volume lanes where your trucks can constantly find loads. For flatbed from Georgia to Texas, this is a hot lane. A lot of flatbed loads are being moved in this particular lane, which is from Georgia to Texas, more specifically from Atlanta, Georgia to Houston, Texas. And again, with the filtering, you already know you can put, let's put in this case, a reefer, full or partial. You can put, if you wanted to, let's say 48, you can put 48. You can leave this blank and you can click on search and let's see how many loads we have. The reason why I did this way is because I want to show you something very important tactic. So see, for only today, there's no loads available from Georgia to Texas. Let's play around. This is for reefers. So without playing with data range and the length, let's just put a different equipment, for example, flatbed, and let's search, let's see what happens. There are no loads for flatbed. Okay, let's play even more. Let's remove 48. Let's search and see if there's some loads more than 48. No loads more than 48. Now, the last thing you wanted to do is the date range. Let's go and select 6th September and see what happens. There we go. Now you have 12 results to play with. Let's now select reefer and see what's happening. Search and see how many loads we have. Oh, wow. Now we have even more loads. How cool is that? Now you're learning ins and outs of this load book, which is very important. Now let's move to state to city searches. Let's click South Carolina to Houston, Texas. Let's come back here. And again, you can always do new search by clicking new searches. For even more precision is very important using load boards. You can search for loads that move from specific state to a specific city. Please write this down. This is especially useful when you are trying to position your trucks close to a major market or hub. We'll be talking about Tri-Hub on the upcoming videos. Stay tuned. So, for example, if you have a truck in South Carolina and wanted to deliver in specific market in Houston, Texas, you can set up a state-to-state searches from South Carolina to Houston, Texas, as shown above. As you can see up here, this allows you to target loads that get your truck exactly where it needs to be. Now, here is a pro tip. I want to give you something very important that I learned over the years. Not many people talk about this, but check this out. Combining filters with state and city searches are crucial in your day-to-day workflow. What I mean by that, if you wanted to maximize your efficiency, combine filters with state-to-state or state-to-city searches. For example, you could search for a load from Texas to Florida, filtered by rate per mile and pickup date. I'll give you an even more in-depth example. So you have a truck in Texas and you know that Florida is a high demand market. By setting up a state-to-state search with filters for rate per mile and pickup date, you can quickly find the most profitable loads that meet your criteria. So in other words, have these open, meaning zone to zone, zone to a state-to-state searches, state-to-city searches, and city-to-city searches. And why you want to do this? Because you want to quickly find the most profitable loads that meet your criteria, which is very important. And again, to get the most out of your filters and search techniques, here are a few best practices to keep in mind. Number one, regularly update your search criteria. Know that we talked about this. The freight market is dynamic, and what works today or at this moment might not work tomorrow. Regularly review and update your search criteria to ensure that you're always targeting the best opportunities. I'll give you a pro tip here. Set up multiple safe searches with the different criteria so you can quickly switch between them as market conditions change. I'll give you an example. So if you wanted to save this search result, what you can do is come up here You see these three dots, you click on them, and what you can do, you can save searches. You click save searches, you saved it, you can come back to Georgia, meaning state to state searches. You can come back up here and you can click and automatically saved. The next logical question is, how am I going to find those saved searches? You click on plus sign, you see it's up here. You just quickly search and it'll be automatically searching without putting all the filters up. So best practices number 2, let's say, use multiple search techniques together. We talked about this. Don't rely on just one type of search. Use combination of zone, state, and city searches to cover all of your bases and ensure you're not missing out on any opportunities. For example, if you're running multiple trucks, for example, set up zone-to-zone searches for your long hauls, state-to-state searches for your mid-range runs, and state-to-city searches for last mile deliveries. And always we'll be talking about analyzing your results in upcoming videos when we will start talking about the market conditions in market condition index. Take the time to review the results for your searches and adjust your strategies as needed. Not many dispatchers doing this and they're missing a lot of money on the table. So if you're constantly seeing low rates in certain lanes, it might be the time to shift your focus to more profitable areas. Pro tip here, keep track of your search results. Over time, you will develop a deeper understanding of the market and be able to anticipate trends before they happen. So in this video, we covered how to use filters and advanced search techniques to find the best loads and maximize your profitability. By mastering these tools, you will be able to streamline your operations, reduce your empty miles, which is very important in trucking, and ensure that you're always securing the most profitable loads for your carriers. So up next, we'll be talking about setting up load alerts. This will be a relatively quick video, but it's very important. I'll see you there. Hello and welcome back. Before I start, I want to say something very important right here at this moment. Upcoming videos, it'll get more harder and harder. There will be a lot of information coming at you. So this may be something new for you. Maybe you already dispatching. Maybe you are a seasoned pro. It doesn't matter. There are a lot of information coming at you that I'll be sharing my personal tactics and strategies. There will be combination of strategies. You definitely will learn something new. And my job is to make you a pro dispatcher. That's the goal for the entire this training. For those reasons, I want you to stop right now and go back and watch those videos that you skipped. Maybe you decided to come back maybe later. I'm telling you right now, go back, watch those videos, take notes, and start implementing, because the only way you will learn is actually watching, taking notes, and right after the video, start implementing. This is very important. In this video, I'm going to focus on the feature that can significantly streamline your operations, meaning your dispatching operation, and help you secure the best loads as soon as they hit the market. So we'll be talking about setting up load alerts. Load alert is a powerful tool that notify you the moment a load matching your criteria is posted one of the brokers on the load board. This way, you can act quickly, which is very important, and we talked about this. You can also minimize the downtime, right? We talked about the time is money, and keep your trucks on the move. That's the goal. Whether you're managing a single truck or an entire fleet, load alert can make your job a lot easier. Before we jump into the setup process, let's briefly discuss what a load alert is and why it's essential. Load alert is a notification. You get these notifications whenever new load or loads matching your specified criteria are posted. So this notification you will receive directly through your load board platform. You can use a truck stop, maybe different load boards, but pretty much all the alerts on the load board are the same. So we're specifically talking about in this video DAT's alerts. So by setting up these alerts, you can automate the load search process, and this will allow you to stay on top of the new opportunities without constantly refreshing your screen. I'll give you an example. Suppose you're managing a truck that will be empty in Dallas, let's say tomorrow. Instead of constantly checking the load board, you can set up a load alert to notify as soon as a load fits your criteria like a load from Dallas to Houston paying $2.50 per mile or more is posted. Now let's walk through the steps to set up load alert on your loadboard platform. And again, we're talking about DAT specifically on this video. While the specific process may vary slightly depending on the platform you're using, the general steps are the same. So first step, start by logging into your loadboard account, navigate to the load search section, which is up here, load search, where you typically enter your criteria for finding loads. And again, we talked about these criteria, we talked about filtering and using those basic filters and advanced filters. So if you haven't watched that video, please go back and watch. So let's start by clicking this plus icon, and you will need to enter your specific criteria like origin and destination, equipment type, load type, length, weight, and obviously the date. Let's get started by entering the origin, Atlanta, Georgia, and we're going to, let's say, Houston, Texas, and we'll do equipment type, let's say flatbed. We're looking for full or partial load, and I'll do, okay, I'm looking for 53 and not more than 45,000. That's my criteria, and I'll be looking for loads for today, from today, and we'll go all the way down to the September the 6th. Click search, and I have these loads. And again, remember on the previous video, we talked about these search results and similar results. I hope you remember those. If anytime I wanted to receive a notification from this lane, meaning from Atlanta to Houston, Texas, anytime if brokers post loads on this lane from Atlanta, Georgia to Houston, Texas, if I wanted to get notified, then simply I need to hover over it. You see this bill notification. It says enable alarm for this search. Pro tip here, you can set up these alarms or notifications zone to state, or state to state, or state to city, or even zones to city. You can set up on all of the search criteria. It doesn't matter. You will receive a notification. And again, what's the use for this? It basically gives you the immediate alerts so you can respond as soon as the load is available. In just few simple steps, you now set up the load alerts that will help you stay ahead of the competition, which is very important, by notifying you of the best loads as soon as they become available. By using these alerts, you are automating a significant part of the dispatching process, and this will allowing you to react quickly to new opportunities and keep your trucks moving efficiently. Next, we'll diving into DAT's powerful tools, where we'll explore how to maximize your use of DAT's platforms for further enhance your dispatching operations. Until then, keep those alerts active and those trucks moving. Hello, and welcome to this overview of some of the most important tools available on the DAT platform. As always, as I say, whether you are new to DAT or looking to maximize your current subscription, this video will provide you with the high-level overview of essential tools that can significantly enhance your dispatching and freight management operations. So what we're going to do is we'll briefly touch on the DAT directory, DAT trend lines, DAT lane makers, and DAT market conditions. Remember, these tools are actually designed to give you the insights and data you need to make informed strategic decisions. And remember, what's the goal? The goal is to become a data-driven dispatcher. So let's dive in. First up is the DAT directory. Think of as your go-to resource for connecting with the right partners in the freight industry. First, let me show you how to get there. So once you log in, go to Tools and go to DAT directory up here. Click on DAT directory and voila, you're here. Now, DAT directory is, think of a comprehensive database of carriers, brokers, and shippers, providing you detailed profiles that include safety ratings, which is very important, services they offered, and even customer reviews. Hear me out. This tool is invaluable whether you are searching for a reliable carrier in a specific region or a broker with a good reputation. DAT directory helps you make those connections confidently. And I'm pretty sure maybe you're already using it. Maybe this is new to you, And as I said, on the next video, I'll be going into details showing you ins and outs of this tool. So up next will be DAT trend lines. And again, how to get there. Click on the tools and go to the DAT trend lines. DAT trend lines is a tool that provides you weekly updates on freight market trends. If I'm not mistaken, at the time of recording this video, DAT posts DAT trend line reports every Wednesday. So what is DAT trend lines? It's a tool that provides you weekly updates on freight market trends. And again, at the time I'm recording this video, DAT posts these snapshots every Wednesday. Now, what it offers, DAT trend lines offers you insights into a national and regional trends. Think of demand and capacity broken down by the equipment type like drive-in, reefer, and flatbed. So by understanding these trends, you can anticipate market shifts. It happens a lot. And you can adjust your strategies accordingly. So whatever you are looking for, let's say to optimize your pricing, meaning rate per mile, positioning your fleet more effectively, or simply stay ahead of the market conditions, DAT trend lines gives you the data-driven insights you need to stay competitive. And again, remember, we are becoming a data-driven dispatcher. Okay, we are now moving on to the lane makers. And again, go to tools, click on tools, and go ahead and click on the lane makers. Now, maybe you were thinking, I heard of this lane makers, but I don't know what it is. This is a powerful tool for identifying the most profitable freight lanes. And we talked about a lot about freight lanes, building lanes, a lot of carriers asking about how to build lanes or can you build me a lanes? This is the tool. Get started with building the lanes for your carriers. So we know that in dispatching or in trucking in general, optimization is very important. Maximizing the profitability is very important. Backhaul, and we'll be talking about backhaul a lot. And obviously the bottom line is very important. So this tool is particularly useful for dispatchers and carriers looking to optimize their routes and maximize profitability. By identifying the best lanes and backhaul opportunities, lane makers helps you reduce deadhead miles and ensure that every trip contributes to your bottom line. And again, we'll be going into details showing you exactly how to use this tool. Lastly, let's touch on DAT market conditions. And again, go to tool and go to market conditions. Let me say this. This tool provides you with the real-time data on the overall state of the freight market, including demand, capacity, fuel prices, and more. By understanding this tool, well, market conditions is crucial for making proactive decisions such as adjusting your rates, responding to your fleet, or securing contracts during volatile periods. And remember, we talked about already about volatile, spot market rates, freight changing trends. And again, if you haven't watched those videos, go back and please watch them. And again, while we will dive deeper into market conditions in the upcoming videos, remember that this tool helps you navigate the complexities of the freight market by providing a comprehensive view of the factors that influence your operations. There are a lot of factors that influence the dispatching operations or carrier side of the business. But again, this tool is absolutely amazing. On the bonus section, I will include the bonus training that I did with the DAT. So a lot of amazing stuff coming at you. Just stay motivated, excited, and please remember the ultimate goal for this training is to become a data-driven dispatcher. That wraps up the quick overview of the DAT powerful tools, the DAT directory, DAT trend lines, DAT lane makers, and DAT market conditions. Each of these tools plays a crucial role in helping you run a more efficient and profitable dispatching operations. In the upcoming videos, we'll dive deeper into each of these tools, showing you how to use them effectively with live demonstrations. I'll see you on the next video. Welcome to the first deep dive into our DAT's powerful tools series. In this segment, we're going to explore the DAT directory, a comprehensive resource that's often referred to as the yellow pages of the freight industry. So the DAT directory is actually designed to help you connect with right partners, meaning wherever you're looking for a reliable carrier, maybe you're looking for a broker or shipper. And I want you to know that this tool is essential for building strong trust for the relationships in the freight industry. So in this video, I'll show you how to navigate the directory and search for partners and use the information available to make informed decisions. And remember, we're becoming a data-driven dispatcher. So by the end of this video, you will feel confident using the DAT directory to find the best partners for your dispatching business or carrier side of the business. Let's start by getting familiar with the layout or the user interface of the DAT directory. When you first log into the DAT platform, you will find the DAT directory under the main dashboard. Click on Tools and click on DAT directory. Right after the gate, the interface, as you can see, is designed to be intuitive, allowing for quick searches and easy navigation. At the top of the directory page, you will see a search bar where you can enter keywords such as company names, MC numbers, or specific locations. So right next to the search bar, you'll see that there is advanced search filters. These filters you can apply to narrow down your results. These include location, service type, commodity, equipment type, all the good stuff. First, let's explore how to search by company name or MC number. This is particularly useful when you have a specific company in mind and wanted to quickly pull up their profile. For example, if you're considering working with ABC Freight, you simply type their name up here into the search bar. Within seconds, the DAT directory will display a detailed profile for ABC Freight, including their safety ratings, service areas, and customer reviews, which is very important. Now, let's say that you have the MC number, but not the company name. Enter the MC number into the search bar, and it will be taken directly to the carrier's profile. So let's do that. The MC number that I have is 4370. Hit enter. And as you can see, this is the carrier. So before I go into details talking about the profile information and going over the safety ratings, I wanted to talk about filtering by location. Let's talk about that right now. So this is specifically helpful when you are looking to build partnerships in specific region or regions. For example, if you're expanding your dispatching operations in the Southeast area, more specifically in Georgia, you need to find carriers based in Atlanta, Georgia, for example, and you can apply location filter to your search. Let's go ahead and do that now. Enter the state or the states if you wanted to into the location filter, and then DAT directory will present you with the list of relevant carriers operating in that particular state or particular states. Let's go ahead and do that. You can type Georgia if you wanted to. You can select multiple states. You can also select city. The reason why you wanted to select city is because this radius will be available to you. What it means is that if you're looking for, let's say, carriers in Atlanta, Georgia, and you can say, hey, I'm looking for carriers around me, let's say 50-mile radius or 100-mile radius or even 200-mile radius, you can definitely do that. So if you're just looking for in Georgia, as you can see, the radius is not available. Once you have done that, then quickly start searching. Now what you is, they are a total of 6,067 companies found. But if you can take a look up here, it says all means carriers, brokers, and carriers and shippers. But what we are looking for, we're looking for carriers. So you select carriers, and now we have 5,657 companies found in Georgia. So you can click AD and you can see more carriers. Pro tip here, if you really want to target or laser target the carrier, what you can do is select commodity plus equipment. So first you come up here and click on the equipment, and you can select, let's say, maybe you're looking for flatbed carriers. Now, see that there's a total of 66 companies found in Georgia that they are flatbed owners. Now, what was the second filter? We are looking for based on the commodities. Now, we have flatbed. Let's go to the commodities. The commodities are the type of freight that they're hauling. So let's click on commodities and search for construction materials. You can select this. You can select general freight. You can also select machinery. You can select metal sheets, coils, and rolls. You can select mining materials, and that's it. So there are a total of 61 carriers in Georgia that they're hauling mining materials, metal sheets, coils, and rolls, machineries, and we also select general freight. What you can do, you can unselect general freight if you wanted to. Now you get even more specific. See, now from 61 down to 36. Mainly what we're looking for is the construction or building materials. Basically, these three searches will help you get to the right customer that you're looking for. And if you're a carrier learning this now, you can also do the exact same thing, just clicking on shippers, looking for shippers, and you can select specific commodities that you want to haul. Obviously, this applies to the brokers as well if you're a carrier. Now that we have learned how to search and filter, let's dive into what you will find in a typical company profile. When you click on the company's name, you're taken to their profile page, which contains several key pieces of information. So you can click also view more details. There you go. First up, I want you to go to the safety data. These ratings are crucial for assessing whether a potential partner maintains high safety standards, something that's incredibly important in the freight industry. They're also pulling the data from safety measurement system. And as you can see, it updates on the Safer website daily. Next to safety ratings, you will find the details on the company's insurance coverage, including the types of amounts of a coverage they hold. Let's now take a look real quick what we have here. Quick rating, preferred, and insurance in the name of this is the carrier. And cargo status is valid, and cargo limit we have 250,000, deductible 2,500. Now let's talk about the service areas and specializations of the carrier profile. So scroll down to the profile, you'll see that there is the company service areas. This section tells you which regions or states they operate in, helping you ensure that their routes align with your needs. For example, maybe you don't want to book loads or dispatch loads in Southeast area. So this is very helpful. In addition to the service areas, you will see any specialization the company may offer. For instance, some carriers might specialize in hazmat transport, while others might focus on high-value cargo. These specializations can be crucial when matching your specific freight requirements with the right carrier. Finally, let's go to the review. As you can see, they have a total of 11 reviews. I want you to know this. One of the most important sections is actually customer reviews. This section provides you with a feedback from other companies that have worked with this carrier or broker. So custom reviews can give you a good sense of what it's like to do business with a company, right? For example, if you see consistent praise for timely deliveries and good communication, it's a positive sign, right? Conversely, if there are frequent complaints about the late deliveries or unprofessional behavior, you might want to reconsider partnering with the company. Let's actually read through some of the reviews together. Did a good job. Okay, that's cool. A reliable company. Updated through the whole transit. And by the way, you can also learn by these feedbacks. There are some brokers actually posting reviews, what they're actually looking for from the carrier. So by reading these reviews, you can learn what brokers are looking for. So I'll give you an example. If you read this, it says, they did a terrific job. And why is that? And I was reading through and I realized that this company did a good job of making their company look good. Wow. See, now you know that this company, which is brokerage company, posts a positive review. What was the reason for that? Because carrier professionally represented this company. Awesome stuff. Before we wrap up, I wanted to share a few tips and best practices for using DAT directory effectively. First, make it a habit, meaning regularly check and update your list of preferred carriers and brokers. Why? The freight industry is dynamic. We talked about many times, and companies can change rapidly, whether it's their service areas or equipment types or safety ratings. All the time is changing. Remember, the freight industry is dynamic. Keeping your contacts current ensures you are always working with the best possible partners out there. Finally, use directory proactively. Don't wait until you need a new partner to start searching. Instead, regularly explore the DAT directory to keep eye on the market trends in emerging companies. This way, you're always prepared to make informed decisions that benefit your company. That concludes our deep dive into the DAT directory. I hope this session has given you the knowledge and confidence to use this powerful tool to build strong, trustworthy relationships in the freight industry. In our next video, we'll dive into the DAT trend lines, where we'll explore how to leverage market data to stay ahead of the industry trends, which is very important in the competitive market. Hope you're excited in learning and getting the knowledge you need to become a data-driven dispatcher. Get ready. I'll see you in the next video. Hello, and welcome back to our DAT's Powerful Tools series. In this video, we're going to dive into DAT trend lines. If you are in the freight industry, maybe you are a carrier, maybe you're a broker or a shipper, knowing how to read and use this data is a game changer. I'm telling you, focus on this video. It will change the entire game because numbers are very important. And remember, the goal is to become data-driven dispatcher. So in this video, I'll walk you through the DAT Trendlines website, show you how to navigate all the key information you need, and explain how you can use this data to make smarter decisions for your dispatching business. And again, by the end of this video, you will have a solid grasp on how to leverage DAT trend lines to stay ahead in the competitive freight market. First thing first, I'll show you how to get there. So the first way to get there is actually going down to the tools and click on the trend lines. The second way is actually go and type dat.com/trend lines. When you land on this page, you will see an overview of the most important market indicators like national rate averages, load to truck ratios, and fuel prices. It's all laid out in a very user-friendly way with clear sections for each type of a data. Whether you are dealing with vans, reefers, or flatbed, you can easily find the information that matters to you. Now, let's break down the types of data you will see on DAT trend lines. Again, let me simplify. Data means numbers. Okay? Data equals numbers. Let's simplify. Okay? So let's focus on the numbers. The key metrics include, and again, metrics basically these, right? Rate trends, load to truck ratios, and fuel prices. I'm going to walk you through what each of these, meaning key metrics, mean, and you can use them to make better business decisions. Let's start with the rate trends. This section shows you the national average spot rates for drive-ins, flatbeds, and reefers. By the way, these rates are updated every week and are based on actual transactions. So you're getting reliable, real-world data. And again, data means numbers. So let's break these numbers. So click on this drop-down menu, and let's start with the van. And again, for the van, we have demand and capacity and national van rates. Same thing with the flatbed, demand, capacity, and national rates. We'll be talking about each. And for the reefer, same thing. We're talking about demand, capacity, and the national rates. Since I'm interested in flatbed demand and capacity, as well as national flatbed rates, I'll click on the national flat rates. and I want you to see these numbers. First thing first, I want you to remember this. These numbers are broken down into 5 regions. So number 1, hope you're taking notes, northeast. Then we have southeast, southwest, midwest. Let's start with the northeast side of the country. And rate per mile was $2.31. On the southeast area of the country, national flatbed rates was 2.55 and so on. Let's do exactly the same thing with the van. Let's go national van rates, and you will see that national van rates, northeast side of the country was $1.82, southeast side of the country was $1.92, Midwest was $2.15, and west side of the country for national van rates was $2.08. Now let's go to the reefer. National reefer rates, northeast side of the country, national reefer rates $2.12, southeast $2.13, southwest $2.26, Midwest $2.65, west side of the country, national reefer rates $2.51. Remember, DAT weekly updates these numbers. At the time of recording this video, DAT updates every Wednesday these numbers. So keep eye on these reports. Why am I showing these numbers? Like, why these numbers are important? I'll give you an example. Let's say you manage a fleet of reefers, and over the past month, you notice that the national average for reefer rates has been climbing. Well, this might be due to the increased demand for refrigerated goods. Knowing this, you could raise your rates slightly to match the market trend. And this will ensure that you're not leaving money on the table. This is particularly true if you are a carrier and wanted to connect with the direct shipper. But if you are a freight dispatcher, it's very useful to allocate your trucks throughout the regions because you want better rates and negotiating power with brokers. Next up, we have load to truck ratios. This is super important for understanding the supply and demand dynamics in the freight market. The ratio tells you how many loads are available for every truck in the market. So since we're interested in flatbed, let's go to flatbed demand and capacity. Click on that, scroll down, and we'll see this is a quick snapshot, right? The national load to truck ratio. August 25th, it was 9.45. If you scroll up, you'll see the national flatbed demand and capacity. I want you to focus on the colors first. You see there are some lighter colors, and we'll also have darker colors. We'll be talking about more about these load to truck ratios when we get to the market conditions training. For now, let's focus on these numbers. So darker the color, this actually means there are more loads per truck. You see all the color plate over here. You see the lighter the color, less loads per truck. Darker the color, more loads per truck. We can also hover over any individual state, and you can see that in Arizona, load to truck ratio was 18 plus. What it means is that in Arizona, during the month of July, there was 18 plus loads per truck. Again, why this is important? Let's say you operate flatbeds and you see that in the Midwest, the ratio is, let's say, 14.4. This means that there are 14.4 loads for every one truck. Basically, demand is high. You could decide to send more of your trucks to that region or that particular region. Why? To take the advantage of a strong demand and potentially higher rates. And this is actually how you win in the competitive market. Finally, let's talk about the fuel prices. This section shows you the national average for diesel prices, and you know the importance of diesel prices. And by the way, it's updated weekly. Keeping eye on fuel costs is crucial, since it directly impacts your bottom line. Right now, the national, and again, this is a national average for diesel, and it's $3.69. And if diesel prices are on the rise, and it was last couple of months, you might need to adjust your fuel surcharges to cover the increased cost. And remember, we talked about the fuel surcharges. This is especially important if you're running a long haul route where fuel expenses are a big part of your operating costs. If you're a dispatcher, you need to help your carrier optimize the fuel cost. On the flip side, watch this, this is very important. If fuel prices drop, you might consider lowering your rates slightly. Why? To stay competitive while maintaining profitability. All right, now that you know what kind of data is valuable, let's talk about how to actually use to make strategic decisions. The key is not to just react to the market, to anticipate changes and position your business to take advantage of them. One of the most straightforward ways to use trend lines is by adjusting your rates based on the data. If you see rates going up in a particular region, make sure you're adjusting your rates accordingly. I'll give you an example. Suppose you actually operate in the Northeast, and the trend lines show that flatbed rates have been steadily increasing. And why that's important? Use that data to justify raising your rates when negotiating with freight brokers and shippers. This way, you're not just covering your cost, but you're also maximizing your revenue. Another powerful application is fleet positioning. Well, why this important? By understanding where demand is high, and we'll be talking more about using the market conditions, where the demand is high and capacity is tight, meaning there are more loads but less trucks, you can place your trucks in the most profitable areas. Let me give you an example. Let's say load to truck ratio in the Midwest is really high. You might want to just send more trucks to that region to capitalize on the strong demand. Demand means brokers need more trucks. That means there are more loads available than trucks. Why? This helps you reduce deadhead miles or empty miles, and it actually ensures your trucks are running full, not empty, which is great for profitability, right? You also don't want to forget about planning for seasonal fluctuations. Seasonal trends can have huge impact on your operations. How? Well, anything at any given moment, something can happen. So you have to be prepared for that. And how to use trendline for this? Well, by using historical data from trend lines. And you can anticipate those fluctuations and plan accordingly. How am I going to do that? During the summer, you know that for reefers typically goes up because of the need to transport perishable goods. By anticipating this, you can position your reefer trucks in key regions ahead of the time, making sure you're ready to take in additional loads and charge premium rates. Very smart move. Before we wrap up, I wanted to share some few important tips and best practices for getting the most out of a DAT trend lines. Begin regularly checking. Make it a habit of checking DAT trend lines every week because it changes every week. Market can shift quickly. Freight market is dynamic, and staying on top of the latest data will help you make informed decisions that keep your operations running smoothly. You are a data-driven dispatcher. Use historical data to forecast. Don't just focus on the present. I see a lot of dispatchers and carriers do this. Instead, use the historical data available on the trend lines. Why? To forecast future conditions. Very important. This is especially useful for planning around predictable market shifts, like seasonal demand changes. I'll give you an example. If you know that every year during the holiday season, there is a spike in demand for drive-ins, people buying stuff. You can start preparing your fleet in advance by posting your trucks in regions where the demand will be highest. Here is a pro tip. Trend lines is just one tool in your toolkit. For more comprehensive strategy, combine insights from trend lines with the data from other tools like lane makers and market conditions. We'll be talking about these tools in upcoming videos. Why? Because this gives you a more well-rounded view of the market and it helps you make even better decisions. For instance, if you see that trend line shows a high load to truck ratio in a particular area, you can use lane makers to identify specific lanes within that region that are particularly profitable. This way, you can target your operations more effectively and maximize your earnings. And that basically wraps up our session on DAT trend lines. In our next video, we'll be diving into the DAT lane makers. Well, I'll show you how to identify the most profitable lanes and optimize your routes. This is one of the important tools, and most definitely you need this tool in your toolkit. So I'll see you in the next video. Hello, welcome back to our DAT's Powerful Tools series. Today, we are diving into one of the most valuable tools for optimizing your freight operations, which is DAT lane makers. Now, if you're looking to identify the most profitable lanes, if you wanted to build stronger relationships with shippers and brokers and ultimately boost your bottom line, which is, I think, ultimate goal, this tool, which is lane makers, is must have in your toolkit. In this session, I'll guide you through the ins and outs of a DAT lane makers, showing you how to assess it, how to interpret the data, which is very important, and how to use this information to make smarter decisions for your business. And remember, we're becoming a data-driven dispatcher. By the end of this video, you will know exactly how to leverage lane makers to pinpoint lucrative lanes and keep your trucks running full and profitable. So that's the plan. Let's start by accessing DAT lane makers. Now, you can find this tool within your DAT1 platform, which is DAT, obviously. For this training, as I said before, we are using DAT on Select. Now, once you're logged in, you navigate to Tools. Okay, you click on Tools and then click on Lane Makers. Right away, you will see that Lane Makers is very simply designed and has the main goal to provide detailed information about specific lanes, including the volume of loads brokers are most active on those lanes. This tool is all about giving you the insights you need to optimize your routing and maximize your profitability. I think that's the game. Very simple and very straightforward. It has 5 elements, as you can see: report type, what type of report we're pulling. Are we pulling carrier activity or are we pulling broker activity? And we'll be talking about more on these. Next, we have what to include, meaning what type of loads are we looking for? Are we looking for full loads? Are we looking for partial loads, or both? As I said before many times, we click on both. Simply, we need more data to see. Up next, we have equipment. Before I go into details talking about this, I want to share something very important. I think most of dispatchers missing this, and I wanted to make sure that you know what any and only means. Very important. Not many people paying attention to this. When you trigger any, you will see any types of loads for Conestoga. If you have any, you will have any types of flatbed loads. And if you have triggered only, then you will see only flatbed Conestoga load, only for Conestoga, only for step deck or RGN loads, or only flatbed with chains. I think you got the idea. So make sure that you have triggered the right one. So let's say that we need any flatbeds. Let's click on that. Then we have the origin. And note here, we talked about zones, zone to city, zone to state, and state to city. Very important to pull detailed information on those specific searches. So you can do Atlanta to Houston, you can do Texas to Georgia, or Georgia to Texas, or you can do zones to city. Very important. Now, let's dive into the heart of the DAT lane makers, the lane data itself. This is where you will find all the crucial information about specific lanes that can help you make strategic decisions. Let's talk a little bit about strategic decisions. What I mean by saying strategic decisions, we're not making any type of decisions. We basically need to make a decision based on a plan. We need to see the activity on the lane. This brings to the point where I need to talk about the load volume and activity. Now, let's dive into the heart of a DAT lane makers, the lane data itself. This is where you will find all the crucial information about specific lanes that can help you make strategic decisions. And remember, we're becoming a data-driven dispatchers. So left top corner, you will see there's a report, and I selected broker activity. I want to see broker activity. Now I said I'm looking for a full and partial load by selecting both, and any flatbed loads I'm looking for. And origin is Chicago, going to destination Atlanta, and the mileage 716. I want to come back and I want to say something very important. And then lastly, we have the last 30 days, and you can obviously toggle and you will see that numbers are changing. And the last 6 months, and you can go up to a year. So you can also toggle to see markets. Now, 716 miles. This is very important, and here's why. You may run into the carrier who is very specific, who might say, hey, I'm looking for a lane on the East Coast. That lane should go from north to south, and it has to be between 200 miles and up to 1,000 miles. This lane is perfect. Also, I'll give you another example. Let's say you frequently run trucks between these lanes, which is Chicago and Atlanta. By checking the load volume on these lanes, meaning number of loads and density of the loads, you can see how active it is and whatever there's constant demand. If the data shows that high volumes and constant activity, this might be a lane where you want to position more of your trucks or your carrier's trucks to ensure that they're always hauling profitable loads. Also, I want you to think in terms of top shippers and brokers. This tool provides information about top brokers, meaning shippers and brokers operating on each lane. And again, the lane is basically from like origin and destination. It can be from Atlanta to Houston, for example. This is incredibly valuable for building relationships and securing regular business. There are some carriers and obviously dispatchers looking for connecting shippers, or meaning direct shippers with the carriers, but they don't see the volume. And this is where the lane makers come into the play. Now that you understand the basics, which is very important, of the lane data, meaning numbers, right? Let's talk about how to use this information strategically. Lane makers isn't just knowing about what's happening on a lane. It's about using the knowledge to make smarter decisions for your business. Remember, we are a data-driven dispatchers. One of the best ways to use lane makers is to identify high-volume lanes where demand is strong. Now, I want you to bring all of your focusing by focusing your operations on these lanes. You can keep your trucks full and reduce the deadhead miles, which is very important when it comes to optimizing deadhead miles. I'll give you an example. If you see that the lane from Atlanta to Miami has constantly high load volumes and competitive rates, you might decide to increase the number of trucks you're running on that route. This way, you're maximizing your fleet's efficiency and profitability. Another key use of lane makers is for negotiation. Why is that? By knowing the average rates on a lane, specifically, let's say Chicago to Atlanta or from Atlanta to Houston, you can enter negotiation with brokers and shippers armed with the data. Now you have the numbers. Now you have the information you need, giving you the confidence to secure better deals. That's basically the game changer, right? How can you negotiate with a broker or shipper if you don't have information on these lanes or any particular lane? I'll give you an example. Let's say a shipper offers you a rate for a lane that you know. The lane that you know is from Atlanta to Houston, and the rate that your shipper offers to you for this lane is $2.35 from the load board, and through the lane maker's data, that the average is $2.50. And now you see that this shipper offers you the below average. Obviously, you can use this information to push back and negotiate a higher rate, ensuring that your operation remains profitable by saying, hey, The average rate is $2.50 for this lane, but you're offering it $2.30 or 35. And obviously, lane makers helps you build stronger relationships with the most active shippers and brokers, let's say, on your lanes. And you can definitely use lane makers for that main reason. Finally, lane makers helps you build stronger relationships with the most active shippers and brokers on your lanes. By understanding who the top players are, which is very important, you can focus and use this data to get the right partners you need for your business. For example, if a broker constantly posting high-paying loads on a lane you frequently run, for example, from Atlanta to Houston, it might be worth reaching out to them directly to see if you can establish a more formal partnership. And obviously, this could lead to more regular work or constant work and potentially even contract opportunities down the line. Let's put what we have learned into practice with live demonstration. We're going to use lane makers to analyze a real world lane and make strategic decisions based on that data. For this exercise, let's analyze the lane from Los Angeles to Dallas. We'll look at the load volumes. We will look at the top shippers and brokers to determine whether this is a lane you should focus on. So let's do that. Los Angeles, and we're going to Dallas, Texas, and let's click search. First thing first, what we're looking for is the report. The report is for the broker activity. Now, Los Angeles, California, Dallas, Texas is the market, and the last 30-day activity, that what we're looking for. And this is the mileage, 1,440 miles. And we're looking at top 30 of the 132 brokers posting on this lane. At the bottom, we see truck searches, load postings, we see company, we see location, we see contact, and the company type and posting type. And let's talk about each. First, truck searches basically shows you the number of searches that brokers do for this specific lane for last 30-day activity. Let's say Total Quality Logistics, they searched about 14 trucks in the last 30 days and posted about 58 loads on this lane. And what was the posting type? Mainly flatbed. You will see it says truck searches, and we also have load posting. So that means Total Quality Logistics posted last 30 days on this lane. It was about 58 loads, and total number of searches for truck was 14. And let's take a look on Quality Transport Services. And they searched 24 trucks on this particular lane in the last 30 days, and they posted just 5 loads. Now, think about this way. Brokers also smart using these types of loads. Why? Brokers looking at the activity, as you can see over here, let's say carrier's activity, and this is me pretending that I'm a broker looking for trucks posted or the activity of carriers posting the last 30 days for this specific lane. I want to see if there is an activity. If I click search and I see that top 30 of a 269 carriers for this lane in the last 30 days, that NB Interstate Logistics LLC 34 times searched loads on this particular lane and posted 14 times in the last 30 days. 14 truck postings from this particular carrier. And you can also see that LXSTO Inc. searched 7 loads and posted 4 trucks on this specific lane. So what brokers are deciding here? If you look at this, brokers looking at these 2 carriers and see at all of these carriers, yes, they're searching for loads, but they're not posting trucks. And brokers making strategic decisions looking at these searches and posting trucks. If I'm a broker and I'm looking for a reliable carrier from Los Angeles, California to Dallas, Texas, who do you think I will pick? This NB Interstate Logistics LLC posted 14 times their trucks and searched 34 times specifically on this lane. That means they're very active carriers on this specific lane. And now as a broker, I can directly reach out to them saying, hey, I have loads that originate from Los Angeles, California, goes to Dallas, Texas. I wanted to add you into my private network. Yes, it happens all the time. Now let's switch back to broker's activity and let's search. Now it works the same way. Now you got the idea and now you see that you can pull these brokers and you can contact them directly. And if this is the lane that you want to work, and these are the top brokers that are posting on these lanes. So now you got the information, you got the basics. Now what? Based on what you can decide whether this lane is a good candidate for expanding your operations or if there might be a better lane to focus on. So now you need to decide. Now it's your turn. I encourage you to access DAT lane makers, and obviously if you have the load board, and analyze a lane that's relevant to your business. Look at the load volumes, look at the top players, and think about how this data could influence your strategy. And I'm always open to share whatever you have. Feel free to share your findings or any data that you have, any question you might have in the comments inside the group, and I'll be happy to discuss them with you. Before we wrap up, I want to say this. Use this lane for advantage. And always remember that you are becoming a data-driven dispatcher. So if you're not using data, you won't be able to win this game because it's competitive. And the top players, meaning top pro dispatchers, using these tools, which is lane makers. I also talked about DAT trend lines. We talked about DAT lane makers. And the next video will be DAT market conditions, which is an awesome tool. And you can combine all of these amazing, powerful tools so that you become a very dangerous player in the competitive market. And that's it for our session on DAT lane makers. I hope you now have a solid understanding of how to use this powerful tool to optimize your operations and obviously boost your profitability, which is very important. In our next video, we'll diving into the DAT market conditions, as I said, where I will show you how to use real-time data to anticipate market shifts and make proactive decisions. And remember, we're becoming a data-driven dispatcher. I will see you in the next video. Hello and welcome. I'm very excited to actually go over this training. I'm putting 20 years of my experience, a lot of training with DAT. This is absolutely a game changer. But before I begin, I really want you to take a pen and paper. I want you to take notes because I'll be talking about numbers. There are a lot of terminologies that I'm going to use. Please be prepared for this training because this is absolutely amazing training. It will just change the entire game of using the DAT or the load board. It will give you the understanding of the loose and tight market and the positioning. This is very important. And remember, we're becoming a data-driven dispatcher. In this video, we're diving into a game-changing tool, as I repeatedly say, because it is a game-changing tool. So we're talking about DAT market conditions tool. And I want you to know, whether you are a carrier, broker, or shipper, maybe you're just becoming a dispatcher, maybe you're a seasoned pro, this tool is about to become your secret weapon. By the end of this training, you will not only understand how to navigate this tool effectively, also be able to interpret the real-time data that I will be showing you right in front of you. And obviously, the interpreting the data, the real-time data, in a ways that you're going to supercharge your profitability, which is very important in business, optimize your fleet positioning or truck positioning, and give you the upper hand in every negotiation, negotiating with brokers, negotiating with shippers, even with carriers. Now, I know we have all heard the term data-driven, but today we're taking it into the next level. The nucleus of this training, the core of this training is this. Imagine this. I want you to imagine this. Like, every decision you make, every lane you run for your carriers, every rate you negotiate for your carriers, it's actually powered by hard data that puts you as a dispatcher ahead of the competition. I don't want to repeat this, but keep this in mind that this is the core of this training. You're not just going to be a dispatcher or a fleet manager, as some say. After this training, you're going to be world-class data-driven strategist, running circles around anyone still making decisions in gut feeling. So why this is so exciting? Because in trucking and freight, knowledge is power. Knowledge in this case is the data itself, right? The numbers. Remember, we talked about this. And with the DAT market conditions tool, you'll have the real-time knowledge of where the opportunities are, where the challenges lie, and most importantly, how you can seize the best loads at the best rates at the right markets. That's what we're going to do and obviously learn in this video. And know this, I want you to know this. This isn't just about moving loads. This about strategically positioning yourself to outperform the competition because there a lot of competition. It's a bloody competition out there. No matter how tough the market gets, you're about to join the top tier of a freight professionals who use data to make the smartest decisions every single day. Get ready because you're on the road to mastering one of the most important skills in the dispatching and freight management. And I promise you, by the end of this session, you're going to feel more confident, more empowered, and more equipped to crush it in the world of freight. Now, let's dive into the fundamentals first and see how you can use market conditions, basically transform your dispatching business. Let's begin by discussing what the market conditions tool is and why it's absolutely crucial to your trucking or dispatching business. Before I go into the details, before I'm going to open the doors for opportunities, I want you to think in terms of tight market and loose market. Okay. Two different types of markets, tight and there's a loose. Just keep that in mind because it will help us explore the market conditions better. Now, what is a market conditions? This tool describes the delicate balance between supply and demand for trucks, let's say in a specific regions. Imagine the market as a scale, and I want you to remember this analogy throughout the course. On one side, you have freight. Freight mean the loads that need to be moved. On the other side of the scale, you have trucks. Trucks mean the capacity that available to move those loads. There's a scale. On one side, freight. The other side, the trucks. I want you to just imagine. I want you to visually see it. When the scale tips in favor of freight, that means more loads than trucks, you get what's called a tight market. Remember we talked about this? In this situation, brokers and shippers are scrambling to find available trucks, which drives up the rates because capacity is scarce. Now, what's happening here? The power shifts to carriers here. Why? Because carriers now can demand better rates or higher rates. Why? Because brokers are willing to pay more just to secure a truck. Now, on the flip side, when there are more trucks than loads, so the scale tips towards what's called a loose market. This means that capacity is abundant, meaning there are too many trucks, and freight, meaning load, is limited, leading to what? Lower rates. In loose market, carriers have to compete for the limited loads available with each other. So this is why dispatchers all day long, they're calling the brokers and negotiating. And for some reason, they can't negotiate better rates. That's what it is, because they don't understand the market conditions. And brokers or shippers hold the negotiating power. Why? Because there are too many trucks and there are less loads are available. Why? Because brokers and shippers, they can offer lower rates, knowing that carriers are eager to move their trucks and avoid deadhead miles, which is very important for truckers. Now let's talk about the importance of market conditions. This real-time data is gold for anyone in the freight industry. Let me break it down why understanding the market conditions is such a game changer for each player in the market. For carriers, I want you to imagine you have, let's say you've got a fleet of trucks in an area where the market is loose. Okay. Now we came back again for the loose and tight market, right? So I want you to imagine that the market is loose and the rates are low. By using market conditions data, you can quickly identify where the demand for trucks is higher. That's what we call is positioning of the trucks. Maybe it's a few hundred miles away, but by repositioning your fleet or basically your trucks, you can secure loads that pay significantly more. I'll give you an example. If the load to truck ratio, and again, this is a new term, I want you to write it down, load to truck ratio. Let's say if the load to truck ratio in Atlanta, Georgia is 3-to-1, meaning there are 3 loads for every truck, but in Chicago, let's say it's 7-to-1, 7 loads for every trucks. What you can do in this case, you can move your trucks to Chicago area. Why? To command better rates. This data allows each role in the industry to react strategically rather than just reacting to the market as it happens. And this is what we see 99% of the time, that carriers and brokers as well as dispatchers, they're just reacting. They're not strategically reacting. They're just basically reacting to the market as it happens right in front of them. You can plan ahead, obviously. By doing that, you save cost. And when you save cost, what you're doing, you're maximizing revenue, right? By simply knowing where the opportunities are. And this is what we are doing here. We're looking constantly for better opportunities. Now that we've covered why understanding market condition is so important, let's move on to the real meat of today's training. And I want to talk about how to access and use this tool to your advantage. To access the market conditions tool, I want you to log into DAT Power or log into DAT1 and navigate to the market condition tab. This will open the interface where the real-time data is displayed. I want to show you right now. Once you're logged in, this is DAT1. And as I said at the beginning of the training, I'll be using DAT1 Select for this training specifically. So you might be using DAT1 different subscription level or a DAT Power. You just go to Tools and you click on the market conditions. First thing first, this is DAT Market Conditions tool. This is a dashboard. I know it looks confusing. It's scary. We see some numbers. We see map. There are a lot of things that we can change, add, but just relax. Let me do the heavy lifting for you. It works for the major 3 markets. What are those? Van market, flatbed market, and reefer market. Now, next, we see something called inbound and outbound. When I switch, you see the map is changing, and there's a reason. Why? Think simply inbound. How many loads go into any particular, let's say, state? I'll give you an example. Let's say Georgia. Inbound, how many loads go into the Georgia? Conversely, outbound is how many loads leaving the Georgia. Moving on to the time frame. Well, it's very easy. Time frame basically shows current date. You want to see and check today's market condition. Or you can check prior business day market condition. Or you can check prior 8 days or 30 days. Now, you see area, you can check by country if you compare it to Canada and US, region inside the US, Southeast, West Coast, East Coast, you got the idea. You can also check by states, Georgia, Texas, North Carolina, South Carolina. As you can see, it breaks down for you. You can also check by markets. You can check Atlanta market. You can check Macon market. You can check Dallas market. You can check Houston market. And you can also go into 3-digit zip code. The 3-digit zip code, it basically gives you a very detailed overview how many loads in a particular zip code. Let's say Atlanta, Georgia, 30050 or 30350. Next, what you can add another market and you can compare these 2 markets. How you can do that? you can click on this plus sign, you can add the market. Now, what will happen is that your screen will be divided into two, left and right. Now you're powerful with this tool. So the reason why I selected outbound and I want to do training based on outbound market conditions is because I realize inbound is still in beta phase. That means they're still checking, adding, optimizing, and for some reason, numbers are off for the inbound. And I want to check outbound because outbound is accurate. Now, let's do outbound flatbed. Last 30 days, this is the time frame, remember? And the market I want to check is Savannah, Georgia. Okay. Now I want to compare, and this is the reason why we have the split screen. I want to compare what was the outbound for, let's say, Atlanta market. And it's the same time frame, which is 30 days, in the last 30 days. And I see in the last 30 days, the load to truck ratio for Atlanta market was 9.2 in Atlanta market, compared to in the last 30 days in Savannah market, I see that it's 28.3. So next time, if I'm in the flatbed market, I'm checking Savannah and I wanted to reposition my trucks in this area. So what you can also do, you can also, let's say, compare outbound loads or truck searches or the load to truck ratio. What you can do, you can compare to reefer. Let's say in the last 30 days, you can also select Savannah, Georgia if you wanted to. You can see that load to truck ratio was 5.1. And you can come to a conclusion that, hey, in the last 30 days for the flatbed market, Savannah market was really tight market. It was a lot of loads out there and less trucks. The next time I'm positioning my trucks there. On the other hand, that last 30 days, outbound, meaning leaving this Savannah, Georgia, loads that lived Savannah, Georgia, the load to truck ratio was 5.1. So I'm not considering reefer market for the Savannah. When you have this real-time data, now you see that you can position your truck strategically. Now, we got the adding the search, right? So now let's look at this optional search. What you can do, you can obviously search by markets. You can type city, you can type state, and you can also type, I think, zones. But let's focus on the market. Let's say I'm focusing on Atlanta market. And let's do Atlanta, and it actually selects Atlanta. Real quick, you can see the load to truck ratio, and you can add another, for example, city. Let's say Dallas, for example, Texas, and you can see that load to truck ratio for Dallas is neutral. It's a 6.0. Now, what we see over here is very important. And again, what we are doing is we were just basically covering the basic, right? So now this is basically a quick snapshot. It says outbound flatbeds prior to 30 days, and it's a Dallas market. And what you see here, it says map. What you can do is to drop down menu. You can see by market condition index graph. Basically, you can see or look at the data. If you're really good at reading graphs, you can do that by just simply clicking on graph. And you can hover over and you can see that August 22nd, 2024, the market was neutral. The market condition index is plus 25. What you can also do, you can see load to truck ratio. If you really wanted to do that, you can see the load to truck ratio graph. But I think it's very easy by looking at the map. I think I'm a visual person, maybe that's why. It's very easy to look at US map and you can clearly see these color-coded states and you can hover over, you can see the tightness of the market. Now, up here, you can see the market condition index. And again, see there is the information icon. You can click and you can read it. What is a market condition index? A market condition index includes searching behavior for loads and trucks and factors in seasonal trends. Exaggerated post and search behavior are removed, which is huge. And the result is an accurate, universally acceptable measure of capacity. Okay? Basically, in a simple words, it's pretty accurate when you're reading these numbers. So moving on to the right side, you will see that MCI searches, meaning market condition index searches, and load to truck ratio, the numbers. So average loads, these are the searches, let's say carriers, I'll say search loads in Dallas area. Total searches for loads were 6,300, let's say 92. Brokers searched for trucks in that area is 1,000, let's say 68 times. And the load to truck ratio is basically shows for every trucks, there were 6 loads in Dallas, Texas last 30 days. Hope you got the idea. And now we're moving into explaining into details. And this map called the heat map on the DAT market conditions tool. And this is one of the most powerful visual aids you will see. And it's color coded to quickly show you the balance of a supply and demand in different regions. Remember, we talked about this. Think about tight market and loose market, right? Basically supply and demand. Let's break down into details what these colors mean and how you can use this information to your advantage. Looking at the market condition index on your left side, this is specifically for flatbed, but it doesn't matter, but you can see their color and intensity of the colors. For this specific training, I'll be focusing on red and orange for the tight market. And remember, tight market means there are a lot of loads, less trucks. And on the other hand, we have the blue and green color. Blue and green color will represent loose market, meaning there are a lot of trucks out there, but less loads available for these trucks to move. And you can see that they're corresponding numbers, but you can just basically look at the red and orange, and we have plus 100, that means tight, and negative 100, meaning loose. Okay, now let's talk about you can also double click so you can zoom in, zoom out with your mouse if you wanted to. Red and orange zones, these colors indicate, as I said, high demand for trucks. We have a lot of loads. We need a lot of trucks to move these loads. In these areas, okay, red, as you can see, there's shortage of trucks compared to number of available loads. As I said many times, the reason why I say this is because it's confusing, right? As a carrier dispatcher, this is where you want it to be, okay? For example, if you see Savannah, Georgia, glowing red with the load-to-truck ratio 28.3 up here, it means brokers and shippers are competing for capacity. Capacity means they need what? They need carriers, okay? They have a lot of loads and they need carriers. Remember, red represent tight market, meaning there are a lot of loads, less trucks. You got it. You'll have more leverage to negotiate higher rates in these areas. Why? Because these markets are tight and can potentially increase your per mile rate by doing what? By moving your trucks into these regions. Okay? Cool? We're good? Awesome. Let's talk about blue and green zones. On the flip side, these colors shows excess truck capacity and lower demand for freight movement. What that means is that there are a lot of trucks, but less loads. So for this, I'll give you an example. Let's say Austin, Texas. If Austin, Texas, let's say, is shaded in green with load to truck ratio, let's say 4.9, it tells you that there are more trucks than available loads. Remember, as a carrier or a dispatcher, this is a loose market, meaning rates will likely be lower and competition among carriers is huge. This might be a signal for you to reposition your trucks to a higher market nearby, let's say Houston, where demand might be higher. I'll give you another example. Imagine you've got a fleet in the southeast area. You check the heat map and notice that Florida is glowing bright red with a 9.1 load to truck ratio. This is a golden opportunity, right? You can move your trucks into the into the Florida. Why? To negotiate premium rates. By doing that, what you're doing is you're capitalizing on the tight market conditions. Conversely, if you see Nebraska showing a deep blue color with a 1-to-1 load to truck ratio, you instantly know that this capacity is oversupplied. Here, the market is loose and you will be competing with other carriers, I would say mini carriers, for limited freight, likely resulting in lower rates. So in this case, it might be time to plan ahead and move your trucks to area with higher demand. I also want you to think in terms of season, like during the produce season in California, you might see region like Fresno, California, turn bright orange on the heat map. If the load to truck ratio in Fresno, California is 10-1, this indicates an extremely tight market. So in this scenario, reefer carriers can command significantly higher rates as demand for temperature-controlled transport is high and the supply of trucks is limited. Now, let's focus on understanding key freight market metrics. So we'll be using load-to-truck ratio, we'll be talking about rate trends, and obviously spot rate trends. The load-to-truck ratio is crucial for determining the market tightness. It's the number of loads divided by the number of available trucks in any specific region. A higher the ratio means a tighter the market and higher rates. And I'm repeating, a higher the ratio means tighter market and higher rates. A lower ratio indicates loose market with the low rates. Let's say you're looking at the Northeast region and the load-to-truck ratio in Baltimore is 12.1. This means there are 12 loads available for every one truck. In this scenario, carriers hold the advantage with the fewer trucks available. Why is that? Why carriers hold the advantage? Can you guess? With the fewer trucks available, brokers now and shippers will be competing for capacity, allowing you to negotiate much higher rates for your truck. And I can give you an example. If a typical flatbed rate in this region is usually around $2.50 per mile, in a market this tight, you could potentially command $3 or more per mile as brokers are more desperate to get their loads moved. Let me give you another example so that we can understand better. Let's now focus on the Midwest and let's talk about balanced market, okay? We talked about tight market, we talked about loose market, and let's talk about something in the middle, which is balanced market. So in the Midwest, imagine the ratio in Louisville, Kentucky is 6.6, meaning there are 6 loads available for every one truck. This is more balanced market, obviously, where neither carriers nor brokers hold significant leverage. And why is that? They're equal amount of loads compared to equal amount of trucks. Let's put it that way. So in this scenario, rates tend to hover around the market average. Let's say $2.75 per mile for flatbeds. However, with the real-time data, you could adjust your strategy if you see that specific lanes out of Kentucky have a tighter ratio, such as 12.1 or 14 or 50.1 heading towards, let's say, St. Louis, which may allow for slight rate increase in those routes. Now let's focus on the rate trends. Rate trends show the average per mile for different equipment types like dry vans, reefers, and flatbeds. Monitoring these trends helps you understand what the market is paying and allows you to adjust your strategy, which is very important. And I'll be giving an example for the flatbeds in Southeast area. So let's do that. As I said, let's focus on flatbeds in the Southeast area. Let's take Atlanta as an example. So let's say you're running flatbed loads out of Atlanta, Georgia, and the current spot rates in the region are averaging around $2.90 per mile. However, a broker offers you a load at only $2.30 per mile. Now, given the strong demand for flatbeds in this area, which is Southeast, this lower rate should be a red flag for you. Now you understand why, right? It's time to either negotiate with a broker to secure a higher rate closer to the market average, or move on to, let's say, a better paying lane. So that's the strategy here, right? So now you have two options. With tight market conditions and high demand, you have the leverage. That's what I'm trying to say. So you have the leverage to push back and command closer to $2.90 per mile. Why is that? Well, because that's the average rate per mile in this area. Let's now focus on a drive-in. Let's click on drive-in. Consider the West Coast for, let's say, specifically Los Angeles, and I'll take it closer so you can see it. So this is the Los Angeles market. As you can see on the left side, we selected. You can also type up here Los Angeles and basically select Los Angeles, where drive-in spot rates are trending at, let's say, this basically example, $3.10 per mile due to the, let's say, high shipping volume from ports. A broker might offer you a load at $2.50 per mile. Most of the dispatchers and carriers will take that load and run away, but you don't. Why? This rate is below the market trend. So what you can do is, now you know that this is an opportunity for you to negotiate a better rate, as the current demand for trucks justifies a higher rate. Why? We'll look at. So we have the tight market. That means there are a lot of loads and less trucks available in this area. Now, I hear you. You might say, what if the broker refuses? The broker refuses, it might worth exploring nearby lanes, such as, let's say, San Francisco to Las Vegas, where similar high demand conditions might allow you to secure rates closer to $3 per mile. So now you got the idea, right? Don't settle for less. Now let's focus on the reefer market. Let's close on reefer market and let's focus on Chicago area. In the Midwest, let's say, as I said, you're running reefer loads, and the spot rates for a refrigerated freight around $3.20 per mile in regions like Chicago, let's say. Okay, so in this area, and you got an offer for a load at only $2.70. And remember, average spot market rate in this region for the refrigerated market is $3.20. But the broker offers you $2.70. So then, first thing first, what do you notice here? You notice there is a noticeable gap between the market rate and the broker's offer. It's a signal to either push, remember, either push for a rate closer to $3.20, or you have a plan B, which is look for more competitive lanes heading to areas, let's say, where even tighter demand, like Detroit, let's say, where the reefer demand might be high due to the increased shipments for perishable goods. So far, so good. You learn it. Awesome. Do you want me to give you another example so you can take it home? Let's now focus van loads in Texas. And the spot rates are averaging, let's say, around $2.85 per mile. If a broker tries to offer you rate $2.40 per mile, despite knowing the current rates, it's a closer opportunity to negotiate. If the negotiations don't work out, consider moving to nearby lanes like Dallas or Houston. See? Now, Houston, let's say if you're in Austin, now you can see that you can move to Houston. Instead of fighting with the broker back and forth, what you can do, you can move your trucks where? To Houston for a better rate. And again, why? Because the demand is higher and you can capture closer to the trending, let's say, spot market rate, which is $2.85 per mile. Before I move on, I want to talk about fuel prices. In order to do that, what I can do, I can go to a dashboard, as you can see, and now I can see fuel surcharge. So fuel prices are tackled in real time, obviously, and influence your operating costs, meaning carriers' operating costs. The market condition tool provides the national, as you can see over here, is the national rate average for diesel prices, allowing you to factor in fuel costs when negotiating rates. Just hover over here and then you can see, okay, the people are posting spot rates, including with the fuel, and spot rates without the fuel, and how much is costing, let's say, for this particular lane in this particular date. So use this number. I'm not going into details because it's very straightforward. As you can see, the spot rate for, let's say select VIN. This is national rate. The spot rate is 1.55 and the contract rate is about $2.01 and the fuel surcharge is 0.56. And again, we did talk about fuel surcharge. So if you haven't watched that video, go back and watch that video, please. Okay, it's very important. So real quick, what you see here is the spot rate with fuel. We have spot without the fuel. We have contract with the fuel, and we have contract without the fuel. So basically you will hover over and you will see the rates with the fuel and without the fuel, both for spot market rates and for the contract rate. Now that we have covered the basic and we moved into the intermediate level of understanding DAT market conditions, now I want to talk about fleet positioning using the market data. So let's talk about that. So what we are doing here is we're moving into, as I said, advanced strategies using market conditions for fleet positioning. We'll be talking about fleet positioning and repositioning, predicting rate fluctuations. We'll be talking about lane planning based on the market conditions. By understanding where demand is higher, you can position your trucks in those areas to get better rates and avoid empty miles. That's the whole plan. By understanding where demand is highest, you can position your trucks in those areas to get better rates and avoid empty miles. That's the plan. That's the ultimate goal. Now I will be giving an example comparing West Coast to East Coast. Since we're comparing East Coast to West Coast, it's very handy and we did the training, right? So if you haven't watched, please go back and learn about comparing the market conditions data. Let's click on Add Search. What I'll be doing is on the left side, I'll be comparing to West Coast, okay, for this. And then East Coast, I'll be using this side. So for this training specifically, I'll be focusing on Medford and on this is for the West Coast. For the East Coast, what we have is the Charlotte, North Carolina market. Now, Medford has a load to truck ratio is, you can take a look up here, 90.4.1. While the East Coast, the Charlotte, North Carolina, has 12.4 load to truck ratio. So this means there's significantly more loads than trucks in where? Can you guess? Yes, you got it, the Medford. Why? Giving you a substantial advantage as a carrier. By moving your trucks into the West Coast, you can command much higher rates. Perhaps $3.50 per mile for flatbed loads, whereas in Charlotte, North Carolina, with the more balanced market or close to balanced market rates, maybe $2.50 per mile. Positioning your trucks in the region with the tighter ratio helps you capitalize on a shortage of a capacity and maximize your revenue. What you can do using this tool, you can also compare Midwest to Southwest. I'll give you an example real quick. Let's say in Midwest, the load to truck ratio in Chicago might be 5-1, while in Southwest, let's say Phoenix, it's at the 18.1. This suggests that there's a solid demand for trucks in Chicago and carriers can negotiate higher rates, obviously, as a result, potentially pushing for $2.75 to $3 per mile. However, in Phoenix, where there are few loads for every truck, you might be forced to accept lower rates. Think about closer to $2 per mile. By strategically relocating your trucks from the Southeast to the Midwest, you can take advantage of the better negotiating position that comes with higher load to truck ratio. Also, real quick, what you can do, you can compare South Central versus Southeast area, obviously. Consider the South Central region, such as Houston, with the load to truck ratio, let's say 6.1, while the Southeast area, like Charlotte, has load to truck ratio 2.1. In Houston, with more loads available, obviously you have stronger leverage. You can negotiate rates upward, possibly securing $3.25 per mile for reefer loads, let's say. On the other hand, in Charlotte, where trucks outnumber the loads, you might have to accept rates as low as $2.40 per mile. And therefore, positioning your trucks in Houston would allow you, obviously, to make the most of the favorable market conditions. Now, let's talk about understanding the Market Conditions Index, which stands for MCI. And I want you to learn about MCI scores. So using MCI scores, we can predict market movements. Very important. So in terms of scores, I want you to think, and this is very important, and you can take notes and you can remember this. From 0 to plus 100 using the MCI scores, it equals to tight market. And remember, tight market means there are more loads, less trucks. Conversely, scores of, let's say, between 0 and negative 100, okay? It's a loose market. And loose market stands for what? Basically, there are too many trucks, less loads. So I want you to think in terms of MCI scores positive, MCI scores negative. And we'll also be talking about predicting rate changes using market condition index score. So let's talk about that. So the market condition index, as I said, predicts rate fluctuations by actually combining load to truck ratios with other key points. Very important. Higher MCI score, let's say positive 70, positive 80, positive 90, this indicates a tight market, as I said many times already, while a low score, let's say 0 to negative 10, negative 50, negative 70, negative 100, this signals a loose market. Now, let's compare Northeast versus Midwest MCI scores. So let's talk about specifically Wilmington market that has the MCI score of 100, while the Midwest, particularly Detroit, what we see here has a score of 5. As a score of 100 in the Wilmington indicates that the market is extremely tight with the high demand for trucks in limited capacity, right? This suggests that carriers can push significantly higher rates, perhaps $3.50 per mile or more for a flatbed. On the other hand, the score of what we have is 24 in Detroit. It reflects a more balanced market where rates may hover, let's say, closer to national average, around $2.75 per mile. And moving your trucks to the northeast side or the southeast side would allow you to capitalize on the higher rates driving by the tight market conditions. So that's the whole idea here. You can also compare, obviously, southeast area to the West Coast MCI scores. As we compared West Coast side of the country and also the East side of the country, now we can do the same thing for the market condition index. Let's talk about strategic lane planning. Use market conditions data to plan lanes, obviously, that will give you the most profitable loads, which is high rate per mile, by comparing load to truck ratios across different lanes, and you can avoid deadhead miles and maximize revenue. Deadhead miles is huge in trucking. So what we're going to do is we'll basically go ahead and compare and see what we will come up. Suppose you frequently run loads between Los Angeles and Dallas, Texas, but you notice that the load to truck ratio is dropping in that lane. You've seen low rates, maybe around $2 per mile for flatbed loads. Meanwhile, you check from Atlanta to Houston, Texas, and you find out that the load to truck ratio is significantly, let's say it's about almost 11 load to truck ratio, which is significantly higher, suggesting a tight market. So in this case, obviously, you could switch to running between Atlanta, Georgia and Houston, Texas, where you might negotiate rates up to, let's say, $3.25 per mile due to the higher demand for trucks in that lane. You can also do, let's say, if your usual route is from Houston to Chicago, where the load to truck ratio is balanced and the rates how around, let's say, $2.60 per mile for flatbed loads. However, you notice that load to truck ratio for Dallas to Atlanta is much higher. So what we're going to do here, well, basically this signaling that demand for trucks is stronger in that lane. So by adjusting your route to Dallas to Atlanta, you could take advantage of the higher market and obviously push the rates up to the $3.10 per mile, which is obviously improving your overall profitability. Awesome. So far, so good. Great. Now let's go and talk about market conditions across freight types. Market conditions across freight type is basically what we're going to do here is understanding demand for drive-ins, reefers, and flatbeds. And I want to talk about drive-in seasonal shifts. For the reefer, we want to talk about produce season spikes. And for flatbed, we will be talking about industrial and construction trends. Let's do that. So let's talk about drive-in market conditions. Drive-in demand can fluctuate based on the seasonality. During the holiday rush, demand spikes, obviously, this causing tight markets and increased rates. So I'll give you an example. During the holiday season in the fourth quarter, retail activities basically surges as a stores restock and fulfillment, a massive influx of online orders. Think about Black Friday, Thanksgiving orders. This creates a huge spike in drive-in demand, especially in major distribution hubs like Atlanta, Los Angeles, and Chicago. With the holiday rush, the load to truck ratio can rise significantly, often reaching 6.1 or higher. And as a result, carriers can command premium rates, which might increase from $2.20 per mile to $3 per mile. And this is particularly noticeable for lanes moving consumer goods like electronics, clothing, and toys. Also, there is a Q3 demand in the late summer months leading into fall, drive-in demand increasing during the back-to-school season. Retailers and manufacturers are busy shipping every day from textbook to school supplies to apparel. Cities like Dallas and Indianapolis often see a sharp uptick in shipments during this period. The load to truck ratio can rise to 4.1, and drive-in rates can jump from $2 per mile to $2.70 per mile as companies rush to meet the deadline for the school openings. Another example, produce for reefer. While reefer trucks are in high demand during the produce season, as I said, drive-in demand also spikes in the spring as retailers restock shelves with general goods for the warmer months. In regions like Florida, California, and Texas, drive-ins are needed to transport non-perishable goods like beverages, furniture, and home improvement materials. This can cause the load to truck ratio to increase to 5.1, pushing rates from $2.50 mile to $3.10 per mile as more freight moves across the country. So right now we're not in the holiday season, but we're definitely in a back to school season, which is Q3. Let's check Dallas and Indianapolis to see what we have as far as the rate goes and see if the data is true. We're not into the holiday season yet, but we're definitely in Q3, which is back to school season. So remember, we talked about back to school season. Cities like Dallas and Indianapolis often see a sharp uptick in shipments during this period. Let's see that. Let's check Dallas and see what's happening there. As you can see, market is very tight right now. This is the prior business day, and we see about 5.9. Basically, this is the load to truck ratio. So think about approximately 6 loads for every 1 truck, which is tied. And let's do Indianapolis and see what's happening there. As you can see, this market is also about 80. It says very tight. There are 4 loads for every truck. What this real-time data tells you is that, hey, listen, if these two markets in Q3, the national rate for drive-in, it's $2, then you can obviously negotiate higher rates. Why? Because companies rush to meet the deadline for school openings, and obviously you can dictate the higher rates. So that's a great example to use market condition tools to analyze real-time data. So you can predict higher rates for your services. Let's apply what we have learned to real world scenario. We'll analyze the several regions using the market condition tool and determine the best strategy for fleet positioning and lane planning. This is very important. I'll walk you through and analyze, and I'll analyze, as I said, multiple regions. We'll use heat maps, we'll load the truck ratio, and we'll also use the rates to determine the most profitable areas for the fleet deployment. So let's do that. Before we start working on the scenario, let's actually create a scenario. Okay, let's say that we have a carrier. He owns 4 trucks. He serves flatbed, and he's located in Atlanta, Georgia, willing to go up to 250-mile radius. As you can see up here, I put it. His minimum rate is $2.80. He can't go less than that, and up to $3 per mile or more, obviously. Doesn't hurt to get paid more. His cost per mile, CPM, very important, is $1.50. And why cost per mile is important? So that we can negotiate better, knowing that for every mile he drives, costing him $1.50. And as a rule of thumb, what we're doing here is we need to get $1 on top of the cost per mile. So if we get him $2.50, he will be profitable, but he's not going to make much money. And because of that, maybe he will give up on us. We don't want that. And this is the reason why we did a minimum of $2.80 and $3. Now, he's willing to go from east side to west side, meaning east coast to west coast. And basically, he wants the ultimate goal. He wants us to build him a lane. 99% of the dispatchers, what they will do is they will come up to this load board and they start randomly searching for loads. Atlanta, Georgia, 250-mile radius, and goes to Houston or goes to, I don't know, Austin, Texas, Louisiana, or Phoenix or Los Angeles, randomly searching and killing basically the time, losing a lot of energy. We don't want that. Instead, what you need to do, we need to go to the DAT market condition. We go and select first thing first, flatbed. So what we're looking for is the flatbed market. Now, remember we said that he's going from East Coast. Now let's bring closer to East Coast and analyze, oh wow, we have tight market. Atlanta is a tight market. We're looking for the outbound. Outbound looks good. It's about 10, let's say 10 loads for every one truck. So moving out of Atlanta, we have no problem. Even we will move into South Carolina, we have, think about, almost 48. There are 48 loads for every truck. Guess what? Maybe I can move from Atlanta to South Carolina. Why? Because there are a lot of loads and I can get better or premium rates. Now we got that. Now we're moving into the East Coast. I mean, from East Coast to West Coast. I'm looking at the heat map. We learned a lot, right? What can you guess? Loose market. So let's say if I want to go to Los Angeles, California, what do you think? Is it the loose market or tight market? You got it. See, it says neutral. But again, so if you click on that, you can see that for every truck, we have 6 loads. Maybe for the long run, maybe we can make some money, but look at this. Houston has 10.6, almost 11 loads for every truck. And what's the reason for me to pick Houston instead of Los Angeles? Remember we talked about outbound. This is outbound. So if I can get a really good load from Atlanta or from South Carolina, from Colombia, let's say, going to Houston, the reason why I select Houston, the probability of me finding good loads or high premium loads, it's high. Why? There are a lot of loads. It's very tight right now. See, it's red. Red represents what? a lot of loads, less trucks. So this is the reason why I picked the Houston. Now, let's say the carrier wants to go to Phoenix, Arizona, let's say, and you're looking at the Phoenix, Arizona, you can say, hey, listen, Phoenix, Arizona is a very loose market right now. We can get really good load or premium load paying from, let's say, from South Carolina, going to Phoenix, Arizona. We can get that. But then moving out of there, it will be very hard for us. But you have to maybe move from Phoenix, Arizona, go to Los Angeles empty. So that's a deadhead miles. We don't want that. When you talk this way to a carrier, and carrier will treat you like a professional. He will think that you know everything about the freight market. So what type of a conclusion can we draw from this scenario? It is a better choice if we want to move from Atlanta, Georgia to Houston, Texas. So what I need to do is I click search and I'll look at the rate per miles, $3.20, $3.16, $2.84. It matches his criteria, right? Is between $2.80 up to $3. So what I can also do to impress him, I can click on try haul. And by the way, we'll be doing try haul more in-depth training as well as a try haul compared to try hub. Amazing stuff coming your way. And then click try haul. And now you can see instead of going from directly from Atlanta market to Houston market, and this is what you're going to have, right? Or make. Instead of that, you go from Atlanta market, go to Knoxville, Tennessee or Nashville, Tennessee, drop the load there, pick another load in Nashville or in Kentucky, and go to Houston, deliver that load, and you make about $4,000, which is another $2,100 profit on top of about $1,600. So this is the game, and this is how you move the game, right? So this is the second way to bump up the rate per mile. Then what you can do is, if we come back to the market conditions, look at this. So what you can do now, we'll be talking about this more in detail in the upcoming videos. What you can do here, you deliver in Houston. While he is in transit, he's moving. What you can do, you can find another load. Let's say from Houston goes to Oklahoma, goes to Dallas, Fort Worth, maybe Austin. You look for loads using the market conditions data to analyze and forecast and predict in advance and book loads. And you can move loads back and forth. That's how you use market conditions in the practical application. That basically wraps up our training on DAT market conditions. It was amazing. I know it was a lot. I want you to go back again, maybe a couple times, learn everything that I talked about here in this training. I highly recommend going back maybe at least 2 to 3 times, take notes, learn, and if you have the DAT access, go and use the market condition yourself. Just play around and get confident around using this tool. So I hope you have a deeper understanding of how to use this tool to optimize your operations, meaning carrier side of the operation, maybe dispatching side of the operation, and obviously maximizing profitability and make data-driven decisions. Remember, we're becoming a data-driven dispatcher. So in the next video, we're going to talk about negotiation strategies, and we'll be talking about how to talk to brokers, what to say, what not to say, so that we can get the premium rates for our carriers. So I'll see you in the next video. Hello and welcome. I'm excited to have you here for today's training on negotiation strategies. You're becoming a data-driven dispatcher. I just want you to know this. And mastering negotiation is one of the most important skills you will need to thrive in the freight industry. So I want you to think. I want you to pause and think about every load you move, every rate that you lock in with the freight broker directly impacts your profitability and ultimately your business success. So in this training, we're going to break down negotiation into simple, actionable steps that you can implement right away. By the end of this video, you will be equipped with the powerful negotiation framework called Hook, Reason, Offer, which is the HRO framework. I've developed this strategy over the years, and it's a game changer when it comes to securing better rates, building strong relationship with brokers, and obviously handling tough negotiations with confidence, be it face-to-face or over the phone. We'll dive into the core elements of this approach, and you will see why it's effective and how it can be used in various real-world scenarios. Let's start with the foundation of today's training, the hook, reason, offer strategy, or the HRO framework. This is a three-step negotiation process that basically simplifies the entire conversation. Or think about guided conversation. You focus on presenting a strong opening, providing a solid justification, and making a competitive offer. So let's break it down. The hook. This is your attention grabber. It's where you capture the broker's interest. Remember, you have the interest and broker has the interest. So maybe you're thinking my interest is getting this load. Maybe you're wrong. Why? Because your interest is getting the best deal for that load. So remember, this is very important. So everything boils down to immediate problem. What I mean by that is, what can you offer that solves their immediate problem? I'll give you an example. If you got a truck nearby that can pick up quickly, or a driver who experienced with their type of, let's say, load or freight, that's your hook. I want you to remember, you want the broker to realize that you're exactly what they need for this load. Okay? Cool. Moving on to the reason. Next, give the broker reason to believe that working with you is their best interest. And everything ties together. Right? So on the third process, which is the offer, we'll be talking about how you're going to present. But before presenting your offer, your rate to the broker, the reason is something in the middle that actually makes or breaks the deal. So maybe it's your reliability, maybe your expertise in specific market, maybe specialized in X, Y, and Z freight in flatbed, or speed of your service, maybe, or the speed of your service. The reason this second element of the framework actually builds the trust. It's the why behind your offer, and it reinforces the fact that you are the best option for that broker. Now, you got that. We covered the hook, the reason. Now, moving on to the offer. So far, so good? Cool. So the offer, this is where you present your rate or terms to the broker. I want you to know this. The key here is to start slightly above what you are, let's say, willing to accept. I'll give you an example. Just think about giving yourself room to negotiate. Okay. So the offer should feel reasonable. That's the key here, considering the value you have provided in the hook and reason. So remember that. The beauty of the HRO framework, or the hook, reason, offer framework, it's the simplicity. It's very simple. I strongly believe that it takes the stress out of the negotiation because you're guiding the conversation with logic and value. And trust me, brokers respond to this approach because it's clear. It's basically straightforward and professional. Let's zoom on the first step, the hook. Think of it's your elevator pitch. The first thing you say grabs the broker's attention. You've got seconds to show them why you're the best option for them at this moment, right now. This is where you highlight what sets you apart from other dispatchers. So remember, brokers want efficiency and reliability. Remember this, efficiency and reliability. I hope you're taking notes. So I'll give you an example. I'll give you two examples. Hook with proximity, hook with experience. Both work like crazy. You could start with, I've got a truck 50 miles away from your pickup location, can be there within 45 minutes or can be there within 30 minutes. Does that work for you? By highlighting the immediate availability of your truck, you're making the changes in their minds for them. You're offering, obviously, a solution that they can ignore, right? So that's the best interest for them at this moment. So that's the hook with proximity. I'll give you an example with the experience. So this might go like this. My driver has handled this specific type of freight before. Your load is in good hands with us. You can say something like that. Now broker's thinking, oh, wow, okay. So they already moved this type of freight. So I'm confident assigning any loads that coming my way to them because they have already experienced moving this type of load. So here you're showing you've got the right experience, okay? Easing any concerns they might have about a quality or safety. Remember, they can't ignore the solution that you're providing. And here, they can't ignore the quality or the safety you're offering. Cool? Awesome. Let's move on. Establishing the reason. Now, what happens when you hook the broker? So after you hook the broker, what's next? It's time for the reason. Why? Because they should and they must trust you to get the job done. This is obviously your chance to demonstrate reliability and professionalism. The reason why I say this, because you wanted to give the broker peace of mind by actually showing them that you're dependable, that you have successfully completed similar jobs in the past. Very important. So now, let me give you 2 ways to give the reason. So reason with reliability and reason with specialized service. For instance, the reason with reliability. You might say, we have completed multiple loads in this lane, which is Atlanta to Houston. And man, I wanted to say that we always delivered on time without any issues. So you can count on us. You can say something like that. What you're doing here, you're emphasizing your track record here, which is a key to building the trust with the broker or with the brokers. Now, let's talk about specialized service, the reason with the specialized service. So the broker is obviously concerned about the nature of the load, something delicate like machinery or any specialized machineries or something like that. You could say we specialize in moving industrial equipment and our drivers trained to handle this type of freight. So just no worries, man. By saying this lets the broker know that you are the expert, and which helps them feel confident about choosing you and trusting your drivers, which is the key in negotiation, specifically with freight brokers. Now, presenting the offer. Now we'll move to the part that many people find challenging. This is where the presenting the offer comes in. Your rate, whatever the rate you have, is where the negotiation either succeeds or fails. But if you nail the hook in reason, you've already set the stage for successful conversation. That means there is a deal waiting for you if you nail the hook in reason. So let me give you the strategy behind this offer. The key here is to ask for a rate that's slightly above what you're willing to accept. Let's say you wanted to close a deal with this particular broker and the load is 2,500. Start by offering something like 2,700 and see how broker responds. You created flexibility. That's basically the strategy behind this flexibility for yourself in the negotiation process. And by doing this, broker feels confident working with you. Now, let me give you the offer with the value. So if you are offering premium services, make sure your rate reflects that. For example, you could say, given the fact that we can load in under like hour or less, maybe less than 2 hours, you can say something like that, and deliver by tomorrow or after tomorrow morning, would be looking at 2,700 for this load. Does that work for you? Notice how you tied the rate to the value you're providing for this broker. Amazing stuff, right? Now, let's compare this with what I see amateur dispatchers do all the time, or beginners dispatcher. Here's a typical scenario that I want to share with you. A dispatcher sees a load posted for, let's say, $2,000, and they jump on a call with the broker saying, hey, broker, can you do 2,600? Right off the bat, asking $600 more than it was previously posted. And that's it. No hook, no reason, just straight to the offer. There is a problem. What it is? The problem here is that the broker has no reason to give or agree to a higher rate. It's a common rookie mistake. You're doing something really wrong by not offering any value. The dispatcher is relying solely on the broker's willingness to be generous. I don't know why most of the dispatchers just thinking that they're generous, that they can give $600 on top of what they're posted. No, it doesn't work that way. And trust me, brokers aren't going to give you give you more just because you ask. None, never happened. You need to give them the reason why they should. And that's where the HRO strategy comes in. Now, let's talk about handling objections. Brokers will often push back on your rate with objections. That's more than we've got in the load, or I can't go that high. This is where your negotiation skills comes into play. It's important to stay calm and stand by your value. For instance, if the broker says, I can only do 2,500, you could respond and say, I understand, but with the proximity of my truck, man, and in fact that we can load quickly, I think 2,500 is fair for this load. If you can confirm now, I'll lock it in. You've compromised slightly while still holding your ground. Very important. Let's tie it all together. In real negotiation, here is how you could flow through the hook, reason, and offer. The hook. We've got our truck 30 minutes away from your pickup point and ready to roll. The reason. We've handled similar loads in this lane before, always on time and with no issues whatsoever. The offer. For this load, we can do 2,600. If you confirm right now, I'll take it. See this? It's very simple, but it's very powerful. Now, let's look at the real world example. Imagine you're looking at the load board and you see there's a load posted for 2,000 from Atlanta, Georgia, goes to Houston, Texas, and you're going to call this broker. You're interested in picking up this load, and I want you to use hook, reason, offer. So hook would be this. I've got a truck 20 minutes away from a pickup point or pickup location. And reason should be, we've run this lane several times before, always delivered on time with no issues. So that's the reason. The offer should be, given our experience and availability, would be looking at 2,600 on this load. Can we lock it in? Okay. Now notice how each part of the strategy ties back to the value and how the offer is justified by the hook and reason. So that's the entire game. This is very important to understand. So this is how you get the brokers to say yes. Not just by asking randomly for more dollars by showing why you are, let's say, worth more or anything like that. See how easy and natural that sounds? By following this structure, I highly recommend that you follow this structure. You're guiding the conversation in a clear and professional way that makes it easier to close deal. Is that cool? So far, so good? Awesome. Now that we covered the hook, reason, offer strategy, you're ready to start applying it right away with your negotiations. If you're calling brokers right now, maybe you have load board access. I want you to use this. The more you use this framework, the more confident you will become. And soon enough, you'll be securing better rates or high premium rates with ease, with no problem. Remember, negotiating is about creating value for both parties. It's not about I'm winning, brokers are losing. No, both parties must win. Focus on how you can deliver that. Very important, and you will succeed every single time when you're calling brokers. Now, in the next module, we'll be diving into common challenges and how to overcome them, and I will show you specific solutions to each of those challenges. I'll see you next week. Hello, everyone. Welcome to today's training on common challenges and practical solutions. In this video, we're going to explore real-life situations that many dispatchers encounter every single day, from dealing with deadhead miles, canceled loads, to navigating complex negotiations and avoiding common traps like, this is, I think, the biggest one, double brokering. So these challenges can be frustrating, obviously, but with the right approach, you'll be equipped to handle easily, hand-on, protect yourself, protect your profits, protect your company, protect your carriers, and keep your trucks moving effectively and efficiently. And obviously, profitability is very important. So think of this as your personal playbook full of strategies, step-by-step processes, and actionable examples that will help you maximize your success as a dispatcher. So by the end of this training, you will not only feel prepared for unexpected in the trucking, as in trucking, many things can happen any given moment. Anything can happen at any time in the trucking. But you'll also have a strong toolkit of solutions to boost your operations, meaning dispatching operations, making you more confident, data-driven dispatchers. Remember, always remember that we're becoming a data-driven dispatcher. So let's dive in and tackle these challenges together. Remember, every problem has a solution. And by the end of this training, you will have the knowledge and skills to overcome any obstacles that the trucking industry throws your way. Are you ready? If you're ready, I'm ready. Let's get started. I want you to start with tunnel. Tunnel stands for truck order used, which happens when broker cancels a load after truck has already been dispatched. This can result in lost time and fuel expenses for the carrier, which is frustrating, right, for both the dispatcher and the driver and the carrier. So why it's important? Because tunnel can lead to significant losses for dispatchers if you don't negotiate cancellation fee up front, and I'll be giving you examples how to do that. Having a tunnel agreement in place ensures that carriers are compensated for their time, and obviously dispatchers as well, even if the load gets canceled last minute. How to avoid falling into this trap? Before dispatching, always ask broker about a cancellation policy. And if they offer a tunnel fee, make sure to get this in writing via email, protect yourself and the carrier from unnecessary losses. Very important. So let's talk about the examples. So first example will be, imagine your truck is already 100 miles into its journey to pick up a load. Okay, so you dispatch already and the broker cancels. Broker calls you and says, hey, man, I'm sorry, but the load is canceled. Because you negotiated $200 tunnel fee up front, you will still receive a compensation, ensuring the driver doesn't lose the time and money, as well as this carrier owns more than 2, 3, 4 trucks. So carrier has their drivers, right? So drivers must be paid and then carrier must be compensated and dispatcher as well. If you negotiated up front saying, hey, I really want to know the tunnel, if you order the truck, but then you cancel, then what would be the tunnel fees? I want to know that. So you can, just one quick email fixes all the problems associated with tunnel. What if the broker says, we don't have a tunnel policy? As simple as that. If they don't, then you don't. You decide. You want to book load with this broker? If you don't, then you don't. The broker says, man, I don't know, this is trucking, we're not going to offer a tunnel. Then you have two choices. Either just eat up all the expenses up front, anything that costs. If the load is canceled, then imagine you dispatch a load from Atlanta, Georgia, and then this truck goes to Charlotte, North Carolina. He's passing South Carolina. He's about 200 miles and then 50 miles left. And the broker says, man, I'm canceled. Then imagine what you would do in that particular case. So I'll give you an example. If that happens, that quickly what you do, you call the driver and say, hey, a load is canceled. I want you to move into the closest truck stop, park your truck there. I'll be finding another load. So meantime, while you're looking for a load, you email this broker saying, hey, remember we negotiated, there is a tunnel fee because you ordered the truck, I dispatched, but then you canceled, so we require a tunnel fee. Then a broker gives you the compensation for whatever the expenses you have or whatever the rate you negotiated. That's the good scenario. But then the bad scenario is the broker refuses to give you a tunnel and says, man, that's what it is. I told you we're not going to pay tunnel, then just deal with it. I just want you to know upfront that things can happen in trucking, and that's totally normal. You don't need to fight back doing all sorts of bad things. So if I were you, if that's happened to me, then I would just, okay, if I have the relationship with this broker, I'll just let it go. I'll just eat up whatever the expenses I have. Why? Because in the future, I'll be getting a lot of loads from this broker. Boils down to what? Boils down to relationship with the broker. Now, example 2 is a truck is dispatched to rural area, let's say, and the load gets canceled or rivals. You are there. So thanks to the $250, let's say, tunnel fee, you negotiate it, and the driver covers fuel and travel cost, avoiding total loss. And again, in this case, the reason why I gave you this example is because imagine that you negotiated $250 tunnel up front, and this is why you don't have the problem. And again, bad scenario or the bad situation where broker don't want to negotiate or don't want to offer you a tunnel. And again, you look back into the relationship. If you have a relationship, you just move on. And obviously, if you don't have a relationship, then you just port this broker. So last example, you secure a load that's in high demand. It's happening all the time. But you remember to ask the broker, what's the tunnel fee if this load gets canceled? Important question to ask the broker. When they confirm a $150 tunnel fee, you ensure your truck run at loss. So now you're covered. Now, deadhead, one of the biggest obstacles, biggest challenges in trucking. So I want to talk about these and what it is and why it's important and how to avoid them. And I also will be giving you examples. Deadhead miles are the distance a truck travels empty to pick up the next load from point A to point. Minimizing deadhead is key to maximizing profits. That's how the formula works. So why deadhead miles important in trucking? So deadheading adds cost to your dispatching or carrier operation without generating income. Remember, we said these miles don't generate revenue. So therefore, you need to do everything possible to reduce these miles because it will help increase your overall profitability by keeping your trucks full for as much of their journey as possible. So keep them loaded as much as possible. Now, how to avoid or reduce these deadhead miles? Use load board filters to find loads close to your truck's location. And I'll give you an example. Always negotiate a high rate so that you can cover the cost for the deadhead. I'll give you examples. Your driver finishes a delivery in a small town, let's say Cumming, Georgia, and the next load is 150 miles away. Let's say Greenville, South Carolina is away 150 miles from Cumming, Georgia. You use load boards, special filters to search with a 50-mile radius and find a load just 20 miles away. By doing this, you'll be reducing deadhead miles and saving fuel. But here's a caveat. Maybe in Cumming, Georgia, when you delivered and then 20 miles away, you found another load. But maybe if you put, let's say, 150-mile radius or 250-mile radius using the load boards, filters, and there is a load pop-up in Greenville, South Carolina. Now you need to decide, is it worth it to go 150 miles from Cumming, Georgia to Greenville, South Carolina to pick this load up and then deliver in Houston? Let me give you another example. There is a load requires, let's say, 200 miles of a deadhead, which could cut into profit, right? Meaning the profit margin is reducing. You call the broker and say, since my truck is far from the pickup point or pickup location, can we adjust the rate to $2.50 per mile or whatever that mile is, maybe $2.80 or $3 per mile. Why? Because this helps cover the empty miles while keeping the truck profitable. That's the entire game when it comes to deadhead miles. I'll give you another example. Imagine your driver has just completed a delivery in Dallas, Texas, and the next load is, let's say, 100 miles away. Instead of accepting this load right away, you negotiate with the broker for an additional $100 to cover the empty miles. So simple as that. Now, let's talk about lowball rates. These are also very common obstacles, problems, challenges in trucking. So what is it? Lowball rates occur when brokers offer loads at rates below the market value, which is spot market. This can significantly cut into dispatchers' margins and reduce profitability. Then why it's important? As we said already, it's all about making less money, right? So if a dispatchers accept lowball rates or low rates too often, let's say, they risk diminishing their carrier's revenue, which as a result, carriers not happy, right? Understanding the current market or the spot market rate and using the data to negotiate better rates we already talked about in the previous videos is crucial for long-term profitability. We must keep carriers happy. How to avoid these low rates? First thing first, use market data. We talked about this. Trend lines, DAT, lane makers. We talked about market conditions. We just go back and use the data. Why? Because you need to justify high rates when negotiating with brokers. Important. Remember, we need to solve an immediate problem for a broker so that we can negotiate higher rates. We talked about this. Always come prepared with accurate numbers to support your counter offers. Okay, very important. I'll give you an examples. Now, imagine you're offered a load at $1.80 per mile, but you check the market rate and you found that it's closer to $2.50, but the broker offers $1.80. You call the broker and say, hey, based on the latest market data that I have, the average rate is $2.50 for this lane. I'd like to negotiate closer to that, right? And then this is how you start the negotiation. Keep that in mind. And I'll give you a second example. You find a load, let's say, listed at $2 per mile, but the region's average is $2.70. Remember, I showed you how to find these rates, right? Instead of accepting the lower offer right now, what do? You reach out to a broker and explain, hey, given the current load-to-truck ratio that we have in, let's say, in Atlanta, we should be looking at around $2.70. Can we adjust? Can we talk about this? The reason why I'm giving you these numbers because we already talked about how you can position your trucks using the market conditions. We talked a lot about the load-to-truck ratio. So if you haven't watched, please go back and watch the load-to-truck ratio in market conditions video. Let me give you another example. A load posted at $1.90 per mile seems low for your carrier. You check DAT and see the current market trend is $2.40 for that particular lane or the state. You call the broker and explain. That's what you do. Hey, Mike or Jason, with the market running at $2.40, man, per mile, we need to talk. We need to adjust the rate to stay competitive, man. I need your help. There you go. So that's how you start the negotiation with the broker. Now, let's talk about last-minute load cancellations. A last-minute load cancellation occurs or happens when the broker cancels a load shortly before pickup, leaving the truck in a bad position. Load cancellations can leave drivers without freight and waste valuable time. Time is money for a driver. Having a backup plan and multiple broker contacts ensures that your truck is basically back on the road quickly because of the contacts you have. And I always have the backup plan. Now, let's talk about avoiding these load cancellations. Now, first thing first, set up a load alerts. We talked about setting up these load alerts, right? And very important, maintaining strong relationship with multiple brokers so you always have a backup plan ready to go when cancellation happens. Let me give you an example. Let's say your truck is in Chicago, ready to pick up a load that goes to Dallas, Texas, but broker cancels an hour before. What do? You immediately call the driver, tell him that, hey, load is canceled, move to closer truck stop, just go there, be there, just wait for my call. Let me get you a load. So what do? You check load alerts, check your load boards, find another load within 50 miles so that you can keep your trucks moving. I'll give you another example. Let's say you have a truck ready to pick up a load, but it gets canceled last minute, okay? Instead of panicking, instead of fighting back with this broker, what do, you call your trusted broker that you have a relationship. Always have this list of brokers that you will use last minutes. These are the brokers that you worked before, and you secure a replacement load within the hour. So it happens very quickly when you have this type of relationship in place, okay? Let me give you another example. Let's say a load to Houston is canceled the night before a pickup. Since you have several broker contacts, and again, see, relationship, very important with brokers. What do? You reach out to your brokers and find new load going to same direction, minimizing what? Minimizing downtime and maximizing the profits. Let's talk about miscommunication. This happens all the time. Broker gets the wrong information. Dispatcher gets the wrong information. Miscommunication with brokers can happen when important details like weight, load dimensions, or delivery times are not properly conveyed or understood. This leads to what? Leading to complications during the pickup or delivery. Very important. And again, why it's important? Miscommunication can lead to delays up to hours, maybe day, or two, or even cancel loads. So verifying key details on your rate confirmation, very important. Checking, double checking, triple checking with your brokers before dispatching any loads. Both parties should be on the same page. Now, how to avoid and not fall into these traps. Always verify critical load details like weight, equipment requirements, does it require chain or strap, does it require tarp, ramps, anything. And very important, delivery times. You must get confirmation in writing to avoid any misunderstanding. But checking the rate confirmation is very important, and we'll be looking at those examples in the upcoming video. So let me give you an example. You have dispatched a flatbed load, but the broker forgets to, let's say, mention the load needs to be tarped. Before dispatching, you ask, just to confirm, Mike, no tarp is needed, right? And he says, yes, that's correct. Or emails back and says, yes, that's correct. And the reason why I do this, and this is why I teach you, because maybe tarp is not required and maybe not listed on the rate confirmation. But when you get there, your driver calls you and says, hey, you said tarp is not required for this load, but it's required. That's the example of a miscommunication. So the broker confirms it's not required. This will prevent any issues at the pickup. Let me give you another example. A broker lists a load as, let's say, the weight is 20,000 pounds. But when truck arrives at the pickup location, the load is actually 30,000 pounds. Don't panic. It happens a lot. Right? It's part of the business. Just accept as it is, okay? And verifying the weight ahead of the time, this will help you avoid issues at the pickup location. So double make sure that it's 20,000, or sometimes it could be less than 20,000 pounds. So let me give you another example. Let's say a load requires a strict delivery time, let's say 10 a.m., okay? But the broker didn't specify the time zone. Oh, this is very important. You call to confirm that it is 10 a.m. PST, not EST or Eastern time or Pacific time or Central time zone. You must make sure that it's a Central or whatever or Eastern time. So time zones are very important. And in the next coming slides, we'll be talking about the importance of time zones and how it's confusing. This will ensure that your truck arrives at the correct time or the scheduled time. Let's talk about time zone confusion. The time zone confusion occurs when pickup or delivery times are misinterpreted because of the time zones or the time differences, and this leading to missed deadlines or early arrivals or canceled loads or miscommunications with the broker. You don't need that. Why is it important? Getting the time zone wrong can delay shipments. Brokers put you in a block list. Anything can happen with confused time zones. Broker might think that you're lying, but like in reality, you did not specify. So you said 10 a.m., but it doesn't say is it the PST or at Central Time or is it Eastern Time. And this can damage broker relationship, even broker relationship with the shippers. Confirming the local time for a pickup and delivery helps avoid these costly mistakes. Now, how to avoid? It's straightforward, right? It's common sense. All the time ask the time zone when booking loads and use time conversion tools needed to ensure that you're accurate with the time zone. Let me give you an example. Let's say your truck is picking up a load in Los Angeles at 2 p.m. Pacific time, but the driver is running on EST. You confirm with the broker to avoid any confusion about the 3-hour time difference. It's huge. Let me give you another example. A delivery is scheduled, let's say, for 9 a.m. CST, which is Central Time. But your driver is running on the Mountain Standard Time, which is MST. Using a time zone app, you can make sure that the driver arrives on time, preventing delays. Let's talk about payments, late payments, missed payments. So what is it? Slow or late payments can happen all the time with brokers if you're not using factoring companies. This can happen when brokers delay paying carriers, let's say after a load has been, let's say, delivered, which can cause cash flow problems for the carrier, obviously for both the dispatcher and the carrier. Money is important. Cash flow is very important in trucking. Why is that? Because trucking is brutally competitive and capital intensive business. I want you to know this, or making sure that fast payments comes from brokers is very important for maintaining smooth operations for your business, obviously, and for your carrier. Now, how to avoid this? Always check broker histories using the load board. How long does it take for a broker to pay before accepting any loads? And consider using factoring companies or factoring services to get paid quickly and avoid long delays. Very important. And let me give you an example. Before taking a load, you check the broker's payment history on a load board, on a DAT, let's say. How long does it take for this broker to pay the carrier right after the delivery? See, they have a 30-day payment cycle, and you realize that, hey, if I work directly with this broker, it takes 30 days to send a check to my carrier. You don't need that. Your carrier wants to get paid within 24 hours. And what you do, you use a factoring company. You decide to pass on this load or opting for brokers with the faster payment terms. They do have 7-day term or a 5-day quick pay or something like that, but there is a charge involved. Just make sure that you have the understanding on those fees. Let me give you another example. You deliver a load, but the broker delays payment for weeks. To avoid further delays, what you can do, you use factoring services, receiving 95% of the payment up front. Factoring companies pay within a couple of hours, up to 24 hours. So let me give you another example. A broker who's known for slow payments offers a high-paying load. Remember this, carriers fall into this trap, and dispatchers also fall into this trap. The regional, let's say, average last 7 days or last 15 days, it's about $2.70, but you see this broker pays $3.30. Why he's doing this? Because this company, this brokerage company, known for slow payments, and because of that, they offer high-paying loads. What do? You negotiate upfront for the quick payment terms. Very important. And obviously ensuring that the cash flow remains smooth, you always negotiate upfront, okay? So this is also a common one, multiple stops or multi-stop loads. This is also a common one. Multi-stop loads involve delivering to, let's say, multiple destinations. 1 pickup, 4 drop-offs, or 3 pickups, 1 drop. You have 1 load, but then there are multiple locations that you need to go and pick up other pieces. Let's say if it's in machinery, you pick up 1 part in Roswell, Georgia, then second part might be in the Greenville, South Carolina, and third you pick up along the way. Let's say if you're going to Houston, Texas, maybe the last pickup will be in Birmingham, Alabama, but then also could be delivering in multiple locations. For example, 1 in Louisiana, 1 in Houston, the other one in Austin, the last one maybe in Dallas. So a lot of work. So remember that you need to get paid based on these drop-offs. So why it's important? T-stop loads should be compensated fairly, right? And failing to negotiate with the broker additional pay for each stop can obviously leave you unpaid, frustrated, and unhappy customers. How to avoid this? Very straightforward. Negotiate a high rate for each additional stop upfront to ensure you get fair compensation for your work. That's it. That's basically it. Let's say if a broker offers a load with 3 stops, but only pays for 1, okay? So you negotiate $50 per additional stop. And by the way, this is average all across the board, but some people get more or less, but this is the average. It's $50 per stop. So this can help you increase the total payout by $150. Why? Because there are 3 stops. Let me give you another example. A truck arrives, let's say, at the second stop, but unloading takes longer than expected, or you expected, thanks to your negotiated detention rate of, let's say, $25 per hour. The driver is fairly compensated for the delay. Detention happens when the truck is detained, let's say, for more than 2 hours. As a general rule, you give 2 hours for the shipper or to unload. Anything that passes 2 hours, you charge whatever the rate you have per hour. Some people charge $20, some people charge $50, but again, you always negotiate your detention upfront. Tunnel and detention is very important that you negotiate upfront, because Remember always this, anything can happen at any time in trucking. So remember that. Now let's talk about load shifted. This is huge. It happened a lot to my dispatchers, my students, and obviously I handle them a lot. Now, what is it? A load shifted happens when the load inside the trailer or on the trailer moves or shifts during the transit, which can create safety risks and also can damage the goods or damage the load, can lead to accidents. So now, why is it important? A shifted load can result in delays and potential fines. You need to avoid these at all costs. Not corrected, it can also cause damage to the freight, to the load, right? Leading to disputes or maybe some legal action. So you need to avoid this at all costs. How to avoid these? Ensure proper loading. Your driver must be trained how to secure a load. So check the load during the transit and make sure that your driver knows how to strap the load correctly, using the load bars correctly, chains and everything. And then also keeping eye on the load throughout the transit. Very important. I'll give you an example. Imagine the driver is halfway through, let's say, the journey and notices that load shifted during the fuel stop at the truck stop, let's say. Because the load wasn't properly secured, man, now it delays the delivery time, let's say by hours, maybe even days. Think about this. But by using straps in load bars beforehand and using these correctly, this could have been prevented, right? So let me give you another example. A heavy load of construction material shifted while on the road. Imagine this is creating a mess. Right? Thanks to the pre-trip check, the driver spotted the issue early and secured the load again before it became a bigger problem. So maybe your driver secured once. If stopped, let's say, for a fuel, what he can do, he can also secure the load one more time, right? And why? Because we need to avoid before it becomes a bigger problem down the line. Let's talk about double brokering. We're going to dive into a serious and common issue in trucking and dispatching world, double brokering. If you've been obviously in the industry for a while, you've probably heard bad stories of unpaid loads, damaged reputations, and confused responsibilities. Double brokering is one of those traps that can completely mess your operations. But the good news is, with the right knowledge, you can easily avoid double brokering. So in this section of the video, we're going to break down exactly what double brokering is, why it's such a big problem in trucking, and how you can spot the warning signs before it's too late. More importantly, I will give you actionable strategies that can help you protect you and your business and obviously your carriers from falling into this costly trap, which is double brokering. By the end of this section of the video, you will have the confidence to identify double brokering. This is a scheme and make smarter, more informed decisions on every load you take from a broker. So let's talk about what is double brokering. Very quickly, double brokering happens when a broker who does not have a control of the freight, essentially, one broker gives a load to another broker, but the actual trucking company or carrier may not know who holds true responsibility of the payment. This creates confusion or payment delays and potential non-payment for the carrier and dispatcher. Why double brokering is a major issue? Double brokering causes several significant problems in the freight industry almost every single day. So number one, payment delays or non-payment. If you're working, let's say, with a broker who double brokers the load, the carrier may never get paid or face significant delays in payment. When the load moves between multiple brokers, it's harder to track who's responsible for paying the carrier, right, once the job is done. Second, risk of a freight damage claims. Since carrier may not know the true shipper or consignee is, this can result confusion over who's responsible for damages in case something goes wrong with the load. The last one, reputation damage. To build a really good reputation takes years, but damaging reputation can happen very quickly. Carriers or dispatchers unknowingly participate in double brokering may face reputation damage in the freight industry, in trucking, and as a result, making it harder to build trust with legitimate brokers and shippers. Now, I want to talk about how to avoid double brokering. Recognizing the warning signs of a double brokering is crucial to protect your business and obviously your carrier's business as well. Here are the key red flags to watch for. Number one, broker offers rates that seems too good to be true. Right? If a broker is offering a rate that seems much higher than the market average, it could be a sign of a double brokering. That's number one. They may not be able to deliver on the payment or are trying to pass off the load to another broker. So I'll give you an example. Imagine a broker offers you $3 per mile when the market average is $2.10. That's a red flag, right? So this sudden spike in the rate be a sign that the broker is trying to pass off the load to another party, leaving you in the dark about the true rate. Second, the broker's MC number doesn't match. When booking a load, always verify the broker's MC, which stands for motor carrier number, using a trusted directory like DAT directory or the FMCSA website. If the MC number doesn't match the information on a load board, it's a sign that something isn't right here. I'll give you an example. You receive a load offer from broker X, but after checking their MC number, it's registered under a different name, and you saw that. This mismatch signals that the load may have been double brokered. The last one is inconsistent or conflicting paperwork. What I mean by this, pay attention to the paperwork, which is load confirmation. If the load details on the load confirmation or the rate confirmation don't match what the broker told you, or if the paperwork seems off, it may be a sign that the load has been passed through the multiple brokers. The broker gives you a paperwork showing one shipper, but in the load confirmation includes another company name. This inconsistency could indicate that this is a double brokering. If you're not sure about the new broker, always ask for references. Let me give you an example. A new broker offers you a load, but you're hesitant. Instead of jumping into the agreement right after bat, getting this load or trying to get the load, what you do, you contact a carrier who has previously worked with them. After receiving positive feedback from the carrier, you proceed confidently or call factoring company, give them the MC number so they can run the background check. Okay. So very important to ask questions about the load. Always ask detailed questions about the load. I always do and always teach this. Who's the shipper? Where is the load coming from? Where is it going to? And who will be responsible for payment? If the broker struggles to provide clear answers, that's a signal, right? This could indicate that they don't actually control the load and trying to pass this load through the other party. Another example, you receive, let's say, an offer for a high-paying load, but notice that the broker can't give you clear details about the shipper. Sensing something isn't right, you basically decline the load and avoid falling into the double brokering trap. If you notice that broker is trying to involve another brokerage firm, let's say, to cover the load, and I'm not talking about the co-brokering. Co-brokering is different. Co-brokering is legal. Double brokering is illegal. Only work with brokers who have, let's say, direct control of the freight, very important, and who are not relying on a third party. I'll give you an example. A broker contacts you, but in the load confirmation or the rate confirmation that the second broker is involved. That's a red flag. You decide to walk away from the deal knowing that this is double brokering. So you just basically decline. That's what I would suggest. Let me give you an example. The too good to be true load. A dispatcher is offered a high-paying load that is significantly above the market rate. The load is supposed to move from New York to Texas, paying $3.50 per mile when the spot market average is $2.30. So dispatcher checks the broker's MC number and discovers that it doesn't match the load board details. Well, upon further, let's say, investigation, they realized the load was double brokered and declined the offer to avoid the payment issue. So now I want to talk about how you can protect yourself moving forward. I really want you to ensure that you're never caught up in double brokering schemes. Always follow these best practices. Number one, do your research. Always verify broker's MC number and reputation before accepting the load. Very important. Second, work with trusted brokers. I really want you to stick to brokers with proven track records of honesty and timely payments, very important in trucking. Third, keep clear records. Document all communications, email communications, any type of communications you have, and agreements with the broker to protect yourself in case of any disputes. And lastly, ask questions. If anything seems off, like anything, ask the right questions, and we've gone over those questions. And don't be afraid to walk away to things don't add up. Know this, double brokering is a serious issue in the trucking industry. By staying informed, asking the right questions, and doing your research, you can protect yourself in your business, in your carrier's businesses, protected. Remember, it's better to pass on the load than risk non-payment or failing into legal disputes. You don't need that, right? As a dispatcher, your goal is to keep your carriers profitable and your operations running smoothly, and avoiding double brokering is a key step in doing so. Okay, we covered a lot. We covered from avoiding deadhead miles, negotiating better rates, to understanding the risk of double brokering and securing backup plans for canceled loads. I want you to remember this. These challenges are part of the job, but the solutions you now have in your toolkit will make all the difference ensuring your success as a dispatcher. Just keep this in mind. Don't be afraid to take the lead in negotiations, double check the details with the brokers, and always protect your carriers from costly mistakes. Now, in our next video, we'll dive into the world of regulations and compliance. This is a crucial area for any dispatcher or carrier, as staying compliant with the latest regulations is a key to avoid fines, penalties, and operational delays. We'll cover everything from hours of service rules and electronic logging devices, which is ELDs, to the DOT audits and safety compliance. So make sure you don't miss it. I'll see you in the next video. Hello and welcome to today's training. This is a very critical aspect of the trucking industry. It's regulations and compliance. Maybe you're thinking, this is loadboard training. Why regulations and compliance? I want you to understand one thing is very important. The carriers, the trucking companies that you serve, will be serving, they're regulated by the government. So you must make sure that they stay compliant with the regulations. So very important. You could be a dispatcher, it could be a carrier, owner, operator. It's very important staying compliant with regulations. Is not only important for running your and their businesses smoothly, but also for avoiding costly fines, penalties, and eventually shutdowns. So we don't want that. So my promise to you is this. By the end of this video, you'll feel more confident in navigating the complex world of regulations, ensuring your business stays on the right side of the law while maximizing the efficiency of your carrier's businesses and as well as your businesses. So if you're ready, I'm ready. Let's get started. Let's talk about HOS rules. HOS stands for Hours of Service, the regulation that was put in place by the FMCSA, which is Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration. They want to ensure that drivers, they don't work more hours than legally allowed, which eventually helps them to reduce the risk of accidents due to the fatigue. Let's talk about why it's important. Compliance with HOS rule is important because it's not only prevents accidents, but also helps carriers avoid fines. The biggest thing is shutdowns. They can easily shut down if there are a lot of violations, and obviously negative marks on the carrier's safety rating. Let's talk about key HOS rules to remember. 11-hour driving limit. This is where a driver can only drive a maximum of 11 hours after 10 consecutive hours off duty. Remember that. 14-hour workday limit. The 14-hour workday limit includes both driving and non-driving tasks. Okay. The 30-minute break rule. Drivers must take 30-minute break after 8 hours of driving. Remember this. Okay, they must take a 30-minute break after 8 hours of straight driving. And lastly, 34-hour rest rule. This is where driver, after long shifts, driver must take 34 hours of consecutive off-duty time. I know it's confusing, but when you start working with carriers, obviously with the drivers, it gets easier to understand these rules. And at the same time, we'll be talking about the tools to use so that we automate this part of the job. It's very important when we go to the ELD section, you will learn about these tools and how to use and how to automate the process. Imagine a driver is on the road for 11 hours straight driving without a break. This is a clear violation of the HOS rules and could result in hefty fines during the roadside inspection. We'll be also talking about roadside inspection in upcoming slides. To avoid this, it's critical to plan routes that account for mandatory breaks and driving limits. Now, how to ensure the compliance, okay? As I said, use ELDs to track driving hours automatically, and we'll be talking about the ELDs. So we must plan in advance these off-duty periods. And we also need to communicate these HOS rules clearly to our drivers, to our carriers, because you will realize that not many carriers, they understand this rule clearly. It is your job to understand this HOS rules clearly so that you can communicate with the driver so that he understands the rules. The reason why we want to do that is because avoid violations. If we're not avoiding violations, we get too many violations, and eventually it will result in shutdowns, and we don't want that. So let's talk about electronic logging devices, which ELDs. Maybe you heard them a lot. These electronic logging devices are the devices that automatically track the driver's hours on the road and off-duty time. ELD mandate, basically this was enforced also by the FMCSA, requires most commercial drivers to use these devices. The reason why I said most commercial drivers to use these devices because not all the carriers are required to use ELDs. That's the reason. So let's talk about the importance of ELDs in trucking. Well, these devices ensure accurate tracking of the driving hours, helping carriers stay compliant with HOS rules. They also reduce paperwork, improve efficiency, obviously, and provide reliable records in case of a DOT outage. And also, we'll be talking about DOT outage. Let's talk about how to use them effectively. Well, make sure your drivers know how to use the ELD system. And again, not many drivers trained by the trucking companies to use ELDs. Very important so that they know how to use ELDs. Regularly review ELD data for any discrepancies. Maybe there's some false information that was put in. Or think about this way, the wrong input, wrong output. Imagine you have a driver who mistakenly drives over their allowable, let's say, hours. The ELD will automatically flag this violation, giving you as a dispatcher the opportunity to rectify the situation before it becomes a compliance issue during an inspection. So let's talk about how you can avoid these ELD pitfalls. Double check that ELDs are functioning properly. That's the first thing. Before, obviously, dispatching trucks, ensure your ELD provider registered with FMCSA. This is huge. There are a lot of companies out there providing these ELD services, but you must make sure that the company that provides ELD is registered with FMCSA and meets all compliance requirements. Let's talk about DOT audit. A DOT audit is inspection conducted by the Department of Transportation, DOT, to ensure that the trucking operation complies with the federal safety regulations. These audits can be scheduled, we'll be talking about these, and conducted without prior notice. Now, let's talk about why it's important. First of all, failing a DOT audit can result in suspension of a carrier operating authority. That means basically they can just see for the carrier, just make it inactive. That's it. That's a suspension. Now they can't move loads. Therefore, it's essential to be fully prepared at all times when the trucks are on the road driving and delivering goods. If that's the case, then how to prepare for the DOT audit? Well, first, keep records up to date. Well, ensure that all drivers' logs, and remember the ELDs, right? Vehicle maintenance records, very important, and HOS data are properly documented and easily accessible. Now, second, conduct internal audits. Very important. When I was running my trucking company, we were doing these internal audits a lot. So what it is, it's regularly checking carriers' records and systems to ensure that they align with the DOT requirements. And third one, this is the biggest one, I think, in my opinion, train the team. Ensure that your drivers and office staff or the employees are aware of the compliance requirements and can provide documentation during the audit. So imagine your carrier receives an audit next week. If the carrier's records are not in order, this can lead to significant fines. But if you have conducted, let's say, internal audits regularly with your carrier, you will be ready for an audit without breaking a sweat. So very important. Let's talk about the documents you need to have ready for an audit. Number one, driver qualification files, HOS records, right? Hours of service records, maintenance records. This is the vehicle maintenance record, insurance certificates, drug and alcohol testing results. So these are the documents that must be there in order to comply with the DOT. And this is actually preparing for an audit. And let me say this, as a dispatcher, you're thinking, I don't have these. Like, how am I getting all of these documents? Your carrier will be providing all of these. So if the carrier, think about this way, you will have two situations. One, carrier is ready and well prepared, and there is a carrier that doesn't know anything about driver qualification files. And what is it? I don't know. What are you talking about? So these are the two situations. Let's say the situation A is where carrier has all the documents that you need: driver qualification files, HOS records, maintenance records, insurance certificates, drug and alcohol testing results. This carrier have no problem providing all the documents to you, right? You're not doing anything with these documents. You're just basically keeping them for the record. So this is where carrier says, hey, I have an audit next week. You say, hey, remember we prepared? It's here, it's ready, no worries, okay? The reason why I say this and the reason why I'm teaching this is because, listen, if your carrier shuts down, it's actually affecting your business as well. It's our job as a dispatchers, keeping them compliant so that they can drive and make money so that we can make money, okay? So then think about the scenario B. This is the bad situation, right? Where you ask the carrier, hey, I need a maintenance records, your, let's say, vehicle maintenance or the equipment maintenance records for your trailer, for your truck. And this carrier doesn't know anything about maintenance records. Oh, I don't keep that records. What you can do is you force them basically to keep records for the maintenance of the equipment. Insurance certificates will be no problem getting from the carrier because, hey, if they're compliant, if they have active MC, that means they have insurance certificate. So no problem. And also make sure that carrier that you're working with, they're compliant with the drug and alcohol testing regulations. So drug and alcohol testing, this is, you also must make sure that carrier that you're working with, they compliant with this regulation as well. So you don't need to know all of this ins and outs of these regulations, but it's very important to at least understand how these are regulated and how your carriers stay compliant. And let's now focus on why safety compliance is critical. Think about it this way. Maintaining a strong safety record is key to keeping your fleet on the road, right? Think about the trucks and keeping your fleet, your carrier's trucks. Think about it this way. I always say your fleet, your company, your trucking company. The reason why I say this, because when you have a dispatcher carrier agreement, you're basically becoming a carrier. Not technically you owning, let's say, MC and DOT number, but you are part of the company. So it's in your best interest keeping these trucking companies compliant with all the regulations. Okay. Now, non-compliance with safety regulations can lead to higher insurance premiums. This is huge. Insurance in trucking is huge. So if the trucking company pays, let's say, average is $1,500 per month, and if your carrier pays $2,500 per month, and he pays the higher insurance premiums, and this actually eating up the profit margins. So if the carrier not making enough money, and maybe you're doing great, giving this carrier a lot of high premium loads, but then think about he has expenses like high insurance premiums, and he pay his expenses, and at the end of the day, there's no money in bank account. They blaming who? They blaming dispatchers. So make sure that they stay compliant. And also think about if they're non-compliant with the safety regulation, that this can also increase the likelihood of accidents. So we don't want that. The key areas of safety compliance, there are three. One is vehicle maintenance. This is where you make sure that all vehicles are regularly inspected and maintained. That's number one. Second, driver safety training. This ensures drivers are trained in defensive driving, accident prevention, and proper load securement. Very important. And last one, accident reporting. Ensure all accidents, no matter how minor it is, must be reported and documented in compliance with the FMCSA regulations. So imagine your driver is involved in a minor accident. Even it seems like minor accident, failure to report this could lead to significant fines during an audit or compliance check. It's always better to over-report than under-report. How to stay compliant? This is for carriers, okay? So it's not for dispatchers. I want you to understand this. It's for carriers. Carriers are regulated by the government. It's regularly conducting a vehicle inspections. Very important. This is number one. Second, provide ongoing safety training for your drivers. That's the second. And third one, establish a clear accident reporting protocol. Very important. And if you're not sure about these, you always talk to your carriers, have a meeting with them and talk about these so they can stay compliant. Today, we've covered some of the most important aspects of trucking compliance, from understanding HOS rules and using ELDs to preparing for DOT audits and maintaining safety compliance. Think this way. Staying compliant with these regulations is essential for the long-term success of your carrier's business. So if your carrier is successful, you are also successful. Now, it's very important to say this. Make sure to review your carrier compliance systems and procedures. So if anything is lacking, now is the time to make the necessary adjustments to avoid fines and keep your carrier's trucks running smoothly and effectively. In the next video, we'll be talking about safety ratings and carrier vetting, where we'll deep into how to vet carriers and maintain a solid safety rating. So I'll see you in the next video. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going into the topic safety ratings and carrier vetting, which is very important. Whether you're a dispatcher, broker, or carrier, understanding how to properly vet a carrier and interpret the safety ratings is crucial. It's essential to keeping your carrier's business running smoothly and obviously safely. Safety ratings directly impact your customers, meaning your carriers, meaning your carrier's ability to secure or book loads, right? Avoid penalties and maintain insurance costs, which is a lot. We talked about in the regulations in compliance video. So if you haven't watched, please go back and watch that video. Very important. On the flip side, effective carrier vetting ensures you're partnering with the reliable and safe carriers. By doing that, obviously, you're reducing the risk of costly delays or violations in unpaid bills. We'll be talking about all of it in this video. My promise to you, by the end of this video, you will know exactly how to vet carriers effectively, understand the meaning of a safety ratings, and make informed decisions. Remember, we're becoming data-driven dispatchers, right? So make informed decisions to keep your operations running smoothly. So I'll be helping you understand ins and outs of safety ratings, picking up the reliable partnerships, properly vetting, and also we'll be talking about common mistakes when it comes to vetting the carriers. Let's start by breaking down safety ratings. The FMCSA, which is Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, assigns these safety ratings to a carrier, and these points, think about that way, based on their meaning carrier's performance in safety inspections, audits, and overall compliance. Now, let's talk about these key safety ratings. Number one, satisfactory. Second, conditional. And third one, unsatisfactory. Let's talk about each. And I'll be giving you examples. Now, satisfactory, think about carrier good to go. So meaning full compliance with the federal safety regulations. The carrier is considered safe to operate. Conditional, carrier has safety issues, needs to be addressed, but still can operate, although this carrier may struggle to secure some loads with some of the top brokers in the industry, but it still can operate. That means conditional. And last one, this is straightforward, unsatisfactory. That means this carrier cannot operate, meaning carrier is not fit to operate in faces, let's say, suspension if they don't improve their safety record or the safety ratings. Now, let me give you an example. Imagine you're reviewing a carrier's safety rating. and they have, let's say, satisfactory rating, they'll have no problem picking up premium loads that you book for them from brokers who trust their safety record. And remember, brokers can pull their safety ratings very quickly. It will just basically say in their system like reliable carrier or unreliable carrier. Think of it that way. But a carrier with the conditional rating may have, let's say, hard time to securing a load with some of the brokers, as I said, and carrier with obviously unsatisfactory rating, they can't even book a load. Like they legally cannot operate. Let's talk about how to maintain these safety ratings. And we talked about these in the previous video, regulations and compliance. The number one thing is regular vehicle inspections. Very important. Make sure your carrier's vehicles regularly inspected. Why? To avoid violations during what? During roadside inspections. Second, driver safety training. This is where we talked about in the previous video that implementation on ongoing safety training programs for company drivers. Why? To reduce violations and maintain a clear safety record. Think about this way. If driver is not trained and he's not, let's say, ready to secure a load properly, and he has not been trained for months, maybe he's fairly new into the truck. Guess what? 99% of the time, guaranteed that this particular driver can have accidents, violations. And if this particular driver, if there are any violations, any accidents, guess what? It impacts safety record. And third one, accident-free record. And what it is, this basically encourages safety driving practice. And again, this is coming back to the driver safety training, right? And again, why? To reduce accidents. And think about FMCSA, DOT, all the regulations, 90% of the time, they're regulating driver, right? Forcing carriers so that they can have some type of training programs that they train their drivers. Why? Avoid accidents, because a lot of accidents, God forbid, happening every single day, and obviously improve safety ratings. Think about it this way. If you frequently conducting, let's say, preventative maintenance on your carrier's trucks and provide monthly safety training for company drivers, meaning your carrier's drivers. And you can also think this way. You working with the carrier, you can obviously force your carrier, meaning, well, just present the idea saying that, hey, we need to train these drivers because your business and my business depend on these drivers, right? So you're actively working to keep a satisfactory rating, which opens doors to higher paying loads. Let's move on to the carrier vetting process. Whether you are a dispatcher, maybe you're a broker, it's very important to vet carriers thoroughly before working with them. Most of the brokers, because it's like time-sensitive loads, they will assign loads, but then along the way or down the line, let's say, now brokers vetting these carriers. They have systems in place, they have software, they have CRMs that pull in some of the information, let's say from the internet, from FMCSA or databases like Carrier 411 or 411. It's the carrier database subscription companies out there. They're pulling these information from them, but guess what? Maybe it's outdated. Maybe it's not updated. So very important to vet carrier before working with them. So think about this way. If there's a poor vetting, and this can lead to what? Delays, safety issues, and even financial losses. We'll be talking about financial losses in the upcoming slides. So let's talk about steps for vetting a kit. Number one, what we need to do is we need to verify the MC number. So if you're a dispatcher, if you're a broker, you have the systems and processes in place. It's very easy, right? You have access to the software programs, CRMs that you can pull this data from the internet. The only thing we have for the dispatcher, it's a public database. It's available to you. It's an FMCSA safer system. What we need to do is that we need to go to the FMCSA safer system, and I'll be pulling that website right in front of you right now. And we need to enter MC number or DOT number. This will bring up the key details such as their safety record, insurance status, and violations history. Let's pull up the FMCSA Safer System and we'll take it from there. Now, what we need to do, we need to go to, if you have a carrier, let's say MC number, you can obviously do that. But what I will do is I'll go to the tools. Now I'll go to DAT directory. What I will be doing is that I will be pulling some of the carriers. Let's say I'm looking for carriers, okay? And let's do, so I'm looking for active authority, and let's by default pull all of it. Let's do a quick search because I need an MC number. So scroll down, let's have this carrier, okay? And let me take a look. Yes, MC, paste, search. Now you have very important information here. Now, first thing, you have the operation. Second, you have inspection crashes in the US, inspection crashes in Canada, and then we have a safety rate. Now, I really want you to pay attention to this part. I want you to just take a moment and read this part. Why? Because there's some wordings here, meaning USDAT status can be active, inactive, out of service. Just keep that in mind. Just know that active, this carrier can drive, haul, move stuff, no problem. Inactive, that means, well, they're USDOT out of service, meaning inactive. They don't have active DOT number, right? So it's very straightforward. Out of service, well, carrier is under any type of out of service order and it's not authorized to operate. Well, straightforward. They can haul. The reason why, because their USDOT is out of service. Operating authority, meaning their MC, authorized, not authorized, out of service. Authorized is for what? This will be specifically operating authorities to the carriers allowed to operate. Think about authorized, meaning read this will list the specific operating authorities the carrier or broker is allowed to operate, right? So that means this carrier, as you can see, USDOT is active, and for the authorized, meaning that this carrier particularly can operate no problem. That means this basically tells you a lot of things, that this carrier has insurance, active MC, everything ready to go. But I want you to pay attention to this, very important. See what it says here? It says, please note, authorized does not apply to private or intrastate operations. So let me go here and let me give you a little bit of information. Basically, FMCSA says private carriers, these are the carriers that they transport their own cargo. They don't participate hauling, moving other people's stuff. That's it, period. Example, Walmart, Sam's Club, think Amazon. They moving their stuff. These are the private carriers. It's okay for them if it's not listed here, let's say, it's not authorized. But hey, if it's a private carrier, then it's totally okay. At least they have active DOT number. Think about this way. Some of the carriers, they might have active DOT, but not active MC, and it's okay. For some carriers, if it says not active, that means they cannot operate. And we're talking about if it's not authorized, meaning if they cannot haul, there's two conditions that they can operate. What are those? First one is private, right? As you can see, private, as I said, these people are moving their own stuff. And think this way, MC number, we need for what? We need insurance. Why? Because brokers want to secure their freight, okay? Since they're moving their own freight, they're not interested buying an insurance or something like that. They're okay, right? Because they're moving their own stuff. Because of that, they don't have MC number, but they must have a DOT number because of the regulation. Now, intrastate, if these people not moving out of the state, interstate, these are the people crosses, let's say, the state borderline. They can cross from one state to another state, and these are the people interstate. Now, think about international. The interstate, they can move from one state to another state, no problem. From Georgia, they can move to California, from California back to any state they want and go back to Georgia, for example. But the intrastate they can find in one state. They must stay within one state. And because of that, they don't need what? They don't need MC number. And this is for certain carriers. Now, let's look at the operating authority status. This is authorized for property. That means these people can operate no problem and I can work with them. This is an MC number. So if I need to look at the licensing and insurance, I can click here and look at that information as well as DAT directory. So if this is the carrier, what I can do, I can click and read, right, from DAT directory. And again, how to get here, see, tools, go to DAT directory, and then pull by selecting carriers, and you can pull this information. This is a quick snapshot. As you can see, there's no safety rating here, but what you can do, you can view more details, and now you have more details about this company. Now, let's look at where they based off. Okay, this is DOT, this is the phone number. Okay, the year founded 2018. There's no safety rating here. Cargo limit is deductible 1,000. Limit is 100,000. This is the address. Okay, company type. Let's look at the how many drivers they have. Power units 4, drivers 4. This is a business phone number. They're moving general freight. And by the way, how do you think DAT directory pulls this information? DAT pulls this information from here. Okay, now you can directly go to DAT directory. You can pull that information from here if you wanted to. I think it's more organized here and easy to read. Now, safety data, I think this company is safe to drive. The driver we have here, number of teams. Okay, they have van, they have reefer, air ride, vented, services they have, expedite, okay, ground LTL capabilities, UPS carrier. Oh, okay. Now, high risk freight, no data found. So provided certificates. We can look at the certificates. If there are some certificates, it will be listed here. Operating areas, they basically check all of it. And you can basically click on these links and you can quickly get some information from the database if you wanted to. As you can see, this is the FMCSA, the source, right? But I want you to click on the CSA data. What it is, this is basically the tool, is a safety measurement system. CSA stands for compliance, safety, accountability. This is basically a tool that is provided by FMCSA. Now, very important to read this, but I want you to pay attention to this part, the violations. Now, think about how many violations they have and why. The total of 6 violations. Let me bring closer look so that you can see. Now, they have 6 violations. Number 1, ELD, no record of off-duty status, ELD required. Violation number 1. Remember we talked about HOS compliance in the previous video? Regulations in compliance. HOS stands for what? Hours of service rules, right? Please, if you haven't watched, go back and read. Glazing permits, less than 70% of light. 2 violations. Vehicle maintenance, that's the what type of violations? So vehicle maintenance, and this is HOS compliance. Since ELD directly connected to HOS compliance, and this is why they're getting the violations under the HOS compliance. Very important. And all of these other 4, they're maintenance, vehicle maintenance related. So then the second one, inoperable, required lamp. This is a turn signal. And then last one, they have a failure to correct defects noted on the previous inspection report. Basically, this means in the previous inspection, the DOT inspector found out some defects and noted, right? And said, hey, you need to replace them. And they did not replace. And this is why, they got the violations. And I want you to pay attention to violation severity weight, and 1 being the lowest, 10 being the highest. So for this one, the turn signal, see this, they got 6, the severity of 6. And this is, as I said, related to vehicle maintenance. And based on this information, what you can do now, you can make your own judgments. So this information is on the road performance. Also take a look at the investigation results. It says no acute critical violations discovered, and also pay attention to violations. Total of violations 6. As I said, you can read over here what are those. Total inspections we have 4. Now, important to look at the total number of crashes, 0, which is good, right? Now, based on this information, obviously you make some judgments, right? Make some decisions to work with this carrier or not. And also remember, when you have these vehicle maintenance, let's say violations, on the previous video, we talked about how to improve this vehicle maintenance and avoid these violations. Remember, too many violations leads to suspension. Yeah, that means they'll be suspended and they will not be able to operate. That means now they're out of business and you don't want that. You got the idea? So you don't need to go into details and be crazy about it. This is the basic information that you need in order to make some proper decisions to work with this carrier or not. But I think another important point here to look at the insurance. Let's go back. And again, I'm still in the DAT directory. I really prefer using DAT directory since they pulling the information from FMCSA and the CSA database. It's right in front of you. It's condensed, precise. You can see in one page everything in right in front of you. And then easy navigation obviously helps. Now click on insurance. First thing first, we need to look at the status, right? So it's valid. They have the insurance. And don't be confused with this. This is not the insurance company name. This is the trucking company. Why? See, it says insurance in the name of, right? This is the trucking company. This is the phone number. And again, we talked about this. Cargo limit is 150,000. Deductible is 1,000. And again, this information was pulled from where? The source is FMCSA and the database link is here, CSA. We talked about this. The quick information here, the insurance details will be added to the new directory that DAT working on called the Carrier Watch. It will be a subscription. You can click here and you can learn about the subscription that the DAT has. I don't know how much is it per month, but then you will get more detailed information about the financial status or financial help for this carrier. And obviously you can go into details looking at the insurance coverage. But I think this data is enough for you. Well, they have active MC number, they have active insurance policy, everything is ready to go. Now, as we discussed earlier, check the safety rating to ensure you're working with the carrier that meets your safety standards. That's all it is. And again, this information is enough for you to make a decision. When you're vetting the carrier, think about this way. If they have too many violations, eventually it will lead to suspension, and you don't need that. And if they have too many violations, usually these are the carriers that will give you the headache. Like, you don't need that. So another thing is the financial stability. In the upcoming slides, we'll be talking about financial stability, why it's important. If you're a broker, you have tools like Carrier 411 or Carrier 411. Some people call it this way. And also Carrier Watch. And as we talked about, this is, and again, the data that you will need, basically everything run in front of you to make a decision. The bad news is, obviously, as you can see, account eligibility required. And see, these are the services they don't want to work with. That means if you're a dispatch service, you don't have access to this tool, that's database. And obviously, this is about $100 per month, and you can have a free trial if you have a broker's MC. Think about it, if you're a broker, and the reason why I say this is that some of my students, they're brokers, they have their brokerage authority. Now, you can use this carrier 411 or 411. You might find a carrier with a satisfactory safety rating, but several low payment compliance. This might lead you to reconsider working with them, even if their safety record is solid. Hope that makes sense. And the Carrier Watch is by DAT. They designed and they have their own database. You can request a demo. You can learn more about it. And again, this is not free and I don't have access. But as I said, DAT directory, when you're starting out, is enough for you to make a decision. Even though vetting carriers is critical, and we know that, well, obviously common mistakes brokers and more specifically dispatchers make that can lead to bigger issues down the road, right? Let's talk about those common mistakes. Number one mistake is solely relying on safety ratings. What happens? Safety ratings, yes, no doubt, they're important, but they don't tell the whole story. A carrier might have good rating, but poor reliability, such as frequent delays and late payment. Now, let's talk about the second mistake, ignoring the insurance. Most of the people, or dispatchers specifically, they're focusing on the safety rating, but not on the insurance. What happens? Inadequate or not enough insurance coverage, let's say, could result in financial losses if something goes wrong. And trust me, in trucking, anytime can happen. Let's say you are a dispatcher, you assume the carrier's insurance is sufficient. You just assumed. But when a load is damaged during delivery or transit or whatever, you discover their insurance doesn't cover the value of your cargo. And again, example, the value of a cargo maybe is 250,000, but then insurance coverage is maybe 150,000. Now we're in trouble. So we don't want that. This one is the biggest one, I think. The overlooking the financial stability. Okay, what happens if we don't pay attention to this? If a carrier, let's say we talked about this, maybe they have a good safety record, but financially unstable, then this obviously leading to payment delays or unpaid bills. What happens if a dispatcher don't pay attention or overlooking the financial stability of this carrier? Imagine if a dispatcher works with a carrier who has a good safety rating, but doesn't check their financial stability. Think about this way. After successfully dispatching several loads, this carrier runs into financial trouble. It can happen because trucking is brutally competitive and capital intensive business, and they cannot cover their expenses anymore. Well, this can result in the carrier fails to pay the dispatcher for the services provided, right? And this leading this dispatcher with unpaid invoices. Think about damaging relationship with brokers who relied on a dispatcher on the carrier, right? In this scenario, dispatcher trusted the carrier based on the safety ratings alone, but failing to verify the financial stability resulted in financial losses. Before we wrap up, I want you to know this. Carrier vetting and understanding safety ratings, yes, they're key to ensuring this smooth operation for your freight business, obviously keeping your carriers in business. Why? If they're in business, you are in business. If they make money, you make money, right? What you need to do, thoroughly checking MC numbers. We talked about this. Checking the insurance coverage, checking the safety ratings, and if applicable, obviously, it's an optional, financial stability. Why? Because it ensures you're working with the best partners and avoiding costly mistakes in the business. Remember, don't rush the process. Take the time to verify all necessary information before moving forward with the carrier. Okay. I hope this helps. Now you have the clear understanding how to vet the carrier, important processes to basically taking the steps, step by step, how to verify using the public database like FMCSA, Safer website. And now remember this, don't rush the process. You must take time to verify all the information available to you before moving forward any carrier, before partnering with the carrier. You need to do your research, okay? I'll see you next video.